closes the door. Don't flirt with the staff and a stranger. He scolds. I open my mouth to defend myself, then close it again, then open it. I wasn't flirting. I was being friendly. There is a difference. Don't be friendly with the staff or flirt with them. I don't like it. Oh, goodbye, carefree Christian. I'm sorry, I mutter and stare down at my fingers. He hasn't made me feel like a child all day. Reaching down, he cups my chin, pulling my head up to meet his eyes. No, I'm jealous of you. He whispers. You have no reason to be jealous, Christian. You own body and soul. He blinks as if he's finding this fact hard to process. He leans down and kisses me quickly, with none of the passion we experienced a moment ago in the elevator. I won't be long. Make yourself at home, he says sulkily, and turns, leaving me standing in his bedroom, dazed and confused. Why on earth would you be jealous of Taylor? I shake my head in disbelief. Glancing at the alarm clock, I notice it's just after 8. I decide to get my clothes ready for work tomorrow. I head upstairs to my room and open the walk-in closet. It's empty. All clothes have gone. Oh no! Christian has taken me at my word and disposed of the clothes. Shit! My subconscious glares at me. Well, that means you and your big mouth. Why did he take me at my word? My mother's advice comes back to haunt me. You are so little, darling. I pout, staring at the empty space. There were some lovely clothes, too. Like the silver dress I wore at the ball. I wander disconsolately into the bedroom. Wait a minute. What is going on? The iPad is gone. Where's my Mac? Oh no. My first uncharitable thought is that Layla may have stolen them. I fly back downstairs and back into Christian's bedroom. On the bedside table are my Mac, my iPad, and my backpack. It's all here. I open the walk-in closet door. My clothes are here. All of them. Sharing space with Christian's clothes. When did this happen? Why does he never warn me before he does things like this? I turn and he's standing in the doorway. He mutters, distracted. What's wrong? I ask. His face is grim. Taylor thinks Layla's getting into the emergency stairwell. She must have had a key. All the locks have been changed now. Taylor's team has done a sweep of every apartment. She's not here. He stops and runs a hand through his hair. I wish I knew where she was. She's evading all our attempts to find her when she needs help. He frowns, and my earlier peak vanishes. I put my arms around him, pulling me into his embrace. He kisses my hair. What will you do when you find her? I ask. Dr. Flynn has a place. What about her husband? He's washed his hands. Christian's tone is bitter. Her family is in Connecticut. I think she's very much on her own out there. That's sad. Are you okay with all your stuff being here? I want to share my room. He murmurs, whoa, I changed direction. Yes? I want you sleeping with me. I don't have nightmares.
But there is one thing we can protect them
You have
from,
nightmares?
and that's COVID-19.
Yes.
Keep your family
I
safe
tighten my
with
hold around
vaccines
him.
and boosters.
I want
Find one near
baggage.
you at
My heart contracts with
myfriend.ca.gov.
this man.
Brought to you by the
I
California
was
Department
just
of
getting my
Public
clothes ready for work tomorrow. I mutter. Work? Christian explains as if it's a dirty word, and he releases me, glaring. Yes, work, I reply, confused by his reaction. He stares at me with complete incomprehension. But Layla, she's out there. He pauses. I don't want you to go to work. What? That's ridiculous, Christian. I have to go to work. No, you don't. I have a new job, which I enjoy. Of course I have to go to work.
Visit
What does he mean?
for tips to help
No,
keep your
you
recycling
don't.
out of the
He
trash.
repeats
That's
emphatically.
iRecycleSmart.com.
Do you think I'm going to stay here twiddling my thumbs while you're off being master of the universe?
And cryptocurrency.
Frankly,
Listen to the
yes.
new Bitcoin radio talk show with Professor Robert Thomas. Saturday mornings at 9 on 11:50 a.m. The Patriot, serving Los
Christian,
Angeles, Orange County,
I
and
need to
Southern
go to work.
California. And according to Lopez, here we know how important
Yes,
it is to be confident
I
in all of life
do.
and loads of them.
And bad
I
breath
say it
and
slowly,
lobby
as if he's a child.
Yeah, I can. Whenever I'm
He
out
scowls at
elbows
me.
with celebrities or friends or
It's not
just chilling
safe.
at home, I gotta make sure I have the
Christian,
confidence that comes with
I
smart
need to
mouth
work
and
for a
mouthwash.
living.
Smart mouth is
And I'll
clinically
be
proven
fine.
to eliminate and
No,
prevent
you
bad
don't
breath in
get to work
24
for a
hours
living.
with just
And how do you know you'll be
Get
fine?
your favorite retailer right
He's
now
almost
for that
shouting.
kind of better together content.
What does
Find
he
Smart
mean?
Mouth at your favorite
He's going to
retailer or
support
at
me?
smartmouth.com/radio.
Oh, this is beyond
The stuff they
ridiculous.
don't want you to
I've
know
known him for what?
podcast delves into
5
popular
weeks.
culture's most persistent
He's
mysteries.
angry now.
Now,
His
there's
eyes
something else that the
stormy and
guys and
flashing.
stuff they don't want you
But
to
I don't
know
give a shit.
want you to know.
For heaven's
They've
sake,
got a new
Christian,
book coming
Layla
out.
was standing at the end of your
Packed
bed
with
and she didn't harm me.
The
And
stuff they don't
yes,
want you to
I
know
do
book
need to
is
work.
written in the same
I don't want to be
smart
beholden to you.
conversational style
I have my
you love
sister's
hearing on the
roses today.
podcast. Available October 11th.
His mouth presses
Pre-order
into a
now
grim
at
line as I place my hands on my
stuffyoushouldreadbook.com
hips.
or wherever you buy
I
your books.
am
This
not
is Oscar
budging on
Ramirez,
this.
and I'm the host of
Who
the
the
Daily
fuck
Dive
does he think
podcast.
he
Join
is?
me every Sunday where
I
we
don't
talk to
want
the
you to know
journalists and
where to
writers
look.
who know the top stories making
It's
waves
not
in
up
the
to
city.
you,
We'll cover
Christian.
politics,
This
science,
is
and
not
tech,
your
return
decision
to
to
work and
make.
workplace culture, and anything
He runs hand through his hair as he stares at me.
Sunday morning at 5 on
Seconds,
KFI AM
minutes
640.
tick by as we glare at each other. So, Christian, that's not necessary. You're being irrational. Irrational? He growls. Either he comes with you or I will be really irrational and keep you here.
15 minutes.
How exactly?
Oh,
I'd find a way, Anastasia. Don't push me. Okay, I concede, holding up both my hands, rotating
New
him.
York crowd.
Holy fuck.
Padres
He
are
is back
7-1
with a
in the
vengeance.
7th inning. Bottom of the
We
7th.
stand, scowling at each other. Okay, Sawyer can come with me if it makes you feel better. Rolling my eyes. Christian narrows his and takes a menacing step in my direction. I immediately step back. He stops and takes a deep breath, closes his eyes, and runs both his hands through his hair.
When I go to the track, I
Oh
walk a
no,
lot. You know,
50
usually
is
park far
well
away,
and
so cheap.
truly wound
So I
up.
walk quarter mile to get to the track, and then all you do is walk around that place. It's huge. So
A
I get
tour?
my exercise
Are
there,
you
right? While eating a
kidding
bowl
me?
of chili with cheese and onions.
Okay,
Big dog.
I mutter
But
warily.
exercise in a pill
Another
might be
change of
available
tack.
someday.
Mr. Mercurial is back in town. He holds out his hand, and when I take it, he squeezes mine softly.
That's what researchers in Boston are hoping that they can do. The goal to help people who may be
I
struggling.
was just getting ready to run.
So we caught up with a bunch of millennials and Gen Zers at a
Christian's
gym
eyes
in
widen.
Boston on Wednesday
I'm
night. They
joking.
weren't really into the idea of taking the
Jeez.
pills, but they say they could see why
He
others
leads me out of
would
the
want to take
closet,
it.
and I take a moment to
The
calm
sound
down.
of deep breathing and
Adrenaline
the
is
smell
still
of sweat
coursing through my
inside
body.
Lynn's Fitness Club
A
in
fight with
Boston on
50
Wednesday.
is not to be
Typical night
undertaken
in the
lightly.
gym. What if you could save the time and still drop the weight by just
He
picking up
gives
a
me a
pill?
tour of the apartment, showing me the various rooms, along with the playroom and 3 spare bedrooms upstairs. I'm intrigued to find that Taylor and Mrs. Jones have a room to themselves, a kitchen, spacious living area, and a
And they
bedroom
go to the
each.
gym,
Mrs. Jones has not yet returned from visiting her sister who lives in Portland.
right? They've reached their goal.
Downstairs,
The
the
gym
room
should
that
be
catches
for
my eye is
blonde,
opposite his
trying to
study,
get in good shape.
a TV
once you're in
room
good
with a
shape,
2 large
you should not be
plasma
allowed to go
screen
to a
and
gym.
assorted
Make
games
everyone feel
consoles.
bad about
It's
yourself.
cozy.
You know,
So,
you're
do you have an
175 pounds
Xbox?
every month
I
and your
smirk.
body's going to perfection.
Yes,
And then there's
but
the
I
guy
crap
who's
out.
40 pounds
Elliot
up
always
and
beats
up
me.
on a treadmill.
That was funny.
And
When
he
you
feels
thought
horrible,
I
and
meant
he
this
quits.
room was my
Right?
playroom.
He quits.
He grins down at me, his conniption forgotten.
Working out right
Thank
now with a new
heavens he's
study
recovered
to
his
eventually
good.
develop drugs that would
I'm
mimic the
glad you find
benefits
me
of aerobic
amusing, Mr.
exercise
Gray.
in your body.
I respond
How
haughtily.
about that?
That you
Take a
are,
couple of
Steele.
pills, and you don't have to go
When you're
to
not
anymore.
exasperated,
Eventually develop
of
drugs that
course.
would mimic the benefits
I'm
of aerobic
usually
exercise
exasperating when
your
you're
body.
being unreasonable.
Wonder what the side effects are going to be.
Not just
Unreasonable?
losing weight, but
Yes,
also a
Mr.
little
Gray.
feeling. Oh, here's the side effects.
Unreasonable could be your middle
Bad
name.
eyesight, runny nose,
I don't
cough,
have a
sore
middle
throat, oily stool,
Unreasonable would suit
indigestion,
them.
headache, loss of
I
hair,
think
loss
that's a
of
matter of
pubic
opinion,
hair,
Miss Steele.
loss of sex
I
drive,
would be
bad
interested in
knees,
Dr.
acid
Flint's
foot,
professional
fungus,
opinion.
and
Christian
Not
smirks.
just losing
I
weight,
thought
but overall
Trevilian was your
well-being.
middle name.
Imagine the benefits
No.
of hitting the gym
Surname.
without even getting up from your couch. Would you take the bill?
But you don't
Yes.
use it.
You're asking me,
It's
the
too
answer
long.
is yes.
Would you take the bill?
He
Definitely not.
commands.
Why?
I follow him out of the
That's
TV
just
room,
like screen
through the
laziness.
great
You
room,
personally
to
not
the
taking
main
the bill.
corridor, past the utility room, and an impressive wine cellar, and into Taylor's own large, well-equipped office. Taylor stands when we enter. There's room in here for a meeting table that seats 6. Above one desk is a bank of monitors. I had no idea the apartment had CCTV. It appears to monitor the balcony, stairwell, service elevator, and foyer.
Wow.
Hi, Taylor.
Don't do this
I'm
to
just
yourself.
getting
Stop.
American.
Taylor nods but doesn't smile. I wonder if he's been told off.
Yeah.
I told me.
And why is he still
I had a friend of
working?
mine.
Hey.
When I smile at him,
Embarrass him.
he
He
nods
told the story
politely.
on the air before, and he could
Christian
tell
grabs
he
my
had life,
hand
but I'm not
once
gonna
more
mention
and
his
leads
name.
me to the library.
He said he went to the doctor.
Of
You know the
course.
doctor leaves your chart on the door,
Christian opens the
and
door.
except for some reason,
I
all
spy the green
doctors have that
baize of the
high
billiard
clock on the
table.
door that they can keep your
Shall
chart
we
in.
play?
And
I
so
ask.
the door was open. You could
Christian
see his chart.
smiles,
And he
surprised.
glanced at it,
Okay.
and
Have
the
you played
doctor
before?
wrote obese
A few
on his
times.
chart in big
I
letters,
lie. And he
circled it,
narrows his eyes,
and
cocking his
underlined
head
it
to one
twice.
side. You're a
obese.
hopeless liar, Anastasia. Either you've never
Circle
played
and two
before, or
underlines. And he saw them.
I lick my lips.
And as
Fight for
Brian
the
Regan
little
said,
competition.
it's the only guy in the world that can
Right,
then
of a
insult
little
you to your
girl
face,
like
and then
you.
you pay him when you leave his
Christian
office.
scoffs.
Only guy in the
Who's
world.
been the most?
A wager, Mr. Gray. You're that confident, Miss Steele? He smirks, amused and incredulous at
And the
once.
researchers working on this
What
bill
would you
say
like to
that
wager?
these are meant to replace diet and
If I
exercise
win,
for everyone,
He'll
just
take
for
me
those
back
who need
into
it.
the playroom.
All right.
He gazes at me as if he can't quite comprehend what I've said.
Focus 2 is coming out, right? I
He
didn't know
asks
Hocus
after
Pocus
several
1
shell-shocked
was a huge
beats.
hit. I guess it was.
Then it's your
Were you a
choice.
fan, Julio?
You know what?
His mouth twists
Like
as
a
he
bunch of
contemplates his
bad
answer.
It's played on
Okay.
television so much that it's caught on, and it's
He
such a
smirks.
great movie around the holidays. And
English cinema or Carol
Sarah Jessica Parker, so they're very
I don't
happy
know
to
the others.
All right, ding dong. I
From a
like all
cupboard
three of those
beneath one of the
ladies.
bookshelves, Christian takes out a large leather
The
piece.
witches are back.
Inside, the
So
full ball
tomorrow,
is nested
Anthony?
in velvet.
Edmund
Quickly and
Jessica
efficiently,
Parker,
he wraps the balls on the base.
returning in Hocus Pocus
I don't
2.
think I've ever
It's been
played pool
almost
on
30
such a
years
large
since the
table
original.
before.
Wow, 30
Christian
years.
hands me a cue and some chalk.
Get some makeup
Shout
artists.
out to Truman.
For our makeup gallery.
Greatest American basketball player of all
Isn't
time.
he himself?
great.
What?
He thinks he's going to win.
I just
He's
watched
got
an
3
interview.
fucking
Okay.
touchdowns.
Double up on
I
the
chalk
makeup
the end of my cue to blow the excess chalk off, staring up at Christian through my lashes. His eyes darken as I
Wait,
hear.
Syracuse?
I line up another white ball.
Get this one. 3-pointer?
Hit the center ball
Buzzer?
triangle square on. With such force,
Yeah.
the striped ball spins and plunges into the top right pocket. I've scattered the rest of the balls.
Oh, come on.
I choose stripes.
Focus.
I say innocently, smiling poorly at Christian. His mouth twists in
The magical trio ran amok in Salem.
He says politely. I proceed to pocket the next 3 balls in succession. Inside myself, I'm dancing. At this moment, I am so grateful to Jose for teaching me to play pool and play it well. Christian watches impassively, giving nothing away. His amusement seems to ebb. I miss the green stripe by a hairbreadth. You know, Anastasia,
Never even heard this
I
word.
could stand here and watch you leaning and stretching across this billiard table all day. He says appreciatively. I flush. Thank heavens I am wearing my jeans. He smirks. He's trying to put me off my game, bastard. He pulls his cream sweater over his head, tosses it onto the back of a chair, and grins at me as he softens over to take his first shot.
They're still talking about
He bends low over the table.
How do they
My
divorce
mouth goes
for the
dry.
people?
Oh,
So much
I see what
for
he
the three
means.
actresses since
I know.
shooting the
Christian
first
in
film.
tight jeans and
Midler
white
was
t-shirt.
already a bona fide movie star
Like
with 2
that.
Oscar nominations
Is
and
something
That place
to
you
know.
go.
1988 speeches.
I quite lose my
Now,
train of
Jimmy
thought.
had just co-starred
He
with
sings
Whoopi
4
Goldberg in
solids
Sister
rapidly,
Act.
then vowels by
Jessica
singing the
Parker
white.
hadn't yet
A
become
very
Carrie Bradshaw
elementary
on
mistake,
in the city.
Mr. Gray.
They met
I
there.
tease. He
You
smiles.
kids weren't even born when you shot the
Still,
first one.
I
You
am
weren't
a
even married,
foolish
and your
world.
daughter was. My daughter was not.
I
Your
believe
daughter was here. When did
He
you
waves
kids
at the
begin
table.
watching the film and they
You're not trying to lose, are you?
Fanny had seen it once and really liked it.
But what I have in mind is the prize. I want to win
one less time
anesthesia.
than Sammy.
I think
He
Fanny had
shrugs
seen it once
casually.
and really liked it.
I
Sammy.
always
Is that
want to
Sarah
win.
Jessica's kid?
What I
Sarah
want.
Jessica
I
Parker's
narrow
kid?
my
Back in
eyes
the
at him.
teens.
Just
Yeah,
that.
Right then.
Oh wait, they're married?
I'm so glad I'm wearing my blue blouse,
Yeah,
which is
TV.
conveniently
Don't you
low
better.
cut.
No,
I
no.
stalk around the table,
And they're
bending
married.
low at every available opportunity.
From where's their stuff?
Christian and I follow my behind and my cleavage whenever I
Really?
can.
So the
Two
first
play
time
at that
around,
game.
the witches seemed to
I
be a
glance
What?
at him.
little
Did he play with Jordan?
You know what?
I know what you're
I
doing.
find
He
public
whispers,
school in
his
America.
eyes
Really?
dark.
If you can
I
ask
tilt my head
somebody
coquettishly to
point
one
blank
side,
if they're gay and
gently
it's not
fondling
offensive
my
either way.
cue,
You still play
running
you
my
nothing like that
hand
one.
up and down it slowly.
But
Oh,
back in the 70s, like,
I'm
what?
just deciding where to take my
But
next shot.
nowadays, you know, like, hey, you lesbian, are you gay? Like, no,
Leaning
she
across, I hit the orange stripe into a
That's
better
nice.
position.
Too.
I then stand directly in front of Christian
like high
and
school
take the
man,
rest from
So
underneath
why
the
was he big?
table. I
There
line
was-
up my next shot.
There was someone considered Stackhouse to be the top player from out of North Carolina since Michael Jordan, and I have watched them. Really? Why?
He comes to stand behind me
And
while
I even
I'm
know it
still bent
existed
over the
until
table
tonight, so.
and places his hand on my backside.
Like during the summer. I'd never
Are
heard
you
of Hocus
turning
Pocus.
this around to
Never heard
taunt
of
me,
it.
Miss Steele?
I knew that
And he smacks me
Midler is in it
hard.
because they just said
I
so.
gasp,
But
Yes.
I couldn't tell you what it was.
because it's
about.
true.
I wouldn't think
I
you had
didn't
the
know.
demographics for that movie.
I rub my behind as he wanders to the other end of the table, leans over, and takes his shot.
Is that right?
He
Yes.
hits the red ball, and it shoots into the left side pocket.
Down that head.
He aims for the yellow, top right, and it just misses. I grin. Red room, here we
Suck
come.
him off?
I taunt him. He merely raises an eyebrow and directs me to continue. I make quick work of the green stripe, and by some fluke manage to not get the final orange stripe.
Years ago, and now you guys have found each other.
It's as if he's talking about something else,
Media or
something dark.
funny enough,
Not
LinkedIn.
Top,
LinkedIn, really?
left
I
hand.
knew that had to be good for
I take
something.
aim over the black, hit
Okay,
it,
cool.
but miss.
And you
It
guys live
skirts
together.
wide.
Yeah,
Damn.
that's wild, man. Good for you.
Christian smiles a wicked grin as he leans over the table and makes short work of the two remaining solids.
Good luck.
I am practically panting, watching him. His live body stretching over the table. He stands and chomps his food. His eyes burning into me.
in California are receiving
I
so-called
win.
inflation relief payments soon. Some
Oh,
people are getting
yes.
direct deposits as early as
I'm
today.
going to
Middle-class
spank you.
tax refund
Then fuck
approved
you
by lawmakers
over
in
this
June.
lawyer
Those
table.
eligible will receive $200 to $1,050
Every
depending on
single
tax filing
muscle
status and
south of
income.
my
People
navel
can learn
twitches
more at
hard. Top right. Pointing
taxrefund.ca.gov.
to the black,
This is brought to you by Los
and
Angeles
bends to
Tennis
take the
Group,
shot.
the leader of 4 illegal casinos in Santa Ana.
Chapter 11.
Guilty to multiple federal charges.
With easy grace, Christian taps the white ball so that it glides across the table, kisses the black, and oh so slowly, the black rolls, teeters on the edge, and finally drops into the top right pocket of the billiard table. Damn. He stands, and his mouth twists in a triumphant, I so own your steel smile. Putting down his cue, he saunters casually toward me, all tousled hair, jeans, and white t-shirt. He doesn't look like a CEO. He looks like a bad boy from the wrong side of town. Holy cow. It's so fucking sexy. You're not going to be a sore loser, are you? He murmurs, barely containing his grin. Depends on how hard you spank me.
Walker's
I
wife said
whisper,
she tried to be a
holding
mediator
on
to
to my
first
cue
one
for
woman.
some
worried?
water.
He's running to
He takes my cue and puts it to one side,
on an
hooks his finger
anti-abortion
into the top
platform
of my
has
shirt,
denied paying
and
for
pulls me
abortion
toward
in 2009.
well,
Extreme heat and
let's
drought
count
damaged the cotton harvest
misdemeanors
in the
this
U.S.
scale.
U.S. produces around
He
35%
counts
of
on
the
his
world's
long
crop.
fingers.
Forecasters and
1,
agricultural economists
making
say
me
cotton
jealous
farmers
of
in
my
Texas
own
could have
staff.
been in nearly
2,
70% of what they planted in the
arguing with
spring,
me about
which could
working.
make it the
And
worst harvest
3,
in more than 10 years.
leaving your
Losses
delectable
to the
TRILLIONAIRE
area of
for the last
$1.2
20
billion.
minutes.
We will look at some
His
trouble
eyes
on the
glow
fly
a
right after
soft
this.
gray with
Well, you want to sell your
excitement.
home and get out
Leaning
of
down,
Dodge
he
before
rubs
this
his
housing
nose
bubble
against mine.
collapses on all of us,
I
right?
want you to take your
Kick it out
jeans
off
and
the
this
college,
very
maybe, where
fetching
they're on their
shirt
own.
off.
And you got a big
Now,
house, you don't need a big house anymore,
he
and you
plants a
want to do
feather
it
soft
renovations,
kiss on my
repairs, or even
lips,
showing.
wanders nonchalantly
Sunday
over to the
is
door,
your new
and
technology
turns.
out. Sunday's marketplace can connect
When
you
he
with
turns
over
and gazes at
10,000
me, his
property
eyes are
investors.
burning.
And they bid
I
on your
stand
house, and you
paralyzed
get the
like a
best
complete
possible
zombie.
price. Sellers get
My
a
heart
9
pounding,
offers
my blood
within
pumping,
4 days.
not
Right?
actually able
And
to
if none of them
move a
are to your
muscle.
liking, you can say no.
In my mind,
No harm, no
all
foul.
I can think
But
is,
that's a lot of offers. You
this
can pay
is
zero
for him.
fees to Sunday.
The thought repeating
Zero
like a mantra
fees
over
to
and
Sunday.
over again.
So phone them up. You may
Clothes,
also be
Anastasia.
eligible for $10,000
You appear
cash
to still
advance
be wearing them.
prior to closing.
Take them off, or I will
You'll
do
have
it
cash
for
in
you.
your pocket, man. Good for
You
you.
do it.
Phone them up.
I finally find my voice,
833-299-6786.
and it sounds
Get great
low.
feedback. The
Remember,
company
yo?
will use them and
Christian
sell their home
grins.
quickly.
Oh,
And
I don't know why they don't sell it already.
it's a dirty job, but I think I can rise to the challenge. You normally rise to most challenges, Mr. Gray.
833-299-6786.
I raise an eyebrow at him,
website,
and he smirks.
Sunday.com,
Why, steal?
SUNDAE.com/offers. Sunday.com/offers.
On his way over to me, he pauses at the small desk built into one of the bookshelves. Reaching over, picks up a 12-inch Perspex ruler. He holds each end and flexes it, his eyes welcoming mine.
90s in the valleys, upper 80s and a
Holy
chance
shit,
of rain in the IE.
his weapon
Roughly
of
the same
choice.
Sunday, then temps
My
will drop
mouth
to degrees
goes
on the
dry.
same Monday. Now let's head out on the 5.
I'm hot and bothered.
Are you done?
And all the right
It's along
places.
the north-south side, coming
Only
up on
Christian
Van
can
Nuys
turn me on
Boulevard.
with just
That's
a look
where
and the
the
flex
car's
of a
mostly
ruler.
off to the shoulder, but it's
He
in
slips
that
it into
space
the back
right
pocket of
between
his
the
jeans
right
and
lane
ambles
and
toward
the
me.
off-ramp of
Eyes
the
dark
triangular
with full
area. So
promise.
Cognizant
Without
drive,
saying a
leaving the
word, he drops
170.
to his
And
knees
let's
in
also
front of
stay on
me
that 5
and starts
northbound
to
in Half
undo
State.
my
It's got the
laces.
right lane closed
Quickly and
at
efficiently,
Lake Hughes Road, and
dragging
it's
both
also
of
the
my
causing some
Converses
slow
and
traffic
socks
this
off.
evening. We're heading
I
out
lean on the
to
side of the billiard table so I
Fullerton,
don't fall.
57 South Bennett.
Gazing
And
down
the
at
back
him
up
as
for
he
West
undoes my
traffic still
laces.
kind of heavy
I
getting
marvel
away
at the
from
depth of
Imperial
feeling that I
Highway
have for
and
this
in
man.
Downey on the
I love
105
him.
eastbound before Bellflower
He grabs
Boulevard.
my
They
hips,
pulled the wreck out of
slips his
lanes and
fingers into the
traffic is slow
waistband of
moving
my
off
jeans and
710.
undoes the button
KFI in the
zipper.
sky. Helps get
He
you there
peers up
faster.
his
I'm
long
Amy
lashes,
Martinez.
hiding his most suspicious grin as he slowly peels my jeans off. I step out of them, glad that I'm wearing these pretty white lace panties, and he grasps the back of my legs and runs his nose along the inlets of my thighs.
That's why I'm strong for it.
I want to quite rough with you, and you have to tell stop. It's too much.
Visit Optum.com/California.
I
Optum and Optum Care are trademarks of Optum Incorporated.
There.
On the Happiness
I
Formula
love
podcast,
suffering.
Dr. Barry Shore,
Safe
best-selling author of
I
The Paradox
never-
of Choice and Why We Work,
No
helps you
safe
tackle
word.
life's
Just
biggest
tell me to stop.
decisions. Join the eminent psychologist as he combines vivid case examples
me
with
again,
psychological
nuzzling me.
insights to deliver
Oh,
vital
that
takeaways
feels
you can use every day.
He stands up, his stare intense. Answer me. He orders, his voice velvet soft. Yes,
Listen to the
Yes,
Happiness
I
Formula
understand.
on the iHeartRadio app
I'm
or wherever
puzzled by
you
his
get your podcasts.
insistence.
And paid for by the Sentinel Group.
We've been dropping
Attention,
hints
this
and
is an
giving
important
mixed
message for anyone
signals all
that has been
day,
diagnosed with
Anastasia.
cancer after
He
using such
says,
products as
"You said
Johnson
you
&
were
Johnson
worried I
baby
lost my
powder and
edge.
shower to shower.
I'm not sure what you
Recent
meant by
studies have
that.
shown that
And I
using
don't know
talcum
how
powder can
serious
cause
you were.
ovarian cancer.
But we are
If
going
you
to
or a
find
loved
out.
one has been diagnosed
I
with
don't
ovarian
want to go
cancer
back
after
into the
using
labor
these products, then you
So
may be
he
entitled
tried
to
this now.
significant
But if
compensation.
you don't like
In
it,
July
what's the
2018, the
promise?
jury
Tell
awarded
me.
$4.7
A
billion
burning
to
intensity
22
born
women
of his
with ovarian
anxiety
cancer with
replaces
links
his
to
earlier
Johnson & Johnson's
cockiness.
talcum-based products.
Whoa.
Don't wait another day to see if you're eligible.
Anxious
Call us
question.
at
I'll tell you.
800-811-7905.
No safe word. I
That's
reiterate to reassure him.
800-811-7905.
We're
Our
lovers,
network of attorneys are
Anastasia.
ready to fight for
Lovers
you,
don't
and you'll pay
use safe
nothing
words.
unless there's a recovery
He
in your
frowns.
favor. Time
Do
restrictions
they?
may apply. So call now.
I guess not.
800-811-7905. That's
I promise.
911
He searches my face for any clue that I might lack the courage of my convictions, and I'm nervous, but excited too. I'm much happier to do this, knowing that he loves me. It's very simple to me, and right now, I don't want to overthink it.
And more information about
A
contests
slow
on this
smile
station, go to
stretches across his face, and he starts to unbutton my shirt, his deft fingers making short work of it, though he doesn't take it off.
what it means.
He leans over and picks up the key. Oh, fuck. What's he going to do with that? A frisson of fear runs through me. You play well, Miss Steele. I must say, I'm surprised. Why don't we see
Radio app.
my fear forgotten? I've helped, wondering why the hell he should be surprised.
Starting this
Sexy,
week,
arrogant
yeah, I get
bastard.
some relief.
My inner goddess is limpering up in the background, doing her floor exercises. A great wide smile on her face. I position the white ball. Christian strolls back around the table and stands right behind me as I lean over to take my shot. He places his hand on my right thigh and runs his fingers up and down my leg, up to my behind, and back again, lightly stroking me. I am going to miss if you keep doing that, I whisper, closing my eyes and relishing the
Hey,
feel
so
of his hands
we
on
got a
me.
crazy,
I don't care.
very close battle for mayor of the
I
city
just
of Los
wanted to see
Angeles
you like
coming up,
this,
huh?
partially dressed, stretched out on my billiard table. You have any idea how hot the blood is will be. I flush, and my inner goddess grabs a rose between her teeth and starts to tango. Taking a deep breath, I try to ignore him and line up my shot. It's impossible. He caresses my behind over and over again. Top left, I murmur, then hit the white ball. He smacks me hard, squarely on my backside. It's so unexpected, I yell.
So,
The
who do
white
you think
hits
is
the black,
winning
which
these debates?
bounces off the cushion wide of the pocket. Christian caresses my behind again. Oh, I think you need to try that again. He whispers. You should concentrate on the stage left. I'm panting now, excited by this game. He strolls to the end of the table, sets up the black ball again, and runs the white ball back down to me. He looks so carnal, dark eyes and fastidious smile. How could I ever resist him? I catch the ball and line it up, ready to strike again. He admonishes. Just wait. Oh, he just loves prolonging the action. He wanders back and stands behind me again. I close my eyes once more as he strokes my left thigh this time, then fondles my backside again. I can't help my nose as desire twists and turns inside me. And I try, really try, to think about which should hit the black or the white. I shift slightly to my right, and he follows me. I bend over the table once more. Using every last vestige of inner strength, which has diminished considerably since I know what happened once I strike the white ball. I take aim and hit the white ball. Christian smacks me once more, hard. Ow! I miss again. Oh, no!
I know I've lived in the city of Los Angeles for a while.
And if you miss this time,
But the content was quite different. One of the pups was about police offering experimental abortions to
he
teenagers.
starts like the black ball once more and walks.
Another said police were forcing him in one
Until he stands behind me,
was people
pressing
regularly
my backside once more.
was to encourage homelessness to New York City due to starvation.
Oh,
Another said the police
how
were
do you
offering
like
merchandise
this?
to become
I
police
push my
officers,
thigh
but it
back
strongly
against his
encouraged
hand.
minorities
He
to
smacks
not
me lightly.
The police were not
Here,
adherents.
Miss Steele.
They showed us learning about the past along the lines that they would find the perpetrator.
Well,
Placing the pressure, slipped down the
he
page,
gently
and
slides my hands down my thighs and off.
Really appreciate that,
police
buddy.
I can't see what he does with them.
Joe, the issue is, I think you're always breaking up a few judges to get a lot of national play on that
should
program.
be located no back by
I will search forever on Facebook. This is so not going to happen. I know I'm ignoring this. I line up the web to start taking pictures, and in my locations, missing the black to be cleavers. I wait for the glow, and it doesn't come. Instead, he leans right over it, and the black breaks to crease out of my hand and rolls into the side of the lawn. I feel the constitution against my backside. Just softly in my chin. My cheek is chest against the ribs. I tense the sex. He shifts, so we stand to my left side. Nose arms and rejects my hand. I glow in my heart shoots into my mouth. My breath pushed in short pants, and a hot tender sight pulses through my veins. Gently, he presses my behind and curls his other hand around me and my neck. His fingers tighten around my hair. His elbow at my back. I to see if you will. For a moment, I hesitated because the sex is so hard. The noise is constant racing and it makes the rest nuts. I gasp, scream, hits the again. First draft of it. Don't have right or right else. He orders. The lawyers. I open my legs, panting. The barrier strikes again. Ow! As the crowd cries to clear the silence towards the uncomfortable learning experience, I close my eyes and absorb the pain. It's not too bad. As Grace is trying to establish financial credibility, he hits the dining again and again, and that's what the onion does here. I am not sure how many more strokes I can bear. It's humbling getting here in his roots, knowing how far volume he is, my arousal and my willingness to continue. I am closer to the dark side, a place in my psyche I don't know well, but I am free for
And they also host all those readings as well. By the way, I heard somebody, let's say, a cool station in LA is doing all the Fox 11 News. Is that correct?
And once more,
Are you trying to see the question? Right. I don't know if they're in the news or not.
the word is actually my mouth before I'm straight away when I said it.
That is okay. She hasn't that's her now. She hasn't started yet. But this is actually a long time friend of mine. We went to UFC together back in the day.
He says, his voice cracked. Yes, he undresses fly as I lie panting on the table, knowing that he's going to run. I marvel once more at how I am jealous. And yes, it is joy. Start to trust the reach. It's so loud. It's so weird. He seizes two fingers inside me.
Either A, to stay here for another second, but I'm only going to ask you
Closing my eyes, I double the
questions.
sensation.
Or B,
I hear the telltale bit of oil. Standing behind me, deepening my legs, pushing wider. He slowly sinks into the justice of the belly. I hear his groan and real pleasure as he screams my soul. He presses my hips firmly.
Man,
He's
oh
out
man,
of the air.
I've
This
never heard
time
that
he
story
reaches back
before.
into me,
But
possibly
that's
cry
a
out.
like
He smiles
couple.
my hand to
That's
me.
like a power couple in the news.
He asks softly, yes,
All right, sit back and
I'm fine.
good. I like to know how they met, where they went, where they dated, how long they dated.
I murmur
Whose
breathlessly.
idea was he broke up with her? Did they stay friends
Gazes
afterwards?
at me once
Did
more.
my daughter
He
together?
glares into me
What?
and repeats this
All right,
over
big
and
Alex
over.
Michael. Live on KFI AM 640 Edward, the Iowa Radio. One is now in KFI 24 Newsroom with Muslim. A baseball player, El Camino Real High
My
School.
insides begin to
Dying
quicken.
from fentanyl
He feels it
overdose.
too.
White House said President Biden warning that the world is
Pushing
against the nuclear
higher,
weapon.
harder,
No one should
faster.
underestimate the
And then
extraordinary
surrender,
danger of Russian
exploding
deployment of
around
nuclear
him.
weapons in
A
war
train
against
of
Ukraine.
soul-grabbing
One
orgasm
reason
is
out of the
spent
production of
and
The Devil in the
exhausted.
White City based on the book by Eric
I'm
Larson.
vaguely aware that Christian duties let me go.
We'll look at the drive
Calling
on the
my
101
name,
right after
his
this.
fingers digging into my
Let's talk about
hips,
refund.
and then he
Getting
stills
refunds,
and
right?
collapses
You
on
got
me.
5 or more employees.
We sink
You
to
might
the
be looking at
floor,
how to go.
his fingers in his
$26,000
arms.
per employee. Huge. Everybody get refunds.com.
Covering my
Get
uncaring
refunds.com
face
to cut
with
the red
soft,
tape because
feather-like
they see the money
kisses.
that you deserve.
I open my eyes and gaze up at him, and he wraps his arms tighter around me.
GetRefunds.com does all the work.
He
No
murmurs,
upfront, no
rubbing my
upfront
face
cost.
tenderly.
That's big, right?
How was that?
It's a tax refund.
His
It's only
eyes are
available for
wide,
limited time.
cautious.
And right now, go to
Teeth
GetRefunds.com. Click on the
clenching
qualifying
good.
refund.
I like it rough, Christian,
And if you do, you can answer
and
a few
I like it
questions.
gentle
If
too.
you're eligible, then
I
they go
like
work.
that it's
Trying to
with
get you that
you.
job.
He
GetRefunds.com.
closes his eyes and
No
hugs
risk,
me
high
even tighter.
reward.
Jeez, I'm tired.
GetRefunds.com. Mostly sunny tomorrow.
Never
Highs
fail,
from the mid-70s in the beaches to 90s in the valleys. This
Beautiful,
report brought to you by
bright,
personal injury
challenging,
firm Owen Patterson and Owen.
sexy,
Southern California
and I
Toyota
think
dealers. Let's go
divine
places. It is
providence
slow
every
on
day.
101 at Sherman Oaks.
He kisses my hair. I smile and nod against his chest. I'm wearing out. He continues.
It's still loading up out of Griffith Park on the 134 eastbound Lincoln Falls Hope, and that
We are
driver still
both
on
in
Federal to
Christian's
make their
bath,
way past
facing each
Fernando
other,
Road in
chin deep in
Glendale.
foam.
Crowded out of
Sweet scented
Pasadena,
jasmine
210
enveloping
eastbound,
us.
just about Mountain,
Christian is
and
massaging
heading
my
still ahead
feet,
into
one
Arcadia.
at a time.
Hey, Ally in the Sky,
Feels
help get
so
you there
good.
faster.
It should
I'm
be
Angel Martinez.
Can I ask you something?
Your
I
family
murmur.
over 40
Of
years
course,
of experience
anything,
helping
Anna.
thousands
Know
of
that.
accident victims. Our team won't rest
I
until
take a
you
deep breath
arrest
and
after
sit
an
up,
accident. If you've been
flinching
injured,
only
call us at
slightly.
888-OPO-WIN
Tomorrow,
or OPO.com.
when I go to work,
This report is
can
sponsored
Sawyer
by
just
Chuck.
deliver me to the front door of the office and pick me up at the end of the day? Please, Christian, please. I can't still as the black
Thanks for joining us for your 5 News at 6. I'm your
Eligible voters are
Rutherford County Sheriff's Office
unable
confirmed
because of
Deputy
problems
Paul
with their
Redmore
voting
is
registration.
that case
so I don't have to
number
go out.
Based on the
5
ballot
News
in
reporter Rachel
national,
Williams
state,
is
and
live in
local
Crawford County
elections
with your
to make
reaction
decisions
tonight.
that impact your
I
life.
find it very
To make
difficult
sure
to
you're
see
registered to vote
America
and to
officials
receive
here at the
all
Sheriff's
important
Office
election
confirmed
information,
those
text
deputies were
VOTER
fired
to
over the last week or so.
26797.
go
To
out.
And that
learn
took
about
place on a
early
mission
voting
of
or to
leave.
request
Since
a
late
mail-in
August
ballot to
after
vote
the
from
video
home,
of the
text
arrest
VOTER
went around.
to
Now, there's
26797
that
or
video
visit
that was
I
captured
may
by
not bust
police in
my
early
knees
August.
sloshing
It
water
shows officers
everywhere.
holding
I
Ricky
kiss
protester
everything.
down outside a
Almost
Missouri
like
gas station,
this.
punching and kicking him as he tried to arrest him.
Sore,
Two adult
but not
officers
too
worked
bad.
for the Crawford
The
County
water
Sheriff's Office. The others worked for a
I'm
local
glad
drug
you
police
told me to
department.
stop.
All three were
So,
immediately placed on a mission of leave. Today,
so is
the
my
sheriff
time.
confirms Deputy Eli White and Zach King have been fired.
I
We
stretch
asked the
out
sheriff,
today.
the sheriff
So
commented
tired.
that they have not
It's
been
only
we have not
10:30.
heard
It
back.
feels like
The attorney for both White and King says he has no comment right now. There is no transfer when Redmore says to Dan under arrest. The man that was under arrest in that video. The third officer in that video then ran over
I had no idea.
Check on the
I
status
was
today.
wearing a
The
t-shirt.
sheriff tells us he is to employed and remains on a mission of leave.
His face softened.
Medical assessors
He
leave a
leans
team
over and
pass
kisses
file
my
a lawsuit
forehead.
against all three officers and their employers. So they say today's news
So
environment
that's
doesn't
how we
change
talk.
anything. It does add disturbing to the case. Live in Crawford County, Rachel Williams,
I
5 News. All
Nutritional
right,
psychiatrist
Rachel,
is
thanks.
the
This
maker.
all comes as special prosecutor Ian Rabbi indicates that her attorney if the officers used excessive force and if they should face criminal charges. As the case moves forward, you can get updates sent straight to your phone by downloading our free 5 News app and opting in
It's
to
raining
breaking news
outside for the first
notifications.
time in ages. The light is muted and mellow. I'm cozy and comfortable in this vast modern hallway with Christian at my side. I stretch and turn to the delicious man beside me. His eyes spring open and he blinks sleepily. Good morning. I smile and caress his face, leaning down to kiss him.
Crenshaw LAX extension is opening. It's
I
free this
usually wait
weekend.
before the
And
alarm goes off.
exploding electric
He
cars
murmurs and wonders.
in Florida.
Set so
Go
early.
for the local
That
apartment.
is easy.
Pretty tough.
Christian
All
grins.
right,
I
Alex
have to
Michaelson
get
is
up.
with us,
He
and
kisses
he's
me,
he'll
and then
spot
he's up
for
and out of bed.
news along with
I flop back against
is.
the pillows.
And we just found out that
Wow.
we didn't find
Waking
just
up
find
on a
out that he
school
went to
day next to
USC.
Christian
But
Grey. How did this
we
all
just found out
happen?
that while he was
I close
at
my eyes
at
and
USC,
doze.
he dated
Come on, sleepyhead.
Christina
Get up.
Pascucci. So we
Christian
got to
leans
ask him
over
some
me.
questions here. And
He's
he's back with us. Alex, you're on the hot seat, buddy. Welcome to
He
KFI.
smells so good. In a crisp white shirt and black suit. No tie. The CEO is back. What?
All right, so how did you
He
guys
asks.
meet? And you
I
guys been
wish
friends
you'd
for
come back
quite a
to
while,
bed.
huh?
His lips part, surprised by my come on, and he smiles almost shyly. Our insatiable stew. As much as that I do the meals, I haven't eaten, so I have to go to sleep. Oh, I've slept for another hour or so. Shit. I leap out of bed, much to Christian's amusement. I shower and dress quickly, wearing the clothes I set out yesterday. A fitted gray pencil skirt, pale gray silk shirt, and high-heeled black pumps. All care of my wardrobe. I brush my hair and carefully put it up, then wander out to the great room, not really knowing what to expect. How am I going to get to work? Christian is sipping coffee at the breakfast bar. Mrs. Jones is in the kitchen making pancakes and bacon.
I don't think so.
You look
I'm
lovely,
not sure exactly
Christian
what he
murmurs,
does, but I don't think
wrapping
he's
an arm around me, kisses me under my ear.
like very
Out of the
comfortable.
corner of my eye, I catch Mrs. Jones' smile.
On a scale of 1 to 10,
flush.
how depressed were you that she had moved on and
She
was
says,
married to somebody else?
pancakes and bacon in front of me. Oh, thank you. Good morning. I don't know.
I was surprised. I think he's on in the morning. I think
She
he's
says, try to take lunch for
a lot of time to get over that.
I glance at Christian, who is trying very hard not to smirk. I narrow my eyes at him. A sandwich? Salad? I really don't mind. I beam at Mrs. Jones. Well, let's not have pastries today. Please, Mrs. Jones. Call me Anna. She smiles and turns to me. Wow. I turn and cock my head at Christian. Sounds genius. Go on.
Allegedly negotiated the price with the hotel.
Have a good day at the office, dear. I call after him. He turns and walks to his usual smile.
Happened
Then
inside
he's
that
gone.
depends on who you
Mrs.
ask.
Jones hands me a cup of tea
Police,
and says
she
I feel
the money
awkward.
she received was a tip, and she never viewed it as payment for sex.
How long have you
She
lived with
claims to have
Christian?
asked her to come to
I
his
asked.
room to spend time with
When I
him.
ought to be somewhere.
She likes to see two of both of their clothes, but his privates in her face
She says
gets her to
pleasantly. And she says about me
having
having
entered
flushed.
She told police she told Thibodeau she was
What?
married and that she
I
did
got
not
up,
want to do anything.
embarrassed,
But she convinced officers that he had consensual sex with the clerk. He told investigators the clerk never asked him to stop during the sexual acts, and that the clerk was a sexual said they did
She smiles
to
very
have sex with
sweetly at
him.
me.
He did record
My
her
cheeks
guilty
flush
after
with
the sex
pleasure,
acts,
and I
saying
want
she
to
had
know
a
how
husband
this
when
woman
he
was Christian.
showed up to
She must
the
know so much about me.
initially told them
And
he
although
was
her
sure
manner
that
is
they were there,
warm and
and
friendly,
though the officers
it's also very professional. I know I'll only embarrass both of us if I start the investigation. So I finish my breakfast in a reasonably comfortable silence, punctuated only by her questions on the
Where
table.
he was arrested, officers first tried to charge him with
25 minutes later, Sawyer appears at the entrance to the great room. I have brushed my teeth and I'm ready to go. Clutching my brow to rush back, I can't even remember my mom doing this for me. Sawyer and I head to the first floor via elevator. He is very taciturn too, gives nothing away. Taylor is waiting in the lobby, and I climb into the rear passenger seat when Sawyer opens the door. Good morning, Taylor. I smile brightly. Yes, do you? He smiles. Taylor, I'm sorry about yesterday and my inappropriate remarks. I hope I didn't get you into trouble. Taylor frowns in amusement at me from the rear view mirror as he pulls out into the Seattle traffic.
To get a job
Still,
at KFI.
I'm rare.
I have been here, it'll be 13 years in January, and I'm the newest guy on the station. He'll handle Fenya longer, Shannon Ferris Fenya longer, so is Gary Hoffman, so is
I'm
John,
glad to hear it,
Colbell,
Taylor.
Town Poe,
I
and
smile.
George Story. Everyone's been on the station longer than I have, and I've been here
Jack
13 years.
gazes at me, assessing my appearance as I make my way to my desk.
Thanks.
Good morning, Anna.
Thanks.
Yes, thanks. You? It was good.
You can think
It's
that
so
way.
thin. I have
And
more to read.
you know that, and so that
I
I think
nod
that
and
for
sit down at my
Babette and
computer.
for Christina
It
that
seems like
wanted
years
bigger
since I was at
roles,
work.
I think they
I
like
switch
you
on my
get bigger
computer and
roles.
fire up
Where's
my
Lynette
email
at TVC? I
program.
love that
And of
interview.
course,
Lynette
there's an
Henry
email
at
from
Channel
Christian.
4. She's going to be the weekday
From
morning
Christian
anchor at
Gray.
Channel 4.
Subject,
So instead of,
boss.
of course, the weekend,
Date,
she's not every
June
weekend.
13th,
Yeah, it's a great.
2011.
And I know there was so much
8:24.
attention when she left. People were so
Anastasia
outraged.
Steele.
But Lynette is getting a better job for
I just
more
wanted
money
to
at another
thank you
station
for a
where she
wonderful
can have
weekend
weekends off.
despite
So,
the long
and
travel.
where
Are you friends with her? Do you text her?
I'm not going to take you to jail
And
today
just to
for
remind you
outside
that
registration.
Lynette, I genuinely with Lynette, but we're not, I don't have the number, I'm not like in touch with her.
Christian Gray.
I like Lynette a lot.
Very
And
synthesizes
If you run
focus
into her, tell her that you see
and Rebecca's boss.
yeah, I just think she's a lot. I think she's there. I think she's true. She's like a lot. I'm saying that
I barely know the man.
Please have her call us.
From
She's got a community
Anastasia
question
Steele.
talk about dating.
Subject, bossy. Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:03.
Is that it?
Dear Mr. Gray, are you
Yes,
asking me?
You just did a video
Of course, I remember that the evidence of your epic stop
to flash your lights
There
and
you go.
on
I think you want to get a sport better.
If you want me to check out the
And then when you know
together and
it's
send
okay,
to
I'm
your
going to
dad,
get radio message.
please don't delete this email.
Exclusive footage you're about to see, however.
That's the only thing
ILY.
that's brutal right now is
Those incidents I think you might see
Anastasia Steele.
on YouTube.
Assistant
Frankly,
Jack
disgusted
Hyde, Editor.
by the actions of this deputy that you'll see within Nicholas County, West Virginia Sheriff's Department.
Yes,
Watch
I
the footage.
flush and Jack
You
found
count
me.
the constitutional violations that you don't count. The constitutional violations,
I
and then
scramble
we'll
up
get
and take my
together
husband
and
into his office. As you probably remember,
My buddy, the best will talk to you about next week. And tonight, 10:30,
I have
the issue is
tickets
on
and reservations,
Select.
but I'd like you to come with me.
My God, my show, we're live on iHeartRadio, the iHeartRadio app.
We'll
It's
meet
free.
you
You
in
can
stay
get
and
it
stay
everywhere.
overnight.
So go get the
I
app,
think you'll find it a
download the
very
show, and
educational
start listening to regular
experience.
voice.
His eyes darken as he says this, but his smile is polite.
You've decided to listen to
Necessary
KFR.
travel
Be
arrangements.
eager to make it progress.
Additional room at the hotel where I'm staying. If we remember my wife is here, look all the details handy somewhere.
Pretty stuff.
Okay. I smile while I'm getting down.
First rule sitting there right
I'm on your last night out. This is not going to go down well with me. The fact is, I want to know. Sounds like you are. And I'm sure you flash arms links and chats and stuff to your phone. Back in my desk, there's a response from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, bossy. Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:07. To Anastasia Steele. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. Does want me to I put my head in my hands to try and recover my wits. This is all I need after my extraordinary weekend. I haven't had a moment to myself and understand all that I have experienced and discovered these last 2 days. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, clearance. Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:14. Christian Gray. Christian, what happened to walking before you run? Can we talk about this tonight, please? I've been asked to go to a conference in New York on Thursday. It means an overnight stay on Wednesday. Just thought you should know. Thanks. Anastasia Steele. Assistant Jack Hyde, Editor, SID. From Christian Gray. Subject, what? Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:21. To Anastasia Steele. Yes. Let's talk this week. Going over Christian Gray. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings, Inc. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, no full shout capitals on a Monday morning. Date, June 13th, 2011, 9:40. To Christian Gray. Can we talk about this tonight? A. X. Anastasia Steele. Assistant Jack Hyde, Editor, SID.
Migrants to the city is not
From
sustainable.
Christian
Eric
Gray.
Adams says
Subject.
migrants have been sent with no
Haven't
planning
seen
and
the
have
shouty
made possible
yet.
for the city to meet
Date.
their needs when they
June
arrive.
13th,
At least
2011, 9:35.
The majority are adults who cannot legally work in this country. Many of them
The answer is no. Override daily budget. Christian Gray. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings.
Despite the new rules, if you carry a
My heart sings.
Six Flags Magic Mountain has updated its bag policy, target capture limit.
From
The
Anesthesia
Anesthesia
Steel.
Price Test, the size of that allowed in has been reduced
Shouty
to
yet.
12 by 12 inches inches.
June 13th,
And all bags will be
2011,
accurate screening.
9:46.
This is part of enhanced public safety
Christian
measures.
Gray. Yes. This is Jack. I want
Six
to
Flags
go.
also announced
It's an
they'll no
exciting
longer
opportunity
accept
for
cash
me,
in the park.
and I have never been to before.
Kiosks
I
and
don't think
parks
your
so people
nickels
can
are
think
twists.
their cards
Anesthesia
versus
Steel.
Then you
Assistant
can
Jack High.
find
Editor.
We'll pick up the drive on 405 right after this. One of the biggest
Christian Gray.
decisions you'll ever make.
Subject.
Marriage to selecting a senior living
Yet.
for a parent or
Date.
grandparent.
June
We'll only
13th,
take you to help you make
2011,
that decision here.
9:52.
Roundtree Gardens. I've
Anesthesia
been
Steel.
there 100 times. I've been
Assistant
there
Gray.
50 times.
It's not mine, but the workers I am worried about. The
And
answer
Roundtree
is
Gardens
no.
is far and away the
Christian
finest
Gray.
senior living community
CEO,
I've ever
Gray
seen.
Enterprises Holdings, Inc.
The campus is huge, gorgeous, lot of
I
surrounding
shout at my
trees,
computers,
parks,
causing the entire
gardens,
office to come to a
cottages,
standstill
apartments,
and
very
stare.
spacious, very clean.
Jack peers
The
out from
floors,
his
the
office.
resort class,
Well,
menu, and the dining rooms are
yes,
unbelievable.
sorry,
High-end breakfast,
I muttered.
every single meal.
I,
Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
just
But
didn't
the
say the
biggest reason
document.
is the sound. There's
I am
very
snarling with embarrassment.
So whether your loved one can live independently or they need assisted living or
I
skilled
take
nursing,
several breaths
the
to
offer is
quickly type a response.
Roundtree Gardens knows
No
what
math.
you're going through.
From
And you're taking it to the
Anesthesia
right
Steel.
place at the right
Subject.
Very
50
important.
Shades.
Very big decision.
Date. June 13th,
Visit
2011,
RoundtreeGardens.com.
9:55.
RoundtreeGardens.com.
Christian Gray. Question. You need to get a break. I am not going to see Jack. Not for all of these stupid China. I am love. That's what happens when people love each other. They trust each other. I don't think you were going to sleep with, stay, fuck, or with anyone else. I have faith and trust in you. Please extend the same courtesy to me. Assistant Jack High.
Earlier passed from the 405
I
north to
say,
the 101
with a
has been
response.
wrapped up in
Nothing
leftover
arrived.
delays.
I called the airline and booked a ticket for myself. Ensuring I am on the same flight as Jack. You're the team registration email. From LinkedIn, however, subject. Lunch. June 13th, 2011.
Loading the product away from area out of the Bourbon area. We're also seeing the rank on the record report found out of just a part and just about Bob Hope. The traffic in our stadium remains slow on Lane 210 from Fountain Avenue all the way to the 605.
How did you find out my email address?
It's too much
I
down
put
away
my head
from
in my hands.
away from Glenmore Travel as you continue ahead to the 138.
My phone rings and clearly I lift my head to my hands and answer, glancing at the clock.
This view was worth the hype.
And already I have left your
I'm Coldart. Upper
Jack High
60
office,
gets a green
Jack
light for
Steel.
people 45 plus at average risk.
Listen to the
Have you
voice
screened
snarls.
for colon cancer?
Two
Well,
minutes
so
of
wait.
BS
It's more treatable when
right
talking early
before
stages.
some
Coldart is non-invasive and diffuse at home. It detects ulcerative in your stool to find 92% of colon cancer. 92%?
Yes,
Even those in early stages.
Interesting in a clinical study with patients with an OVA, any positive results will be followed by a diagnostic colonoscopy. False positive negative results will occur. However, it's not a replacement for colonoscopy in high-risk patients. Do not use it if you have adenomas, inflammatory bowel disease, hereditary syndrome, or personal or family history of colon cancer.
Most insurance patients pay $0.
I opened my emails and
Provider
noticed
or
one
online
access that
prescriber if
it's
Cologuard
not
is right
that
for
bad.
you. Or
I
visit
just mentioned
Cologuard.com.
Spain and, well,
Jacob and Mike.
it's
If
so
you've been in
shitty.
an accident,
They
call
allow you to do it.
844-24 Jacob.
I pick up my BlackBerry and call his mobile. What? Snaps.
His behavior was disgraceful.
Like,
Don't use and shameful against me a ticket for 2 violations placed on paper, which were allegedly having an on-site registration error, which is garbage, as well as alleged special restrictions on lamps, which was a completely frivolous charge meant to fabricate a non-existent lie, warning Americans about their food waste, laziness, and tyranny just over the road. I couldn't believe this, but really yesterday, in the magistrate court of Nicholas County was taken in stolen Representative himself was being prosecuted by a prosecuting attorney from that county, with the matter presiding over Nicholas County Magistrate Michael Haynes. To show you the details that Magistrate Haynes convicted this man of alleged driving special restrictions on lamps and dismissed the bogus charge of having an on-site registration card because it's thankfully not even on the books anymore, which, by the way, was the offense for which Blaine was placed in handcuffs. If you watch the video between the prosecutor and the magistrate, which of those frankly lies thought it was a good idea to convict this man of a special restriction of lamps. Just looking at the statute, which is clearly not meant to apply to this situation, it makes an explicit exception, saying a different statute allows for flashing lights for the purpose of warning the operators of the vehicles of the presence of a vehicular traffic hazard requiring the exercise of immediate care for approaching, overtaking, passing, etc. I mean, really? Come on. To illustrate the absurdity here, the driver sees a deer in the road, it's a flash oncoming traffic deviations. Officers can bury a car, get charged, and convict him of violating state law and having special budget. No, he can't, because warning other drivers is literally accepted in the statute. Government is an expression of First Amendment rights. It would have the added protection of the Bill of Rights. So it's not a crime because warning oncoming drivers of a speed trap. But since Tackleberry disagrees with the West Virginia legislature on that, and he thinks that he knows better, he's just slowing the protect. And then on top of that, Nicholas Williams, who's clearly a victim here, out of his car and places him in handcuffs for allegedly laughing. Are you kidding me? Really? How many First Amendment violations are there? How many Fourth Amendment violations? As I explained in the prior video on flashing lights, which I'll link in the description, police officers seek to retaliate against drivers warning others of a speed trap that are in fact violating the Fourth Amendment because they're detaining an individual. In the absence of reasonable suspicion of a car, not dead, criminals detained. William here, what he's talking about is literally handcuffs and then arguably engaged in a use of force against him. Arguably wasn't the use of force that his person desired as a diaper. Jack Boone thought it was a use of force for purpose, and it also violates the Fourth Amendment unaccountably. And I'm not going to bring exposure and accountability. You can do your part by sharing this video and subscribing. There will no doubt be updates to this when I approach you. I'll post a copy of the citation or documents for you to see in the blog post. Link in the description. Freedom of spirit. I'll see you next time.
June 2011, 10:52. Anastasia Steel. I have seen how electric you are fighting off one attention. I remember that's how I had the pleasure of seeing my first night. At least the photographer has feelings for you. Sleazeball, on the other hand, does not. He's a serial philanderer. He will try to seduce you. Ask him what happened to his previous I don't want to fight about this. If you want to go to New York, I'll take you.
It's also handy for cleaning off those surprises, such as grind.
read her email again and decide the best way to handle it is to send the research to Sweet. Let him concentrate on her rather than from Anastasia's deal. Subject: March 8th, most irritating baggage. Date: June 30th, 2011. 2. Christian Ray. Christian, while you have been busy interfering in my career and saving your ass from my careless misses, I received the following email from Mrs. Williams. I really don't want to meet her. Even if I did, I am not allowed to leave this building. How she got hold of my email address, I don't know. What would you suggest I do? Her email is below. Anastasia, please do like that money. I think we got off on wrong foot. And I want to
If I'm going 70 and you're going 70 the other way,
Steele, assistant to Jack High, admin, from Christian Gray. Subject: irritating. Date: June 30th, 2011, 11:23. 2. Anastasia Steele. Don't do that. I have invested in this at home. Reach into an attitude. I'll deal. Christian Gray, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. From Anastasia Steele. Subject: Lakers.
and spray painted the hood of my car and some birds in the sky, and then look like a million bucks. You can never tell. I live 2 places that I painted my car, LL.
I am trying to work
walk
so
around
your
the car and tell me
continued
where I
interference
live.
is very distracting.
Because I did a crappy job.
Anastasia
But the
Steele,
other place,
assistant to Jack High, editor,
beautiful. I think I did a
Jack returns after midday and tells me that the work is all free. No, he is still going, and there's nothing he can do to change the management policy. He strides into his office, slamming the door, obviously furious. Why is he so angry? Deep down, I know his intentions are less than honorable, but I am sure I can deal with him. And I wonder what Christian knows about Jack's previous details. I park these thoughts and continue with some work. I resolve to make Christian change his mind, though the prospects are bleak. At 1 o'clock, Jack pulls his head out of the office door. Damn it, Blake's going to Sure, what would you like? Just lost a ride. Anything to drink? Oh, he heads back into his office as I reach for my purse. I promised Christian I wouldn't go out. I sighed. He'll never know, and I'll be quick. Claire from reception offers me her umbrella since it's still pouring with rain. As I head out of the front doors, I pull my jacket around me and take a first glance from both directions. I see the overlarge long umbrella. Nothing seems amiss. There's no sign of ghost girl. I march towards Sweet as I hope inconspicuously down the block to the deli. However, the closer I get to the deli, the more I have a sense that I am being watched. And I don't know if it's my heightened feeling of paranoia or a reality. I hope it's not Layla and God. This extra imagination, my subconscious snaps. Who the hell would want to shoot
Boulevard and these
Within 15 minutes, I am back, safe and sound. I think Christian's extreme paranoia and his overprotective vigilance irritate me. As I take Jack's lunch with him, he glances up
the driving that followed off of the 134 freeway is approaching the 134 eastbound from Ford on Drive. And the drive out of the Sepulveda Pass on the 405 northbound, going up from Getty Center all the way to the 101, where a crash has wrapped up on the 101 connector. So very can I give us an update? This is loading up on the 5 southbound between the 710 and the 605.
As I head back to my desk, I decide not to tell him anything. Otherwise, we might have time to interview on some way. I sit and eat the chicken salad sandwich Mrs. Jones made for me. It's delicious. He makes a mean sandwich. Of course, like a good Christian, chicken and lunch every weekday. The idea is unsettling. I would never have a chance of this well to call the traffic. love.
California, you
To
deserve
find
more.
someone who loves you and doesn't try to control my every
Annual enrollment is October 5th through December 7th. So call
Jack,
United
hi,
Healthcare
Office.
today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar. Now including better time for dental, vision,
My
over-the-counter,
heart
and
sinks
prescription
for
drug
the
coverage.
millionth
Call
time
United
today.
Healthcare at 1-888 call
How the hell
UHC
did you
today.
know?
And speak with a licensed
Jack
therapist.
sent me out for some lunch. I couldn't say no. Are you having me watched? My
Every
scalp
year,
prickles at
millions
the
of eligible
notion.
voters are
No
unable
wonder
to
I
cast a
felt so
ballot because
paranoid.
of problems with their
Someone
voter
does watch
registration.
me.
This November, the
That
cancellations
makes
on
me
ballot in national, state, and local elections can make decisions that impact your election. To make sure you're registered to vote and to receive all important election information, text VOTER to 26797. To learn about early voting or to request a mail-in ballot to vote from home, text VOTER to
You have to
26797
stop
or
this.
visit
I'll talk to you this evening. Unfortunately, I have to work late because I can't go to New York.
300 megabits per second. Advanced Wi-Fi.
I don't want to see
Security and privacy.
you, says quietly.
Unlimited talk, text, and data plus
Well,
nationwide
you are.
Get it all
I
with
have work to
Spectrum
do.
Plus.
I'll talk to you later.
Advanced Wi-Fi
I hang up.
and Spectrum
Feeling
Mobile
drained
Unlimited for only
and
$49.99 a month.
after our wonderful
Spectrum
weekend,
Store today.
reality is hitting home.
Residential customers.
I have never felt
Available in
more
all
like
ages.
money.
Restrictions apply.
Ready to some quiet retreat so I can think about this land,
It's completely
about
free,
how
right?
it is, and
Download the
about
free
how
iHeart
it's
Radio app and listen to KFI.
on one
Also,
level.
totally
I
free.
know
Now,
he's
when you go
broken.
to the gym, to the
I can
store,
see
or
that
even
clearly
right
now.
you can take your
And
favorite
it's
radio
both
station with you.
heartbreaking
But the free
and
iHeart Radio app
exhausting.
is even more than radio.
From the
It's
small
millions
pieces
of
of
podcasts,
precious
from
information
first-time
that
fillers
teach
through
me about his
first-time
life,
memory language,
I
drama treats,
understand
all of
why.
them, along with
And
trailers
I
to
love
fit
this
and
child.
more. Download the free iHeart Radio app and stay connected to the radio stations you love, the music you want, and the podcasts you can't get enough of. Try for free.
I am his. We're not to be kept in some mystery. How am I going to make this? With a heavy heart, I drag one of the manuscripts down once again summarized into my lap. I can think of no reasons and restrictions left up control issues. I will just have to talk to him later. Thanks. Half an hour later, Jack emails me document that I need to type up and polish and have ready to be printed in time for this conference. It will take me not just the rest of the afternoon, but well into the evening too. I set to work. When I look up, it's after 7 and the office is deserted. The light in Jack's office is still on. I hesitate before leaving, but I'm nearly finished. I email the document back to Jack for his approval and check my inbox. There's nothing from Christian, so I quickly glance at my BlackBerry, and it's startled me by buzzing. It's Christian. Hi, I'm Lily. Hi. Finished. By 7:30, I think. I'll see you outside. Okay. He sounds quiet. Nervous even. Why? Wary of my reaction? I'm still mad at you, but that's all. I whisper. We have a lot to talk about. I know. See you at 7:30. Jack comes out of his office. I have to go. See you later. I hang up. I look up at Jack as he strolls casually toward me. I just need a couple of minutes. I feel brief fact. He leans over me while I retrieve the document. Rather close, uncomfortably close. His arm brushes mine. Accidentally, I flinch. He turns about nervous. His other arm rests at the back of my chair, touching my back. I sit up so I'm not leaning against the backrest.
These are signs of the times. Major stores shutting down. At the Burbank Town Center, 2 big box retailers are closing. Bed Bath & Beyond
My
and Sears.
skin
People
crawls
who
in his
spoke to believe the
proximity,
pandemic
but I
changed
choose
the
to
way people
ignore
shop.
it.
I think over
Opening the
probably has a
document,
lot
I
to do with
shakily
this.
start on the
COVID-19
changes.
pandemic that definitely put things down and like
Over me, and all my senses are hyper-aware. It's distracting and awkward, and inside, I'm screaming, back off!
to go to the mall. People always say that like they come with that. Like, oh, I'm just going to frustrated in order to grab up on
Thank you for staying with me.
During the pandemic, Amazon and other online retailers saw sales explode as more and more people shop from home. That's right.
He asks,
Criminal
yes. He's a business. That's interesting.
We play the square in the gallery. I get them confused.
He has his fingers in all sorts of pies. Johnny pops his head to one side.
Oh, that's high school.
Facing my personal space. Well, he's in telecommunications, manufacturing, and agriculture. Jack raises his eyebrows.
Was an outdoor mall, and the reason why they changed it to indoor mall
He searched for himself. It's happened to document. I'd like to go, if that's okay.
and literally
He leans back. My personal space is
outdoor mall in the valley.
sorry.
It's just living in the desert, you know.
He says,
And so they put a roof over it.
what time does the building
Renovated
close?
it, and now it's an indoor mall.
Good.
You cannot have an outdoor
I
mall
smile,
in the
and my subconscious flops down in the armchair.
and it's hotter than
You're
hell.
not alone in the building.
Got it? And got your room
Switching
control
off my
panel.
computer, I
You know
grab
what
my
to do that.
purse
Tell
and
it
stand up.
indoor. I'm saying that. Let's start.
He's like,
Indoor mall.
So I know you know that
I love him.
Only play. Only way to only play, Dario. Only play. But I would say that
Jack frowns and stands up from my
This
desk.
happened to be on an plans to close 150 stores across the country.
Pray. Praise. I
Here
jump
says less than 200
Jack's
stores.
mouth
We
drops.
stopped at Burbank Town Center, but no one got back to us. I'll get back to you. Everything's right to see me done. Years ago, the dead bag plugs and beyond. Wellness says that other stores now look to the future and see increased costs. You might expect more closures and workers losing their jobs. No, they gotta put condos there.
Jack says darkly, and his brow creases again.
Like a 70mm IMAX, big ass, huge thing that people come all over and look at that.
What do I
That's a
say
good
to
idea,
that?
right? But just don't put another Sears, Kmart,
Jack
Bed Bath
smiles.
and Beyond.
His smile doesn't touch his eyes. And he
What
moved
else
back
out there?
into his office without a back and
It's like an
glass.
Apple store.
I let out a long sigh.
I imagine you should
You took this out.
probably,
That's
Yeah.
something like he saw. He works in the magic area. Just to change my house. He has been retreating. He improved his life.
That's like the whole thing.
I allow myself to
That's-
smile
that's-
and smile. You see, Christian, even your name tells me. He doesn't go to all that trouble of clamping down on expenses. I tidy my desk and check my watch. Christian's sitting outside. The Audi is parked by the sidewalk, and Taylor is sat with the rear passenger side. I had never been so pleased to see him, and I scramble into the car. He is in the rear seat, using it. His eyes wide and wary. He's bracing himself for my anger. His jaw tight. I murmur.
That's kind of a cool deal, right? I never heard these on TV anymore. Their oldest dog just died.
Balls a little.
Is dead.
I'm so.
South Carolina home.
I haven't even worked out what I need to say to him.
40?
Because he's too mad.
Well,
He asks. I don't know.
45 Terrier. Is he 45?
Raises my hand and lightly grazes my knuckles with soft butterfly kisses.
22?
It's finished.
22?
Wow.
We had the dog. We had the dog with it. He almost made it.
But for the first time since he left for work this
What's the
morning,
dog with that?
I began to relax.
No, we're the same. We had
Just being in his
Morgan.
company was a sweet
Just like a
ball.
mix, like a
All
mix.
the shit from Jack and snarky emails to and fro and the
And
nuisance
I never
that
thought it
is
was real
Ella.
dog. He always had like that puppy energy until he
It's just me and my control freak in the back of the car.
he always had a lot of great,
It's better
cool
now than
energy. It was a great thing for dogs to get Morgan.
we sit in silence as Taylor weaves through the traffic.
22 seems
Both
young,
of
but
us
the
brooding
oldest
and
dog is
contemplative.
I
But I feel
Let's see,
Christian
let's say
slowly
Iowa here.
unwind
I
beside
think some
me
other countries
as
that
he too
maybe
relaxes.
it's not so
Gently under his
stressful on
thumb
the
across
dog.
my knuckles
They
in
may
a
live a
soft,
little longer.
soothing rhythm. Taylor drops us outside the apartment building, and we go to the deck inside out in the rain. Christian clasps my hand and waves the elevator. His eyes today
Yeah,
start
most
to
of the
fill
big
me.
dogs, better
I
they create it.
haven't found Wrangler yet.
And by the way,
No.
Dogs
Welch
treat
is
human beings better than human beings treat human beings. So we're even
The
speaking.
elevator arrives at deep step. Christian glances down at me. His eyes unreadable. Oh, it's just glorious. Tousled hair, white shirt, dark skin. It just sets in. It's there. From nowhere. That really feels awesome. The laundry, the lust, the electricity. If it were visible, an intense aura around and between us. It's so strong. His lips part as he gazes at me. Yes.
So you ever hear that old joke about
He groans and he grabs me, his arms snaking around me. One hand on the nape of my neck, tipping my head back as he smooths my mind. My fingers are in his hair, caressing his cheek as he pushes it back against the elevating wall. My feet are his. He breathes into my mouth,
That's right.
and there's a desperate, passionate quality to his kiss that mirrors mine. Desire explodes in my body. All the tension of the day is seeking an outlet, straining against him. We're all tongues and breathing and hands and touch and sensation. His hand is on my hip, and abruptly he's pulling up my skirt. His fingers stroking my thighs. He moans in appreciative awe as his thumb caresses the flesh of my stocking line. I want to see this. He pulls my skirt right up, exposing the tops of my thighs. Stepping back, he reaches over and presses the stop button, and the elevator goes to a halt. 22nd and 23rd floors. His eyes are dark, lips parted, and his breathing is hard as am I. We gaze at each other, not touching. I am grateful for the wall against my back, holding me up while I bask in his beautiful man's sensual, carnal embraces. His hair towards his husky. I reach up and empty the tie, raising my hair so it touches the snaky cloud around my shoulders to my breast. Undo the top button. He whispers, his eyes wild around. He feels so wanton. I reach up and undo each button, aching, slowly, so that the tops of my dress are tantalizing me. He swallows, and the idea how romantic is. Very deliberately, I bite my lip and shake my head. He closes his eyes sweetly, and when he opens them again, they are blazing. He steps forward and places his hands on the elevator walls on either side of my face. He's as close as he can be without touching me. I tip my face up to meet his gaze. He leans down and runs his nose against mine, so it's the only contact between us. I am so hot in the confines of this elevator.
The Hollywood Drive on the 101 southbound slowing down from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. And it's still climbing up in Culver City on the 405 southbound. Looking a lot better just past the 90s. It's wrapping Riverside on the 50 eastbound Market Street, looking better by Central. The Cajon Pass remains slow 15 northbound and halfway to the 138. Half on the side helps get you there faster. I need to mark
I
ahead.
feel him against me. Jumping hard, wanting above the apex of my thighs as he runs his lips down my throat. I moan and wrap my arms around his neck. I'm going to you now.
For 30 years, Dr. Sarkani and his
And I arch my back in response, pressing myself against him, eager for the friction.
including my
His
daughter
nose
Pamela,
heaves
who
and
has
glows at the back of his throat and
for
breathes
implants,
higher as he
cosmetic,
undoes his
complex
flat.
dentistry, complications with existing implants,
He murmurs, and magically takes the foil packet and holds in front of my mouth.
Glendale and
I take it between my teeth
Twilight
and
Princess,
tugs,
full
so that
sedation,
between us,
5-star
we
online
reach it open.
Don't suffer any longer with loose
He steps back a fraction as he slides on the condom.
Now, pound 250 on your smartphone and say that's it. Now,
He
pound
growls
250 on
and
the
gazes
cell,
down at
say
me with eyes.
schedule a free consultation. Go to LADentistGroup.com.
He tears through them with his adept fingers, and they disintegrate in his hands. My blood is stomping through my veins.
Johnson &
I am
Johnson's baby
panting.
powder and shower to shower. Recent media
His
studies
words
have
are
shown that use
intoxicating.
of talcum
All
powder
my
can cause
angst
ovarian
all day
cancer.
forgotten.
If you or a
It's
loved
just
one has
him
been
and
diagnosed with ovarian
doing
cancer
what
after
we
using
do
these
best.
products, then you may be
Without
entitled
taking
to
his eyes off
significant
mine,
compensation.
he
In
slowly
July
continued.
2018, the
My
jury
body
awarded
rose and I tilted
$4.7
my
billion
head back,
to 23 women
closing my
whose ovarian
eyes,
cancer was linked
relishing
to
the feeling
Johnson &
of
Johnson's
excitement.
talcum-based products.
He
Don't
pulls
wait
back
another day to
and
see
moves
if
into
you're
me again.
eligible. Call us
So
at
slow, so sweet.
800-811-7905. That's 800-811-7905. Our network of attorneys are ready to fight for you, and you'll pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time restrictions may apply. So call now, 800-811-7905. That's 800-811-7905. Again, 800-811-7905.
Introducing
It
Spectrum
makes me
One.
feel
Get
powerful,
Spectrum Internet with
strong,
speeds of 300
desired,
megabits
and
per
loved.
second, advanced
Loved
Wi-Fi
by
with
this
best-in-class
captivating,
security and
husband
privacy.
man.
Spectrum
And
Mobile
I
with
love him.
unlimited talk, text, and data plus nationwide
He
5G.
pushes harder
Get it
and
all
harder
with
as he
Spectrum
being
One.
ragged,
Spectrum
losing
Internet,
himself
advanced
as
Wi-Fi,
I
and one
lose
line of
myself
Spectrum Mobile
again.
unlimited for only $49.99 a month. Visit
Crystal
Spectrum.com
Rose
or a
is
Spectrum
deep
store today.
raising my jaw,
Valid for 12
and I
months
hunt
residential
stars
professional.
around
Service
him.
not available in all
He
areas.
stills,
Restrictions apply.
clutches
With a
me,
Ralph Rewards
and
card,
follows
it's easy to
suit,
get loaded and low
whispering
prices.
my
Add
name.
that to big savings. For the win, you also
Now
earn
that
fuel
Christian
points on
is
every
spent,
purchase.
Paul
If you keep
was
doing big
singing
enough, the Ralph Rewards card. All you do is win.
He
Big,
holds
big
me
savings.
upright against
Sign
the
up now
office
at
wall, our
Ralph.com or
foreheads
start
pressed
saving.
together,
Ralph.
and my
Fresh
body
for
is like a
everyone.
gelatin.
Savings may vary by state. Fuel
It's
restrictions apply.
gratifying
Save on
receipts
ground
from my
turkey. Fresh,
climax.
simple truth, 93% lean natural ground turkey is on
Growers.
sale for $2.99 a pound in your car. Wow. Fresh
This is
pure
my forehead.
for unmatchable durability, no matter how deep the color. It's been for
Releasing
more
me
things. Go to
strengthens my skirts and does up
VitaminMore.com.
the two buttons on my shirt.
Punch
Punch the combination of keypad and starts
Download the
going.
free iHeartRadio app for
It
all your
rises
music,
in his
radio, and
arms that I reach out
podcast.
and clasp his arms. He grins lasciviously at me. Proud. I drag my fingers through my hair in a faint attempt to call back just protect me. Then he cannot even fasten it into detail. Christian smirks as he does up his fly and puts the condom in his pants pocket. Once more, he looks the embodiment of an American entrepreneur. Since his hair has the just fun look most of the time, it is very little different. Except now, he's smiling, relaxed, his eyes twinkling before his charm. Are all men this easily placated? Taylor's waiting when the doors open, sliding in the elevator. Christian murmurs as we close and step out, and I cannot look either of them in the face. I scurry through the double doors to Christian's bedroom in search of some fresh underwear.
Now anyone can understand what I was trying to comfort through.
When I return, Christian has removed his jacket and is sitting in the front of his car chatting with Mrs. Jones. She smiles kindly at me as she gets out 2 plates of pasta for us.
$1 million.
Smells
Let's go with
delicious. Cocoa Banks, if I'm not mistaken.
$2 billion.
I am famished. Enjoy, Mr. Gregg.
How about Ronnie?
She
Okay,
says,
Ronnie.
and leads us to it.
1.2 billion. 1.2
Christian fetches a bottle of white wine from the fridge, and as we sit and eat, he tells me about how much nearer he's getting to perfecting a solar-powered mobile phone. He's animated and excited about the whole project. And I know then that he hasn't had an entirely shitty day. I ask him about his properties. He smirks, and it turns out he only has apartments in New York, Aspen, and Escala. Nothing else. When we're done, I select his plate and mine and take them to the seats.
Yeah, in US stock shows. That's what I thought too.
He says, I turn and gaze at him. He's watching me intently.
Worldwide,
Will I ever get used to having someone clean up after me? Well, now that you're more docile than steel, shall we talk about today? I think you're the one who's more docile. I think I'm doing a good job intimidating.
Now, if you want to go worldwide,
He snorts, amused. When I nod, he frowns as if reflecting on my words. Yes,
worldwide.
yes, you are.
But domestically,
You were right about Jack. I murmur. Serious now.
Still pretty
And
good,
I'm
right?
just Kitchen Island gauging his reaction.
I mean, if you make
Christian's
one,
face
$1.5
falls and his eyes
billion
hug.
worldwide,
as we ride in
Universal, whoever put that on, I don't know
whispers.
if he did that.
His voice
I don't know
deathly
who put
cold.
that movie up.
I shake my head to reassure him.
Okay.
No, and he won't.
That kind of
I told him today that I'm your girlfriend, and he backed right off.
Man, they're good.
I couldn't
So
let
the
his
average
cover.
price of a movie
Freshman's
ticket
house.
in the United States is around
I
$11.
sighed, emboldened by my last word.
I
You really have to let me fight my own battles. You can't constantly second guess me and try to protect me.
Shorty
Christian,
or a similar
I'll never
this.
flourish with your
When
incessant
was
interference.
the last
I
time you
need
saw
some
a
freedom.
movie in a movie
I wouldn't
theater?
dream of meddling in your affairs.
Elio's got a point.
He blinks
The
at me.
last time I saw a movie, and I gotta sort of hedge this
Stop.
because I went to a
I
lot of
know,
movies with my
and I
dad that I
understand why
otherwise
he
would
feels
not
sometimes
have gone.
rejected.
You
And
know, a lot
part
of
of me
Shrek
loves it.
and Toy Stories
I
and
know
all
that
that.
if I meet you,
So,
you'll be
excluding
there,
those
as
movies,
I am for you.
the last movie
But
I
if you're
saw in
having
the
a
movie
hope
theater
of a future together, you have to
was
trust
the
me.
movie I like to
Trust
call
my judgment.
Liquid
Yes,
Pizza.
I'll get it wrong sometimes. I'll make mistakes.
But before
But I
Liquid
have
Pizza,
to
the
learn.
last movie I tasted pizza
He stares at
in a
me,
movie theater.
his expression
I
anxious.
paid money.
Swearing me to walk around with him so that I am standing between his legs while he sits at the bar stool.
Started checking out of me.
Grabbing his hands, I
This
push
will
him
be
around
a
me,
little piece of metal
fix my
popped up and
hands
she's
on
going
his
to take
arm.
it out.
I love that.
Hands for the fear in my jaw.
I'm trying to be
It's
cool.
fine.
I didn't do it, right?
I
You
know
press the button.
you tried to in like a white knight to save the
Last
day.
movie I saw that I paid
I
money
know
for
you
to
want
take
to
it to
control
the
everything, and I understand why.
I don't know what year that was,
Can't.
but I don't
It's an
believe
impossible goal. You
that.
have to
I
learn
was
to let go.
93. Was it 93? What year were you
I
born?
reach up and stroke his
Yeah.
face as he gazes at
Okay,
me,
so you're fine.
his eyes wide.
Great.
And that,
Yeah, it was
give me
the
that.
movies of Tarzana. Now,
I
I
added
some other
softly.
movies where I didn't pay it
He
to
inhaled
see them. I got,
sharply,
tickets for
surprised.
free or something like that. But I can't remember the last time I saw a movie
He
that I went
whispers,
to for me.
yes,
I mean, I want to see
but
Top Gun and then see around, but I guess I still could.
frowns and sounds
I know,
controlled
I want to feel
panicky
like
all of a
it's great.
sudden. Very
Yeah,
funny.
just see that kind of.
Yes, I want to get
I know you well enough,
with
Christian.
loud
Nothing you
speakers
tell
and
me
all
about
that.
yourself will frighten me away.
Right.
I gently run my
But I
knuckles
used to
across
watch
his
those
cheek.
movies when I was
His
younger. I'd like to
expression
see
turns from
Towering
anxious to curious.
Inferno.
But if you
Jaws.
could just ease up on me,
Man, Jaws was great. Towering Inferno was great too. That's good.
time
That
in the
was
studio.
Did you
awesome.
go see your dad's movie on the big screen, or did you have that screenings?
No, was it
He
the
has an alarming
premiere for
reputation.
Collaboration?
None
Some
of his
were Disney,
assistants have
some were
lasted more than 3 months,
Hollywood.
and they're never retained by the company.
But yeah, I'm going to screen this. But I'm going to this is if my dad had the cleaners, I'd get my lunch done at his place. You know what I mean?
Stop music.
Yes, exactly. That's
I
exactly
can't
right.
promise not to interfere.
But that's still a lot of money. $713
He
million.
pauses and takes a deep
That's a
breath.
hell of a lot. That is a lot big draw. I mean, let me do that quick. Let me see how many people went to that. Okay, so it's 713 million. And the multiplier 11.
My inner
So
goddess,
65
my
million
subconscious, and
people
I
went
will
to see. Well, 65 million tickets or so.
3 little
65
words.
million
My
tickets.
world stands
In a
still.
country of 340, 330 million people. That's huge.
And I see for the
And you know
moment,
what that is? It's
gazing
all
into
Tom
his
Cruise.
sincere,
Tom
beautiful
Cruise,
gray
when he
eyes.
does publicity for a movie, he
I
does
love
it
you
24 hours a
too,
day. He
Christian.
goes on every movie, every
I lean over and
show.
kiss him.
He goes to every radio station, every
Enter an
podcast,
unseen
every
Taylor clears his
he'll go
throat.
anywhere.
Christian
promote
pulls
that
back,
other movie.
gazing
You
intently
get
at
it.
me. He stands up, his arm around my
There's got to
waist.
be a third one.
Yes,
I mean, a studio's not going to make $1.5
Mrs.
billion
Lincoln is on
on
her
a
way up,
movie.
sir.
And that's before
Taylor shrugs apologetically.
home.
Christian
Wait till
sighs
you
heavily
get that
and
movie at
shakes
home.
his
You'll
head.
make another $1 billion.
Well,
So let's just say it comes down to $2.3 billion total.
butters,
You
he
think
gives
the
me a
studio
pretty grin of
is going to
resignation.
say, no, that's a wrap?
Fuck! Why can't that damned woman leave us
Part
alone?
of the success of it was because it was 30 years later.
Chapter
Right.
12.
Just the hype of it. And
Yes,
Did you talk to
but
her
they're still going to
today?
make another one.
I asked Christian as we
I
waited for
guarantee
Mrs.
you,
Robinson's arrival.
somebody is listening
Yes.
right now.
What did you
Or
say?
somebody's working right now.
I said that you
In
did
their
not see her,
office, or in their
that I
bedroom, or in
understood the reason
their
why.
house, in the living
I
room.
also told her
And
that
they're
he
at a computer, and they're typing that script
his
right now
gaze is impassive,
for
giving nothing away.
the third version of
Oh,
the movie. Top Gun.
good.
quickly.
What did she say? She
Whatever
brushed
it's
it off
called.
in a way that
Top gun again.
His mouth flexed
gun.
in a crooked line.
Tray gun.
Why do you think she's here?
Ray gun.
I have no idea.
Cap gun.
Christian
Fake gun.
shrugs.
No gun.
Taylor enters the great room again.
Guns out.
Mrs. Lincoln, he announces. And here she is. Why is she so damn
I know
attractive?
everyone says it's great.
She's dressed
Everybody
entirely
that's
in
seen the
black.
movie says it's
Tight
flawless.
jeans, a shirt
That
that
they wouldn't say
emphasizes her
anything about. Well, it's like a
perfect
feel
figure,
good
and
movie
a
that's
halo
completed
of
after
bright,
2.5 years
glossy
of
hair.
utter misery. Yeah.
Christian pulls me
Right, yeah.
close.
Oh, you can say right there. Okay. I sound like there are a lot of us if I age of 44 now with Mark Ross.
She
Gave
thinks
us
her
one
in shock.
brother of a man suspected in the kidnapping and killing of a Merced
She
family
blinks
of 4,
before
including
finding her
an
soft
old
voice.
girl has been arrested and charged
I'm
as an
sorry.
accessory in the
I
crime.
didn't realize you had
ADW has agreed to ask for help from international armed forces as gangs
She
and
says,
hookers
as if
paralyze
this
the country
explains
and
why
breaches
she's
supplies,
here.
including fuel and water.
Girlfriend,
And
he
after
says by
7
way of
stages back in court for
explanation,
day 2
and
of
tilts
the
his
civil
head to
trial
one
today,
side
expected
and
these
gives her a
charges
cool
including
smile.
Anthony Rapp, years
A
later
slow,
charges facing
mealy
alleged
smile
assault.
directed entirely at him spreads across her face.
Back on 405
It's
in March.
unnerving. Of course. Hello, Anastasia. How do you know?
Actually, this is actually my work
I know you don't want to talk to me.
southbound kind of the
I
405
accept
coming
that.
up on the Carson Street.
Do
So
you?
heads up here, watch the delays that are bumping back from
Gazing at
about the
her,
110
taking all of
freeway.
us by
Beyond that
surprise.
crash, the drive looks
A
good
slight
to
frown,
continue into
she
Long
moves
Beach
farther
passing
into the room.
710. Mid-city is slow on the 10
I get the
eastbound.
message.
This is getting
I'm
away
not
from La
here to
Brea all the
see
way to the 110
Like I
freeway.
said,
Still
Christian
crowding up in
Claire
lanes,
has
but
come
over the
down.
past 405 northbound moving
She
to the
pauses.
center to the 101.
I have a problem.
KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education
Christian
or
bends the
drop out
glass
to
while
help their
Eleanor and
family
I
put food
stand
on the
awkwardly
table.
gazing
You
at
can
each
help
other.
change the future
She
in a
fidgets
simple
with a
moment.
large
See
silver
how far
ring on
your
her middle
support can
finger,
go at
while I don't know
Unbound.org.
where to look.
On the happiness
Finally,
program
she
podcast,
gives me a
it's
small,
very
happy smile.
best-selling author of the
Peach
paradox of
Island
health and
sits on
why
the
we
bar
love.
stool at the
How
end.
do you tackle life
She
biggest
obviously knows the
decisions?
place
Join
well
me
and
and a
feels
psychologist
comfortable
as we
being around
combine
here.
vivid case
Do I
examples
stay?
and psychological
Do I
insights
go?
to deliver
Oh,
powerful
this
takeaways
is so
you can use
difficult.
every day.
My subconscious scowls at the woman with her most hostile, hardened face. There's so much I want to say to this woman, and none of it complimentary.
On the
She's
iHeartRadio app,
Christian's
or wherever
friend,
you get your
his
podcast.
only friend, and for all my loathing of this woman, I deciding to stay, I sit as gracefully as I can manage on the stool Christian situated. Christian pours wine into each of our glasses and sits between us at the breakfast bar.
With a help for work
You know
card,
how
you
weird
can
this
get lower
is?
than low prices with
What's up?
big
He
savings.
asks
For the
her.
way, you also
Eleanor
earn
looks
more on
nervously
every
at me,
purchase.
and Christian
With
reaches
big
over and
the
clasps
Ralph's
my
Rewards
hand.
card. All you do is win.
Anastasia's
Big
with me
savings.
now.
Sign up now
He
at
says to her silent query and squeezes my hand.
Fresh for everyone.
I flush, and my subconscious beams at him.
Save
Part
on
of
ground
the face
turkey.
forgotten.
Fresh, simple truth, 93% lean
Eleanor's
natural
face
ground turkey is
softens
on
as if
sale
she's
for
pleased.
$2.99 a pound at your car.
Really?
Wow,
It's for him?
fresh for everyone.
Oh, I don't understand this woman at all.
This is an important
And I'm
message for anyone that has
uncomfortable
been
and
diagnosed
edgy
with
in her
cancer after
presence.
using such products as
She takes a
Johnson
deep
&
breath
Johnson
and
baby
shifts,
powder and shower to
perching on the
shower.
edge of the bar
Recent
stool
media
and
studies have
looking
shown that using
agitated.
talcum powder can
She
cause
glances
ovarian
nervously
cancer.
down at
If
her
you or
hands
a
and
loved one
starts
has been
manically
diagnosed with
twisting the
ovarian
large
cancer
silver
after
ring
using these
around and
products,
around
then
on
you
her
may be
middle
entitled
finger.
to significant compensation.
What's
In
wrong with
July
her?
of
Is it
2019,
my
the jury awarded
presence?
$4.7
Do I have that
billion
effect on her?
22 women
Because
whose
I
ovarian
feel the
cancer was
same
linked
way.
to Johnson &
I
Johnson's
don't
talcum-based
want her
products.
here.
Don't wait another day.
She
to
raises
keep
her
your
head and looks
eligible.
Christian
Call us
squarely
at
in the eye.
800-811-7905. That's 800-811-7905.
Not what I expected out of her
Our
mouth.
network of attorneys are ready
Christian
to fight for
stiffens.
you, and you'll pay
Has
nothing
someone
until
found out about her
recovery in your
penchant for
favor.
beating
Time
and fucking
restrictions may
underage
apply. So
boys?
call now.
I suppress my revulsion.
800-811-7905.
Thought about
That's
chickens coming home to roost crosses my mind.
800-811-7905.
My subconscious rubs her hands together with ill-disguised hope.
811-7905.
Good.
Introducing Spectrum
How?
One. Get Spectrum
Christian
Internet
asks,
with speeds of
his
300
horror
megabits
clear
per
in his
second.
voice.
Advanced Wi-Fi.
She
with
reaches into her
security
oversized
and
patent
privacy.
leather designer
Spectrum
purse,
Mobile with
pulls out a
unlimited
note,
talk, text,
and
and data
hands it to
plus
him.
nationwide 5G.
Put
Get
it
it
down.
all with
Lay it
Spectrum
out.
One. Spectrum
Christian
Internet,
points to the
advanced
breakfast bar
Wi-Fi,
counter
one
with
line,
his
and
chin.
Spectrum Mobile
You
unlimited
don't
for
want to
only
touch it.
$49.99 a
No.
month. Visit Spectrum.com or a Spectrum store
Christian.
today.
Valid
You
for qualified
know you
residential
can
customers
do
only. Service not
these.
available in all areas.
Why
Restrictions
am I
apply.
listening
Southern
to this?
California Edison is
Is
proud
she
to sponsor
fucking some
California
other
Clean
poor
Air
boy?
Day, working to make clean
She
energy
lays a
accessible
note
and
out for him
reliable for
like
all.
beds
Southern
to
California
rent.
Edison is deploying
They're only asking
41,000
for
electric car
$5,000.
chargers and modernizing the
He
electric
says
grid. And
almost
with programs for
absentmindedly.
qualified customers on
Any
everything
idea
from
who
smart
might
thermostats to electric
someone
vehicles,
in the community?
SCE is dedicated to giving everyone the
No,
power to make a
she says
100%
in her
clean
soft,
energy California.
voice.
Explore ways to use clean energy in your home or business at SCE.com/clean
After all this
energy.
time,
John
I
Mellencamp
don't think
returns
so.
to the road,
She
and
knows.
iHeartRadio is getting you
Does
there.
Isaac know? I
We'll fly
haven't
you and
told
a
him.
guest to the tour date of your choice and set you up with VIP tickets to the show. Plus, slap a backstage pass on your jean jacket.
She
so you
shakes her
can
head,
shine.
and now I feel like a tree.
And you'll walk away with a sheet of
I
handwritten
try to
lyrics to one
retrieve
of
my
his
hand
legendary
from Christian's
tunes.
grasp.
Prize provided by
He just tightens his hand and turns to
Enter
me.
your chance to win now at
What?
iHeartRadio.com/John Mellencamp.
I'm tired.
The following program will
I
be
think I'll
recorded.
go to bed.
Next on the Mo Kelly Show, the
His
Washington
eyes
Post
search
has
mine,
reported that
looking
tax
for
evasion charges
what?
may be pending for
Censure?
Hunter Biden in the
Acceptance?
DOJ
Hostility?
investigation. Now, who predicted
I
that
keep my
first?
expression as bland
That
as
would be
possible.
this guy. Also, the
Okay.
fabulous actress
He
Sanaa
says,
Lathan and the iconic William Shatner will be stopping by
He
to share
releases
his
me, and
new
I stand.
memoir.
Eleanor watches
Mo
me
Kelly,
warily.
tomorrow night
I stay
at
tight-lipped
6,
and return her gaze, giving nothing away.
stimulating talk.
Good night, Anastasia. She gives me a small smile. Good night, I mutter. My voice sounds cold. I turn to leave. The tension is too much for me to bear. As I exit the room, they continue their conversation.
During the break, I
I
couldn't
don't
find it.
think there's a great deal I can do,
Somebody was
Eleanor.
not
Christian
accusing,
says to
maybe
her,
just pointing out the
if it's a
fact
question of
that
money,
Tom Cruise
his
has
voice trails off.
a formula
I could ask
for his
Welch
movie
to investigate.
that is very successful.
No, Christian.
And the
I just
formula
wanted
is
to share.
he's very good at
She
what he
says.
does,
When I am out of the room, I hear her say,
confidence in
"You look
himself.
very
He
happy."
finds a beautiful girl
I am.
and he
Christian
gets that confidence
responds,
back.
"You
And
deserve
if you
to
think
be."
about Days of Thunder,
I
he
wish
was a
that were
race car
true.
driver, he lost his
Christian,
confidence,
she
met a
scolds.
beautiful woman,
I freeze,
got his
listening
confidence back,
intently.
became the
I
best
can't
driver.
help it.
Carrie McGuire.
Does she
Yeah,
know how
okay,
negative you are about
Okay.
yourself? About
Fighter
all
pilot,
your issues?
loses confidence,
She knows me better than
gets a
anyone.
beautiful girl,
Ouch.
gets his
That
confidence back.
hurts. It's
Cocktail,
the truth,
that's
Eleanor.
the drink
I don't
maker
have
in
to
the world,
play games with her.
loses confidence,
And I mean it.
finds a beautiful
Leave
woman,
her alone.
great cocktail maker
What
again.
is her
Color
problem?
blind, graceful player,
What we were.
loses his
What
edge,
we did. She
confidence,
doesn't understand.
he's a beautiful woman.
Make her understand.
I'm just saying,
It's in the
somebody pointed
past,
that out.
Eleanor. And why would I want to
Somebody pointed
take
that
her with our fucked up relationship?
I don't
She's
know,
good
happens to work,
and sweet
right?
and
I don't know why
innocent.
nobody
And
else
by some
either
miracle,
sees that
she
and or
loves me.
doesn't try to copy it
It's
or
no
I don't
miracle,
know, maybe it doesn't work
Christian.
for them.
Eleanor
But
scoffs
man, that thing's been
good-naturedly.
boxed off as gold.
Have a little faith in yourself.
Anytime
You really
Tom
are
Cruise does a
quite a
movie,
catch. I've
it
told
just
you
makes a ton
often
of money.
enough.
That guy still,
And she seems
how old is Tom
lovely,
Cruise? He's gotta be
too.
close to 60.
Strong. Someone
Maybe,
to
right?
stand up to.
Late 50s, right? Yeah, late 50s,
I
early
can't
60s.
hear Christian's response.
And do you have a favorite?
So I'm strong, am I?
You know,
You certainly don't feel that way. Don't you listen. Eleanor continues.
Tom Cruise guy,
What?
but I would say it's the original Top Gun, Rob Lloyd.
I stop breathing.
What
That
was the
really is none of your
movie where
fucking business.
I
Christian
took
snaps.
place in college?
I'm
And
sorry.
he did that thing where he came
Eleanor
in. It was that
snorts
risky
sincerely.
business. Oh yeah, that's not bad. And he's 60 years old.
Call
If he's
before
60,
you come again.
there you go. Right. I mean, when's the
Christian.
last time a 60-year-old leading guy
She
like
says,
that with
and
$1.5
from her tone,
billion,
this
does,
time
like,
she
all
means
of
it.
almost all of his stuff? Yes.
Since when are you so
Crazy. He
sensitive?
broke his leg in
She's
Paris
scolding
or
again.
England doing
Eleanor,
on
we
James
have a
Bond.
business relationship that has
Or
profited
Mission
us
Impossible,
both
Mission Impossible.
immensely. Let's keep it
But
that
yeah,
way.
Mission Impossible's also
What was
like,
between us is part of the
that
past.
was
Anastasia is my
close
future,
now.
and I won't
$15
jeopardize
billion
it.
over his career in box
So
office.
cut the fucking
Got
crap.
it. Unbelievable.
His future.
I'll tell you a quick,
I see.
my only personal
I'm sorry for the trouble.
story
Perhaps you
with
should
Tom
write it out and call
I have
her
a
up.
Tom Cruise connection.
His tone is
So
softer.
working at
I don't want to
the Evans
lose,
office,
Christian.
and somebody
I'm
called
not
me
yours to lose,
and
Eleanor.
said they went to the premiere of a Tom Cruise
That's
movie.
not what I
And
meant.
then,
What did you
Top
mean?
Gun. I don't remember what movie it was. Anyway, it was a Tom Cruise movie.
I don't want to argue.
And the guy called us up on the
Friendship
radio,
means a lot.
and
I'll
he
back off.
screened it said, hey, this guy is interesting. We put him up on the air. I said, yeah, well, we're not going to do it. So we get him on the air.
This teacher thinks that you saw me
And
last
he said,
Saturday.
I have Tom Cruise's cell phone. He
Why did you tell
dropped
her
it
otherwise?
at his
I
booth
wanted her to
last
know how
night at
upset
the
you
movie
were when
premiere.
she left.
And he said,
I
I
don't want
have
her to
it.
hurt you.
And I said,
She
really?
knows.
I said, oh, if you know it's Tom Cruise, it was open up. There was no security.
You like another hit.
And he said, read.
Christian sounds more resigned. An hour elapsed.
But he said it had
There's
this
a sad
person, this
tone
person,
in her
this
laugh.
person, this person in the phone.
I'm sorry.
And the front
No,
screen
I
on the
care about
homepage is
I
Tom
never
Cruise
thought you'd get
with
me
his
calling him
phone
wrong.
number there and his address and everything.
It's very
Wow.
gratifying.
Look, Tom Cruise is
But I
phone.
couldn't bear
That's
to
unbelievable. He said, what can I do with that? And I said, I don't know. I
says
mean,
dryly.
maybe Tom will give you some money for it.
Are you sure you don't want us to sniff around?
I said, let me take your phone number down. And I'll call his agency thing, the CAA,
I'll call
and
the
I'll call the
report.
agency
I
and
listened
see
to
if
the bickering,
the
trying
Tom
to
will
figure this
give
out.
you a reward for it, or
They
maybe just
do
give it back
sound
to him.
like old
So that was
friends,
nice.
as
Just, I'll just
Christian
give it back to
says.
him. You know,
Just
I
friends.
don't really want
And she
Tom
cares
Cruise's
about
phone.
him.
I just wanted to make sure that nobody else got it, and I give it back to him.
Well,
Before we got on air that night,
not
within a half hour, we got a call from his agent, from Tom Cruise's
I
agent.
am sorry.
He said, give me that guy's number
Okay.
who has his phone.
Next time,
And
I'll call.
he said, you know, he's like, you got to get that phone
She's
back.
going. Shit.
And I said, well,
I scamper up the hallway to Christian's bedroom and sit down on the bed. Christian enters and moments later, she's gone. He says warily, judging my reaction. I gaze up at him, trying to frame my question.
And he'll call you.
Will you tell me all about her? I am trying to understand why you think she
Hey,
is.
Tom Cruise really wants
I
that phone back,
pause,
and he thinks you
thinking carefully about my next sentence.
And I said, well, I'm supposed to be a real man. I just can't
I
help him
think
out.
she
I don't know
did
who
you
has it.
untold
The guy
damage.
just called us
You
randomly.
have no
He
friends.
said he had Tom Cruise's phone. I have no connection, no hookup. He just called us
He
on the radio.
sighs and runs his
He's like,
hand
he
through
wants
his
to
hair.
help him because he
Why
really
the
wants that
fuck
phone
would you
back.
want to know about her?
And I said, okay,
We had a
all right,
very
let's see what I can do.
long-standing affair.
So we called the guy,
Shit,
and
I
I
mean,
think Tom
and
Cruise
I
ended up
fucked
getting,
her in all
I know,
sorts of
tickets to
ways.
a
You
premiere
can't
or
even
something to
imagine
get the phone back.
a
But
story.
man, I can't believe how many calls from agents and managers and
He's
people like
angry.
that. Just, man, you have Tom Cruise's phone number.
I mentioned him. Why are you so angry?
People work
Because
for
all of that
you know,
shit
people get
is
things done for
over.
them.
He shouts,
Like, if I had my
growling
cell
at
phone
me.
on, there's no way
He
like
sighs in
Elio or
exasperation and
Police
shakes
would
his
get
head.
on the phone going, hey, you gotta get that phone back for me. He was like, oh, what? Yeah,
I
what?
look down at my hands, nodding in my lap. I
But
just
man,
want
that's
to
Tom Cruise.
understand.
I guess when you pay people
He
$1
sits down
million
beside
a year,
me.
they get the
What do
phone
you
for
want
it.
to know?
That's wild.
He asks.
That's right.
You don't have to tell me.
That's exactly right. I can tell. I'll tell you.
And Suja
They
does
get
not
straight for
have.
like
I
international.
don't like talking about this shit. I've lived in a bubble for
Yeah, they
years.
eventually got it
Nothing
back.
affected me.
But
Not having to
I
justify
remember
myself
even my
to
dad
anyone.
calling me
She's
up the
always
next
been
day.
there as a
And he
confidant.
said, hey, dude, I
And
gotta
now,
call you.
my past and my future are colliding in a way I never thought possible. I glance at him, and he's staring at me. His eyes wide.
To get it back to him.
I never thought I had a future.
My dad was on murder. My dad's saying, oh, I'll go to work again.
And have
Some
a
guy
theory
said,
about all
my kid
sorts
got
of
that Tom Cruise's phone
possibilities.
number.
It drifts off.
If my dad was on
I
Tom
was
Cruise's
listening.
side, right?
I whisper and stare back down at my hands. What?
His phone back.
For a
Hey, it's very
conversation?
important that he gets the phone back.
Yes.
All right. So, I'll see
Well,
what I can do. He
He sounds resigned.
But man,
She
all the
cares
Molly
for
was
you.
getting back it.
Yes.
And you're
She
my
does.
advice,
And
don't
I
ever,
for
if you
her
find
in
a
my own
phone
way.
on the ground that Tom
It
Cruise,
doesn't come
don't pick it
close
up.
to how I feel about
Don't take it. It'll only trouble.
That's what this
Leave
is
it
about.
there. Let somebody else find it.
I'm not jealous.
Nothing good comes
I'm
out of that.
relieved that you would think
All
that.
right, we got to take a final intervention before our final hour.
That's what this is.
You know, put at the end of the show every night,
I
an
know.
hour,
He
until
sighs
9
again.
bells, 9
Really
o'clock
thinks
every
he
night.
missed.
And we're going to a couple of stories that we didn't get to earlier this week. We have
He
that
says
chest
through
feeder,
gritted teeth.
a guy cheated in chest, and also the dishwasher
When we were in
do's and
Georgia,
don'ts. I think you think, well,
He
it's
said
kind
you
of
didn't love
lame.
her.
It's not. They're kind of
That's
cool.
right.
And growing
I
water,
found-
they can grow water,
I loved
Australian startup company growing water
Whispers.
for drought. And for the drought, self-sufficient also grows water. Ding dong. Time we go. We're live on KFI AM 640.
I don't understand.
We'll help you figure
I
it out.
still wanted you as a
It's kind
subject.
of what we did.
I frowned at this.
KOS HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everyone on the air radio app.
Besides my way of
Another
explanation.
student, I'm Mark Donner, live from
Did you
KFI
know?
24-hour newsroom. Baseball player at El Camino Real High School in Woodland Hills has died from a fentanyl overdose. School officials say the boy overdosed a couple of weeks ago and was on life support before he died earlier this week. Active drug necessary quads and places time for schools to take action.
I challenge all schools to have Narcan available
He is on my side, just worried that I'll hurt him.
Narcan is a drug that helps reverse opioid overdoses. The 17-year-old death in Woodland Hills comes less than a month after a student at Berkeley High School was eligible for fentanyl.
I shake my head.
Who's brought to you by 4M Dental Implant Center, the doctor in Irvine who treated drugs prescribing tens of thousands of opioid pills without medical
That's
reason.
what
Federal
this is.
prosecutors say Dr.
It's
Lee
an
Vance
unsavory
of campaigns
character
at Irvine
preying
Dental
on a
Surgeon Camp.
vulnerable adolescent, robbing him of his teenage years.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Brett Winkle says Roseanne conspired with the pharmacist to get 20 people a lot of pills.
Desire her?
53,000
When you were younger.
oxycodone pills, approximately 68,000 hydrocodone pills, and nearly
She told me
30,000
a great deal.
amphetamine salt pills.
She
When
taught
first
me to
arrested,
believe
investigators said
myself.
Van's prescriptions might be tied to 5 overdose deaths.
But she
DUI
also
murder of a
beat the
Costa
shit
Mesa
out
fire
of you.
captain and a mass shooting in
Smile,
South
smile.
including a team that killed 12 people in Orange County. Coors and Carson clarified
And
a
like that,
parents within the Santa Monica Malibu school district say they're frustrated their schools been closed over
so
mold
much that
termite
you wanted to
problems.
do it to
Town Bureau
others.
Elementary School will be closed for the remainder of the school
His
year.
eyes
More
go
than
wide
50
and
students left to
serious.
relocate. Officials say the school will reopen for the
She helped me
2024
with that?
school year. A member of the LA County Sheriff's Major Crimes
suffer
Bureau
for
says
you?
most burglars aren't looking for a
Yes.
confrontation inside someone's home. In fact, the Woodland burglars prefer an empty home. However, once in a confrontation inside someone's home. In fact, the Woodland burglars prefer an empty home.
However,
like
once
her?
in a home, they will not
My
shy away
voice
from
sounds
that
brittle
confrontation.
and
They should
bitter.
come a residential burglary, which is a violent
It
crime
would make my life a hell of a lot
They
easier.
will step up their game.
Besides,
Sergeant McMahon says one of the best things you can do is
I
make yourself
do
known
understand
to
your
anyone who's
reticence.
broken into your home. Shout while you're calling 911.
Jeez,
Make your
Christian,
way into a bathroom
if that
and
were
say,
your
"Hey."
son, how
Power
would you
says if you come
feel?
home and notice something's off, like an open door or
He
broken
blinks at
window,
me as
not
though
go
he
inside.
doesn't
Instead, call
comprehend the question.
911, go to a
He
neighbor's home, or
frowns.
wait in your car.
I didn't have to stay
Gregory,
here.
A man
It
was
was
hit by
my
a car
choice
getting
to
donuts at a
make
street
these
takeover in Plano Park. Video shows a man trip and
This
fall while a
is
car hits his leg.
nowhere.
Partially run over last night. Crowd ran away when police arrived. The owner of an amusement park in Florida says he's taking down a ride home 6 months after a teen was killed on
Very
it.
sane.
A 14-year-old boy
He's
slipped under the restraint
And
of the
Isaac?
Orlando free fall and
Her
fell to his
parents
death.
just
The lawyer of the teen's mom says the ride needed to shut down.
He's
No
in his
parent suffers
mid-twenties,
through the same
Anastasia.
pain that she's going through and to
A
change the law.
consenting adult.
400-foot tall ride
Yeah,
was still
quickly,
new when the teen was killed.
correctly
Reports
deciphering
that
my
he
look
slipped
of
down because of a
disgust.
sensor issue on his seat.
Your
The
age,
teen's mom has filed a
I
still
better.
pending wrongful death lawsuit against Icon Park, the ride's
As I
operator
said
and
to
the ride's
her, she's
manufacturer.
part of
And
my
Kanye
past.
West has defended his White
Or my
Lives
future.
Matter
Don't
t-shirt
let
on
her
Fox
come
News.
between us.
45-year-old rapper cuffed his hair
And
Monday when he
quite
wore the
frankly,
Constitution t-shirt
I'm
at a
really
Paris
bored
fashion
of the
show.
subject.
He defended
I'm
his
going
fashion
to do
choice
some
last
work.
night in an interview with Tucker
He
Carlson and
stands
said
and
he did it
gazes down
because
at
it
me.
felt right and he thought
Let
it was
go.
funny. Earlier in the week, West said on Instagram that Black Lives Matter
I
was
stare
a scam.
foolishly up at him.
You're going to check out the 101
I
right
almost
after this.
forgot. He adds, your car ride, Taylor, is in the garage. Taylor has the key.
Yes. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize it, but you do not need
Can I drive
a
it
lawyer
tomorrow?
to incorporate. You don't need a lawyer to get a
Why
lot of
not?
stuff done, right? You don't need a lawyer to get a divorce.
And
You
that
also don't need a
reminds
lawyer
me,
to get a will.
if you're
Right?
going
You
to
can
leave
go
your
to legal.
office,
You can
let
get
me
legal
know.
docs by
Sawyer was there,
me.com. No
watching
form
you.
to fill out.
It
You
seems
call
I
them
can't
up, they
trust you
take
to
down
look after
all the
yourself
information
at
on the
all.
phone. Then your
This
document's
house
ready.
makes
In
me feel
48
like a parent
hours,
child.
it can be sent to you by FedEx. With
And
complete
I
instructions
would
how to
argue with him,
execute it. Any
but he's pretty
questions?
worked up over
Call
Eleanor.
them. They're there for
And
you
I
the
don't
entire
want
way.
to push him any
They're
further.
not lawyers,
But
and they're not going to
can't
give you legal
resist
advice.
one
What they
comment.
are legal documents
Seems I
that are
can't trust
registered and
you
regulated by the state of
I
California.
mutter.
So it's all about low
You could have
cost
told me
for the
Sawyer was
customers and
watching.
high inconvenience.
Do you want to fight
So this is
about
a
that
place to
too?
save
He
thousands potentially.
snaps.
KFI listeners
I
get
wasn't
10%
aware we
off
were
all
fighting.
documents.
I
Check
thought
out counterfeit on your cell phone and say
I
legal
doubled
stop.
headshot.
Legal, legal stop.
He closes his eyes briefly as he struggles to maintain his
And
temper.
maybe during COVID,
I swallow
you realize
and watch
that your
anxiously.
will is not complete.
This could
If anything
go
happens to
either
you,
way.
and you don't want the kids or your wife or husband
he
to have
says
to worry about
quietly.
all the paperwork and straightening out after anything happens to you. So just phone them up.
I
Check out
exhale.
50, get it done.
I hadn't realized I'd been holding my breath.
50, save 10%
I
off.
flopped back
When you
onto
say
the
legal
bed,
doc,
staring at the
your cell
ceiling.
phone and say
Can we
legal
ever have a
doc.
normal
No,
conversation
say
without it
legal doc
disintegrating
by
into
you.
an argument?
Southland weather from
It's
KFI, right
exhausting.
with cloudy tonight with lows in the mid
We
60s.
just don't
Mostly
know
sunny
each other
tomorrow,
that well.
highs in the mid 70s.
Do I
The beaches,
really
mid
want to
80s
move
in
in
metro
with him?
LA and OC, 90s in
I don't
valleys.
even know if I should make him a cup of tea or coffee while he's working. Should I disturb him at all?
I know it's 69
I have no idea of his likes and dislikes.
Sherman Oaks.
Evidently, he's bored with the whole
And it is
Alma
also
thing.
slow on the
He's
101
right.
in
I
Hollywood.
need to move on. Let it go. Well,
Getting
at
away
least he's
from
not expecting
Sunset
to be
Boulevard
friends with
into
her.
downtown Los
And I hope
Angeles.
that she'll
One
now
of the
stop
Rabbi
hassling
pursuit
me
that
for a
ended in a
meeting.
crash in the
I
Atwater
get off the
Village
bed and
area.
wander to
And
the
this is
window.
right at the intersection of
Unlocking the
Riverside
balcony
Drive and
door,
Fletcher
I
Drive.
open
So
it and stroll
emergency
over to
crews are
the
on
glass
scene to
railing.
watch out and stay
Its
clear of that
transparency
intersection.
is
Also,
unnerving.
checking out some
The
slow
air is
traffic in
chilly and
mid-city on the
fresh
10 eastbound.
as I'm up
You might
so
just
high.
filling in, getting
I
away from
gaze
just
out
about
the
western
twinkling
as you
lights
roll
of
into
Seattle.
downtown Los
It's
Angeles.
so far
And but Mahal
from
Pass
every
remains full. 16
American's
northbound,
fortress,
starting at the Glen Helen.
answerable to
While
no
moving
one.
ahead to the 138. Paint
Just
up in the
hope
sky.
he
Now
loves
get
me.
you there
Then
faster.
all
I'm
this
Angel
crap
Martinez.
comes up because of that dreadful
This is
woman.
Joe Cordell with the law
I
firm
roll my
Cordell and
eyes.
Cordell. Divorce can
His
be
life is so
complicated, especially
complicated.
if children are involved.
He's so
If you're a father and
complicated.
want to protect your role in your children's
With a
lives,
heavy sigh
remember
and a
Cordell
last
and Cordell.
glance at
We've
Seattle
helped men with
spread
matters
like
like
clods
these
of
for
gold
30
at my
years,
feet.
and we'd love to help
I
you.
decided to call
Contact
Ray.
Cordell and Cordell.
I haven't
Schedule
spoken
an
to him
appointment
for a
with one of
while.
our firm's
It's a
California
brief
attorneys.
conversation, as
1455 Tracy
usual.
Road, Suite
But I
500,
ascertain
San
he's
Diego,
fine and
California,
that I'm interrupting an
93108.
important soccer
Online at
match.
CordellCordell.com. That's
All is well with
CordellCordell.com.
Christian.
Finding a
He
great
says
candidate to
casually,
hire can be like,
and I know
well,
he's fishing
trying to
for
find a needle
information,
in a
but
haystack,
doesn't
but
really
not
want
with
to know.
ZipRecruiter. Its
Yeah,
powerful technology
we're cool.
actively finds and
Sort of.
invites qualified
And I'm
candidates to
really
apply to
good
your
with him.
job. So
But
while
we
other
haven't
companies
discussed
might
the
deliver a lot of
timetable.
hay, ZipRecruiter
Love you,
finds
Dad.
you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who
I
post a
hang
job
up
on
and check my
ZipRecruiter get a
watch.
quality candidate
It's
within
only
the
10.
first day. Try
Because of
ZipRecruiter
our
for free
discussion,
at
I'm feeling
ZipRecruiter.com.
strangely aggravated and
That's
restless. I shower quickly
for
and
unmatchable
back in
durability
the
no matter
bedroom
how deep the
decide to
cut.
wear one of the night dresses that Caroline Acton
More.com.
procured for me from Neiman Marcus. Christian's always moaning about my t-shirts. There are 3. I choose the pale pink and put on over my head. The fabric skims across my skin, caressing and clinging to me as it falls around my body. It feels luxurious. The finest, thinnest satin. Well, in a year, I look like a 1930s
Still
movie star.
closing down
It's
intersections
long,
and
elegant,
doing these
and very
donuts
unbelievable.
and
I grab the matching robe and decide to hunt out a book in the library.
It's getting crazy out there.
I could read on my
It's still
iPad,
doing it though.
but
And I
right
guess, you know,
now,
when we were
I
young,
want the comfort and
stupid,
reassurance
right?
of
We
a
did the
physical
same thing.
book.
I'm not calling stupid.
I'll
I'm
leave
just saying when
Christian
you're
alone.
young, you just do
Perhaps
things
he'll
that
recover his good humor once he's finished working.
it just
There
seem
are
like the
so
right thing to
many
do at
books
the
in
time.
Christian's library.
And as you get
Scanning
older,
every title will
never
take
do that.
forever. I glance occasionally at the billiard table and flush as I recall our previous evening.
Here at
I smile when I
12:30
see that the
now,
floor is
witnesses
still on the
report
floor.
seeing street racing,
Picking it up,
fireworks,
I
and even
swat
a
my
long
palm.
line of flames
Ow!
lit with some
It
kind of
stings.
accelerant. Just beyond
Why
this
can't I
intersection,
take a
there is a
little more
big
pain from
senior
my man?
community, and the people who live there are
Disconsolately,
scared.
I place it on the desk and continue my hunt for a good read. Most of the books are first editions. How can he have amassed a collection like this in such a
I
short
drive
time?
around 35.
Perhaps
The speed limit
Taylor's
is
job
35 miles
description
an hour
includes
on the
book
street
buying.
I take home. And
I settle on Rebecca by Daphne
occasionally,
du Maurier.
occasionally I go 40.
I haven't read this for a
But
long
I don't go
time.
45.
I smile as I
get a
curl
ticket
up
on
in one
the
of
way
the
home.
overstuffed
But
armchairs
these
and
guys,
read the
nobody's wearing
first
seatbelts.
line.
Everybody's hanging out the window.
Last
They got a
night,
flag,
I
flames
dreamt
and
I
fireworks
went to
coming out of the
Vanderbilt, and
windows with a laser,
I am
and they're
jostled
doing
awake
donuts
as
in the
Christian
middle of the
lifts me in his
intersection.
arms.
Man, oh man, they got
He
bigger
murmurs,
balls than I do.
"You fell asleep."
I'm going 38 miles an hour on the way
Nuzzles
home.
my hair.
And there's
Sleepily,
groups
I
of them
put my
in the
arms around his
center
neck
as
and
the
breathe in
cars
his
go
scent.
around
Yes.
and crowd
He
around
smells
that.
so
And
good.
again, I've always said I'm
As he
not
carries
getting
me
any
back to
invites
the bedroom,
on Twitter
he lays
or
me down on the bed and
or
covers
any of
me.
these social medias.
Sleep,
I've
baby.
never been invited to one
He
of these things. I'm
whispers,
not a narc.
and he
I just want
presses
to
his
see
lips
the
bruise against my
I want
forehead.
to see one in person, see what's going on. I want to smell one.
I wake suddenly from a disturbing
And
dream
I want
and
maybe
am
I'm a fan at the
momentarily
end of the day. I don't know.
disoriented.
Maybe I I go
I
back to
find
Burbank and
myself
never go to
anxiously
another one,
checking
but
the end
I've
of the
never been
bed,
invited to one.
but there's no
I
one
can't
there.
imagine. I know
Drifting
why. I'm
from
not
the
on
great
the
room,
atheist,
I hear
but
the
I think
faint
usually
strains of a
Mark is like
complex
a
melody
narc
from the
because he has a
piano.
big Lincoln.
What?
Yeah, and the
Tonight?
THC hat
I
that I
check
wear.
the alarm
It's like,
clock. 2 in
it's
the
not a
morning.
football.
Has Christian
But
come to
I
see
would
at all?
would loan you her car.
I disentangle my legs from my
I don't
robe,
want to do the
which I'm
donut.
still
I
wearing,
just want to
and
see
clamber out of
the
bed.
activity. You
In
know,
the
see
great
what's going
room,
on.
I stand
I
in the
like to do
shadows,
these things in
listening.
person. Nobody invites me.
Christian is lost in the music. He looks safe and secure in his bubble of light, and a tune he plays has a built-in melody, parts of which sound familiar.
I
The
think
whole
I'd be
scene
a
looks different somehow,
donut.
and I realize that
I
the
don't think I'd be
piano
a drag.
lays
I
down,
think I'd be a
leaving an
Drinking tires and mayhem and for
Yeah, when I was how old these guys have to get these tires. You know, I used to street
He
drive it.
continues to
And I gotta
play,
get new tires
not
every 3 or 4
faltering
years.
at all,
But these guys,
as I
man, you
make
must
my
get
way
tires
over to
every
him.
3 weeks.
His eyes follow me,
Hey, how else
drinking
control
in,
here?
burning brighter.
I don't know
As I reach him, he
in charge
stops.
of the burnout. I mean,
Why
do you
did you
have
stop?
like it's 10,
That was
10 is
lovely.
Gary, then it's
Do you
10,
have
15,
any
it's
idea how
Steve and his
sour my
crew,
look at this
and then
moment?
there's a 10, 20
He
show. I
says,
don't know.
his
How do they
voice
take turns?
soft.
How do they know who's going to...
is a burnout captain.
Yeah, there's a burnout line. I don't know how they organize it.
In
It
his
all
eyes,
seems to be
as he
much
holds
more
out his hand.
organized than you think.
When I take it, he tugs unexpectedly, so I fall into his lap.
Always that corner.
He wraps his arms around me and rubs my neck behind my
The
ear,
video is
sending shivers down my
an
spine.
intersection of Second
Why
and
did you
Sarita, where he says these
whispers
street
as his
takeovers
teeth
are a
raise my
weekly
earlobe?
occurrence.
My heart skips a
We
beat.
also showed him
Then
Thursday
starts
night
pounding,
out of control
coursing
stunts in
feet
Buena
throughout my
Park,
body.
or
Because we are getting to know each other,
or
more
a
stubborn
spectator
and
was hit by a
cantankerous.
spinning car.
I murmur breathless,
I have no sympathy
shifting my head to
for a
get
guy
better
getting nailed by
access to
one
my
of those
throat.
cars. When
He
you go
runs
to
his
one of
nose
those
down
things,
my
you
neck,
know
and I feel his
what,
smile.
the conflict. Like,
All
expectations. You could get hit, you could get killed, you could be paralyzed, and
He
that's
nips
on
my
you.
earlobe, and I know it's always like this. He sighs. I have no idea.
No arrests
He
were
yanks
made
the
in
sash
Buena
of my
Park.
robe so it
Police
falls
say
open,
the drivers
and
took
his
off,
hand
and
spins
no
down my
report
body
reported being
over my
injured during the
breast.
sideshow.
My nipples
I
harden
can't
beneath his
imagine.
gentle touch,
Every time I
straining
turn around,
against
the
the sun.
bird ain't up staring at me.
Continues down to my waist, down to my hip.
There were white clouds of smoke and revving engines in Costa Mesa overnight.
Tugs gently
I
on my
like that
neck
smell
and
of
fabric.
burning rubber and
Gasp.
gasoline and
Palms under
fire.
my fists
I
in my
think
hair.
I'd be addicted to these
Pulling
things,
my
and
head
all
back,
of a sudden I'd be like in
he's
line to
telling
spin
me
around and dump.
People come out of car windows during
Slowly
risky
responds
maneuvers in
aggressive
this street takeover on Red Hill and
His hand
Thomas
gently
Drive.
pulls my nightdress up, slowly, tantalizing me, until his arm will lay me behind and run his thumbnail down the inside of my thigh. Suddenly he
Meanwhile, back
rises,
in Anaheim in
startling me,
Sun-Kissed Gardens,
and lifts me
seniors
onto
living
the
in this
piano.
mobile home park
My
say
feet rest on the
stop.
keys,
Love this,
sounding
right?
discordant,
Yeah, you
disjointed
work your
notes,
ass off.
and his
Then you
hands
get
swing
seniors
up my
every 2
legs
years.
and hug my knees. He
He
grabs my
Seniors
hands,
living in this mobile
my
home
back,
park
Some
in
kids,
Anaheim in
holding my
Sun-Kissed Gardens.
hands while I
kids
sink back on top of him.
you finally made it, you're relaxing, you're
The
on
lid is hard and
all day, you're the
uncompromising
same
against
age.
my back.
Go to bed
He
at 7
lets go
o'clock
and
at night.
pushes my legs open wider,
Or
my
watching
feet
MASH and
dancing
Golden
over
Girls.
the keys,
Yes, you're
growing
uncomfortable,
lower
like
and higher
90.
notes.
Here,
Oh boy,
dinner at 4,
I know what he's
then
going
bread
to
at
do.
5, and
And the
then all of a
anticipation.
sudden,
I
at
groan loudly as
9:30
he
at
kisses
night,
the
all you
inside
hear
of
is,
my knee. He kisses and sucks and makes his way higher up my leg to my thigh. The soft satin of my right hand rises higher, standing
Meanwhile,
over
back
my
in Anaheim in
sensitized skin
Sun-Kissed
as
Gardens,
he pushes me
seniors
back.
living in this mobile
I
home
flex
park
my
say
feet and the chords
sideshows
sound
are a
again.
constant worry.
Closing my eyes, I surrender myself to him as his mouth reaches the apex of my thighs. Kisses me. There. Oh boy. He gently blows before his tongue circles my clitoris. He pushes my legs wider. I feel so weak, so exposed. He holds me in place, his hands just above my knees as his tongue tortures me.
So there were
No quarter, no respite, no breathing. Tilting my hips up, meeting and matching his rhythm.
just thinking out
I
loud here, right? Noodling.
Oh,
But
Christian,
maybe it's time for you to go over to Roundtree Gardens and stop with this sun kiss garden,
Not yet.
right? Because
He
I've
teases,
never heard anyone at
but I
Roundtree
feel
Garden
myself
complain
quicken, as does
about
he,
this.
and he stops. No,
I don't know. I've not heard
it is
anybody
my revenge,
complain
Nana.
at
He
Roundtree
growls
Garden,
softly,
right? I think it's a
arguing
little
with
more
me,
secluded.
and I'm going to take it out on your body somehow. He trails hisses along my belly, his hands traveling up my thighs, stroking, kneading, tantalizing. His tongue circles my navel as his hands and his thumbs, oh, his thumbs, reach the summit of my thighs. Ah! I cry out as he pushes one inside me. The other pursues me, slowly, agonizingly, circling around and around. My back arches off the piano as I writhe with his touch. It's almost unbearable. Christian! I cry, spiraling out of control with need. He takes pity on me and stops. Lifting my feet off the keys, pushes me, and suddenly I'm sliding effortlessly up the piano, gliding on satin, and he's following me up there, briefly kneeling between my legs to roll on a carpet. He hovers over me and I'm panting, gazing up at him with raging need, and I realize he's naked.
I like to bring your
You take off his
fireball
clothes.
ass in here.
He stares down at me, and there's wonder in his eyes. Wonder and love and passion
What a night.
and it's breathtaking.
Every single
I
weekend.
want you so badly. He sighs, and very slowly, exquisitely, he sinks into me. I am sprawled on top of him, worn out, my limbs heavy and languid as I lie on top of his grand piano. Oh my! He's much more comfortable to lie on than the piano. Careful not to touch his chest, I rest my cheek against him and keep perfectly still. He doesn't object, and I listen to his beard as it slows like
Do you
mine.
ever have friends who would drive me?
Gently, he strokes my hair.
I had a
Do you
friend
drink tea or
who,
coffee in
with
the
another buddy,
I ask,
I think it was like 3 or 4, and they went to TP a house in the Encino Hills.
he says dreamily.
We just happened to be
I
driving
thought
up
I
to
could
another
bring you
person's
tea in your
house,
study.
and we saw
And
them
then I
being a house.
didn't know what you would
And
like.
so
Oh,
we knew who it was,
I see.
and we sort of just drove by, and then he split, and then the guy who owned the house
Maybe I should
gave
try
chase.
tea.
He got in his car, and he
His
chased
hand
it.
moves
So we
quickly
followed him
down
to
my
chase
back,
to see how it was going to go.
stroking me
And
tenderly.
they got down to
We
Burbank
really know very
Boulevard.
little
And
about
they
each
turned,
other.
they're
I
going
never.
northbound on
I know.
Gavenhurst, then
He
eastbound
says,
on Burbank.
and his
And I
voice
remember
is
this very,
mournful.
very specifically.
I sit up to
And
gaze
as
at him.
the guy made
What
the
is it?
turn,
I
he
ask.
slipped onto the
He shakes his head
median
as if
there
to
on the
rid
grass,
himself of some
and the guy
unpleasant thought,
chasing my
and,
friend,
raising his
who's
hand,
TP'd his house,
he caresses my
the
cheek,
guy got in the
his
median and
eyes
did
bright
a
and
cartwheel
earnest.
with his car, like
I
7
love
or 8
you,
cartwheels,
Steele, he
and
says.
landed on like his foot. And I'm like, oh man,
The
I
alarm
think
goes off with the 6 a.m. traffic news, and I am rudely awakened from my disturbed dream of overly blonde and dark-haired women.
But
I can't grasp what it's about, and I'm immediately distracted because Christian Grey is wrapped around me like silk, his unruly haired head on my chest, his hand on my breast, his leg over me,
I don't think it's
holding me
possible
down.
as he told his car.
He's still asleep,
And
I
I don't
am
know how
too
that
warm,
ended up, but
but
I
I
know
ignore
that
my
the car was
discomfort,
totaled.
tentatively
And
reaching up to run
the
my
guy got
fingers
away.
gently through his hair.
But that happened
He
like
stirs.
in
Raising bright gray eyes, he grins
79,
sleepily.
80?
Oh
Probably
my,
1980.
he's
So
adorable.
it's like 42 years
Good morning,
ago.
beautiful.
What if the
He
guy's
says,
listening right now? Like, you never
good
even
morning,
did that.
beautiful
He drives
yourself.
cars like they do now.
I
No,
smile
he was
back
like
at him.
he probably has a
He kisses
Camaro,
me,
that he was chasing
disentangles
again.
himself,
And
and
all of a
leans
sudden
up on
did
his elbow,
like,
staring down at me.
cartwheel.
Sleep okay?
And
He asks, yes,
but it was a
despite the
horrible,
interruption to my sleep
for
last
everybody.
night.
Everybody, right?
His
The
grin
guy felt bad
broadens.
about it. The guy lost his car.
You
He
can interrupt
could have
me
gotten
like
killed.
that.
So you're chasing guys that were just TPing his
Kisses
house,
me again.
And I
How about
understand that
you?
you're drunk, you're
Did you
buzzed,
sleep
you
well?
feel like people are,
I always sleep well.
disrespecting you and you're
Anastasia.
getting chased. But then
No
end
more
up doing like 6
nightmares?
cartwheels. That's then you think about what it's done.
I frown and chance a question.
Yes,
What
that's
are your
right,
nightmares
that's
about?
right. But keeping
His
a
brow
house was a big
creases
deal.
and his grin fades.
Shit. All the time.
I
You
stupid
get garden hose
curiosity.
and all that crap comes off the tree in 8 seconds.
There are flashbacks of my early
We're
childhood.
live on KFR AM at 640. More now at 1 or KFR
So
24 News.
vivid,
A
so
small 3.5
plus
earthquake has hit San Diego County.
his
It was
voice
near Alpine
drops,
around
and a
2:45 this
distant
afternoon.
herald look
The
crosses
prosecutor
his
in Georgia
face.
investigating defending ex-President Trump and others alleged
begins to
hemp
trace my
interference in the 2020
collarbone with his
election
finger,
has filed
distracting
paperwork
me.
compelled testimony from Trump allies,
Do you wake
including
up crying and
Christian former
screaming?
National Security
I
Advisor
try
Michael
in
Flynn.
vain to
Pink
joke.
Floyd's exploring a deal to
He
sell
looks
their
at me,
catalog for up to $500
puzzled.
million.
No,
But Variety
Anastasia.
reports the value is being
I've
questioned
never
after recent
cried,
remarks from Roger
as
Waters
far
about
as I
the
can
Russian-Ukraine war. We'll look at
He
some
frowns
developments on the
as if
fly right after
reaching
this.
into the
Don't
depths
forget
of
to
his
tonight, you gotta call
memories.
Sweet James, right? Sweet
That's
James
too
Burger.
loud a place to
Nobody
go
better
in
than
this
Sweet
hour,
James and
surely.
his crew.
Do
They
you have
have
any happy
earned over
memories of your
$100 million
childhood?
just
I
this
ask
year
quickly,
alone.
mainly to
It's
distract him.
unbelievable, right? So
He
here's some of
looks
the cases
pensive
they
for a
worked on.
moment, still running his
$315,000
finger along my
went to
skin.
an injured victim who was
I
sitting
recall
at
the
a
crack
stoplight and got
one
hit from behind.
I
And
remember
man,
the
what a big
smell
check, 315
of
grand for
birthday
that.
cake,
And of
I
course,
think,
here's another one.
for me.
And
And then
there was
there's
a client
Lee's
recovered
arrival with
from
my mom and
a
dad.
dog fight.
My mom
His
was worried
big
about
ass
my
dog
reaction,
just bit him.
but
Right?
I had
Maybe in
coordinated
the bowl. Huh? Wacko.
My first
And
word
so
was
Sweet James went to
Neil.
work on it. And
I
they got
remember
him
my first piano lesson.
$500,000.
Miss
$500
Kathy,
million.
my tutor, was awesome.
So
She
phone
kept
him up,
horses too.
get him on the case.
He
And what's really
smiles
cool about Sweet
wistfully.
James, the lawyers there, is they donate
Beside your
meals
mom's
every time they win a case.
How?
And the last year and a half, they donated
Broke him.
5,000
And he
meals to
gazes
people who
at
are
me
hungry.
as if I don't understand the
65,000
elementary
meals.
math of
How
2
great is
plus
that?
2.
Isn't that cool?
She
So if you've
adopted
been
me.
injured, you got to call the best
He
attorneys in
says
the world,
simply,
voted best attorneys in
I thought
America.
she was an angel
Phone
when
them
I
up,
first met
800
her.
500
She was dressed in
5200.
white,
800
so
500
gentle and calm as
5200.
she examined
And the
me.
website,
I'll never forget that.
sweetjames.com. We got
If
a
she
crash on
said
the fly in
no,
commerce.
if Garrett had said
Coming up on
he shrugs and glances over his
emergency
shoulder
crews
at the
helping
alarm
out.
clock.
Looks like 4 cars got
This is
into it.
all
Everyone's in the
deeply
center divider
sore.
bedded. I'm trying to smooth them off the Swanson right now, and it's causing a slow
I
drive
have made
getting
a
away
vow
from
to
the
get to know you
Scope
better.
freeway. Still loading up in Mid-City on the 10 eastbound from
I
Western
thought
to
you
the
wanted to know if I
110.
preferred
And
coffee
in
or tea.
Hollywood, the 101 southbound backing up away from Melrose as you continue into downtown Los Angeles. Still pretty crowded in the
He
Cajon
pushes his
Pass,
hips
15 northbound
suggestively
away from
against me.
just about Kenwood,
I
leaving a
think
lot
I know
better
you
by the
quite well
138.
enough that way.
KFI in the sun.
My voice is
Get you
high
there
and
faster.
smoky,
I'm Angel
and it makes him
Martinez.
smile more
This
broadly.
report is sponsored by Big O
I want to
Tires.
know
Big O
it's
Tires is giving you even bigger ways to save. Now get $100 in savings on a set of 4 select Bridgestone tires, or save $70 on a set of 4 Firestone tires. Plus, get free installation. For your nearest store, visit BigOTires.com.
My voice is low and husky.
Get Spectrum Internet with speeds of 300 megabits per second, advanced Wi-Fi with best-in-class security and privacy. Spectrum Mobile with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus
And his
nationwide
eyes sparkle
Get
salaciously.
it all with Spectrum
Christian!
Spectrum
I'm gasped,
advanced
shocked.
Wi-Fi and one line of
He shifts
Spectrum
suddenly
Mobile
so that
unlimited
he's on
for
top of
only
me,
$49.99
pressing me
a
into
month.
the bed.
Visit
Grabbing my
Spectrum.com or
hands,
Spectrum
pulls
Store
them
today.
above my head,
Valid for
begins
qualified
to whisper.
residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
He smiles against my
I love
skin,
my new
singing
F-150.
delicious tingles through
Never
me.
knew a truck.
As his hand travels down my back and starts to slowly
The
reach up my
Ford
satin
F-150 hybrid
dress.
can get up to 24 miles per gallon. The other one does. You might go to LA Studios
And
and
I
test the
am
way it
lost.
goes with
Interrogation over.
Plus, the Pro Power Onboard turns your truck into a
Mrs.
mobile
Jones
generator.
sets down my
Ford
breakfast of
Truck Month
pancakes
is
and
here.
bacon.
Visit your
And for
local
Christian,
Ford dealer
I
and
bought
get behind the
bacon.
wheel of a new
We
Ford
sit side by
F-150
side at
truck.
the bar in
Discover the
comfortable
easy
silence.
The stuff they don't want
When
you
am
to
I
know
going to meet your
podcast
trainer,
delves into
God,
popular
and put
culture's
him
most
through his
persistent
paces?
mysteries.
I ask.
Now, there's something
Christian
else with the
glances down
guys,
at me,
stuff they don't
ready.
want you to know, want you
Depends if
to
you
know.
want to go to New York this
They've
weekend
got
or
a
not.
new book coming out.
Unless you want to
It's
see
packed
me
with
one more
illustrations.
this week.
The stuff they don't want
I'll
you to
ask
know
Andrea
book.
to check
It's
out the
written in
schedule.
the same
How about
smart conversational
Andrea?
style you love hearing on a
Yeah.
podcast. Available October 11th.
Yes.
Pre-order
One
now
of your
at
many blogs. I tease
thebookyoushouldreadbooks.com
him.
or wherever you buy your books.
She's
Finding
not
great
mine.
candidates
She
to
wants
hire
to
can
be
be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with
I
ZipRecruiter.
wonder,
It's powerful
sourly.
technology actively
He grins
finds
as if
and
he's
invites
forgotten.
qualified candidates
So
to apply to your job. So while
His
other
beaming
companies
smile
might
is
deliver a lot of pay,
infectious.
ZipRecruiter finds
Maybe
you
Claude
the
could teach
needle in
me
the
to kick
haystack.
butts.
See why
I
4 out
roar.
of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try
Christian raises
ZipRecruiter
an
for
eyebrow.
free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's
He is so
ZipRecruiter.com/free.
damn happy compared
Hi,
to
this is Dean
yesterday's
Stewart,
crowd
the House
after
Whisperer.
Eleanor.
I've spent my career
It's totally
designing and
disarming.
building beautiful
Maybe it's all the
homes. I'm
sex.
here on KFI to
Perhaps
help
that's
you
what's making him so
transform your
buoyant.
house into a more
I glanced behind me at the piano and saved my memory of last
How
night.
you doing?
I had a bit of the piano back then. So last night, so as not to disturb. Yes, it didn't work. but
KFI AM 640
Christian
Conway
Slips
the Mets
twitched
lost
until
to
he
the
smiled as he
Padres
takes a
tonight,
bite of
7-1, I
muffins.
believe was the final.
I
Yeah,
go
7-1,
crimson
yes,
and smirk
yes.
back at him.
So,
Oh,
Scherzer,
yes.
who is the
Fun times on
starter
the
for the
piano.
Mets,
Mrs. Jones
he
leans
takes the
over and
loss.
places a paper bag
7
containing my lunch
earned
in front of
runs in
me,
5 innings.
making me flush guiltily.
12.6 ERA
For
tonight.
later, Anna.
Nice
2,
job, bud.
okay?
Nice job in the playoffs.
Oh, yes.
He gave up
Thank you,
7 earned
Mrs.
runs.
Jones. I give her a shy smile, which
And,
she reciprocates
as the
warmly
opening
before leaving
pitcher
the great room.
to the Mets.
I suspect it's to
Yeah,
give
what
us
a
some
joke.
privacy.
Unbelievable.
Can I ask you something?
Mets
I
big
turn
run
back
goes
to Christian.
down.
His
Mets
amused
had that
expression
big
slips.
season, right?
Of
The
course.
big Timmy the Trumpet.
And you won't
Let's
be
go
angry?
Mets. Let's
Is
break
it about
it in
Helena?
baseball at some point.
No.
And it all came
Then I
crashing
won't
down.
be angry.
Crashing
But
down.
now I have a
Crash and burn.
supplementary question,
The Padres
which
are
is
ahead
about
1-0 in the best of 3.
He rolls his
Next
eyes.
game is New York. I think the third game is in
He
San Diego.
says,
And that's
and now
it
he's
is New York.
exasperated.
I may not even
Why do
have
you
to go
get so
back
mad when
to
I
San
ask you
Diego.
about her?
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. A lot of
Honestly,
baseball happening.
I
Dodgers start
scowl at him.
Tuesday
I thought
at
you were
Dodger
always
Stadium.
honest with me.
They'll have
I
home field
endeavored to be.
advantage throughout the entire
I narrow
playoffs.
my eyes at him.
Dodger Stadium
That sounds like
Tuesday
a very evasive
against
answer.
either the Mets
I am
or the
always honest
Padres.
with you, Anna.
Big
I
deal.
don't want to play games.
All right, let's get into the big smash and grab that happened in Beverly Hills.
He's behind a smash and grab burglary at a jewelry store in
He
Beverly
inclines
Hills
his head
were
to one side
arrested
and smirks
after
at me.
flashing their
You are
on
so
social
easily
media.
distracted.
Oh,
I giggle.
no.
He's right.
Nobody told these
Mr.
guys
Gray,
not to do that,
You are
huh?
distracting on so
They
many
rip off a
levels.
jewelry store and then
I
they have
gaze
to
at his
flash it
dancing
all over
gray eyes
social
alight
media.
with humor.
Oh, they dumb
My
dumb.
favorite
Oh,
sound
why'd
in
you
the
guys
whole world
do that?
is
To
your
what?
giggle,
A
Anastasia.
federal grand jury has
Now,
indicted 3
what
Long
was your
Beach men
original
in the
question?
case.
He
Prosecutors
asks
say back in
smoothly,
March, the
and I
suspect
think
got
he's
away with
laughing at me.
19 bracelets,
I try to
7
twist
pairs
my
of
mouth
earrings,
and show
4
my
necklaces,
displeasure,
a pair of
but I like playful 50.
rings,
He's
and
fun.
a
I
jewel
love
watches.
some early morning
I like
banter.
One year.
I frown,
Wow.
trying to
The
recall
total
my
haul
question.
valued at $2.6 million.
Oh, yes.
But
Oh,
You
man.
only saw your
You
sons
can
on the
retire
weekends?
on that.
Yes.
$2.6
That's
million for the
He
jewelry you can
says,
sell for
regarding me
1.3
nervously.
easily.
I
You
grin
can
at him.
retire on that.
So,
You never have to
no
work
sex
again.
during the week.
Even if you're in your 20s,
He laughs.
if you work that
Oh,
amount of money, right,
that's where you're going
you
with
can literally
this.
retire on
He
that.
looks vaguely relieved.
Or
Why do you think I work out every weekday?
put it on social media
Now he really
and
is
spend
laughing at
25 years
me.
in jail.
But I don't care.
It's up to you.
I want
the
to
total
hug
haul
myself
valued
and
at
plead.
$2.6 million.
Another
But days
first.
later, investigators say one of
Several
the men
firsts.
posted stacks
You
of
look
money
very
and
pleased with
praised
yourself
the
for this
robbery
deal.
gang. The FBI
I
and
am,
the
Mr.
PD
Gray.
worked together to track the suspect down last month
He
and
grins.
arrested them.
Now eat your
Oh my
breakfast.
God.
Oh,
Don't mess
bossy
around with
50.
Beverly Hills cops.
He's never
They got
far
way too
away.
many of them, way too many resources, a lot of
We are
money,
in the back of the
tons of
Audi.
money,
Taylor is
tons of
driving
time,
with the
not a lot
intention
of
of
crime in
dropping
Beverly
me
Hills,
off at work. Then
and they're
Christian.
going to nail you
Sawyer is riding
almost
shotgun.
every single time.
Didn't you say your roommate's
So,
brother was arriving today?
Don't put that crap on
Christian
social
asks,
media.
almost casually.
You know, man,
His
people, I
voice
guess,
and
I guess
expression
that's
getting
not the
nothing
first
away.
dumbest thing they've
Oh,
ever done. So,
Ethan!
all right,
I
there's
gasped.
been a
I forgot.
haboob
Oh,
in San
Christian,
Diego. That's what
thank
they call
you
it,
for
dust
reminding
storm,
me.
right?
I'll have to go back to the apartment. His face falls. What time? I'm not sure what time he's arriving. I don't want you going anywhere on your own, he says sharply. I know. I mutter and resist rolling my eyes at Mr. Overreaction.
Yeah.
Will
That's
Sawyer be
kinda
spying?
wild. All right, this chess cheater,
Patrolling today?
19-year-old,
I
cheating
glance
everybody out
slyly
of
in
chess.
Sawyer's direction to see the backs of his ears turn red.
Wow,
Yes.
what a result.
Christian
While
snaps.
growing allegations
His
that
eyes
19-year-old
glacial.
chess star Hans Niemann
If I were driving the Saab, it would be easier, I mutter petulantly.
This is not.
Sawyer will have a car. He can drive you to your apartment.
Coming to a head
Depending on
after
what
Niemann
time.
shouts grandmasters everywhere,
Okay.
beating the reigning
I
world
think
champion
Ethan will probably
Magnus
contact
Carlsen.
me
How do
during
you
the day.
cheat at chess?
I'll let you know what
Doesn't
the plans are
everybody
then.
know, like, you know, what
He
moves
gazes
the
at
chess
me,
pieces
saying
they make and
nothing.
what they moves they can use.
Oh, what
Yeah.
is he
How do you
thinking?
cheat during an in-person
Okay.
tournament?
He acquiesces.
Losing?
Nowhere on your own. Do you
What?
understand?
And what?
He waves a
The
finger
next
at me.
phase I'll call to
Yes,
after
dear.
Niemann's opening
I
move.
mutter. There's a trace of a smile on his face.
The forfeiture
And
coming after
maybe you should
Niemann
just
admitted
use your
publicly
BlackBerry.
cheating online in
I
the
will
past.
email you on it. I should prevent my IT guy having a thoroughly interesting morning, okay? His voice voice is sardonic.
How are you a
Yes,
professional chess
Christian.
player And the guy
I can't
makes one
resist.
move and you
I
give up.
roll my eyes at him. He smirks at me.
Then last night,
What
a
a steal.
bombshell report, the website chess.com, accusing Neiman of likely cheating in more than 100
Mr.
online
Gray,
games,
you're
including several
perpetually
prize
twitching
events
Paul.
and kicking him off the
What
site.
are we going to do
Cheating
with that?
online can be as simple as having an extra
He
screen
laughs
open
and then is
where a
distracted
computer
by
AI
his
gives
BlackBerry,
hints on the
which
best
must be
possible
on
route.
vibrate because
Okay,
it
we're
doesn't
playing
ring.
a very different
He
way
frowns
from
when he
humans.
sees a
And the
caller
kind of
ID.
moves the computer will
What
play,
is it?
you'll look
He
at it and
snaps
you'll say,
into
no
the
way, that
phone,
works.
then
When you
listens
start playing too
intently.
many of those kind of
I
moves,
use the opportunity
you
to
can start
study
looking
his
at your
lovely
phone.
features.
It's a growing
His straight
problem for the
nose,
multi-million-dollar
his hair
online
hanging
chess
stiffly
gaining
over his
popularity
forehead.
thanks to shows with the
I am
Queen's
distracted
Gambit.
from my surreptitious outrage by his expression,
That
which turns from
a
incredulity to
computer
amusement.
chess
I pay
player is
attention.
better than a human?
You're kidding.
The
Or
computer
singing.
chess player,
When
computer
did he tell you
chess
this?
games are
Christian
better at chess
chuckles,
than a human
almost
being?
reluctantly.
That's what they're saying.
No,
That's
don't
why.
worry. You
Well,
don't
somebody
have
had
to
to create
apologize.
that.
I'm glad
Somebody had
there's
to
a
create
logical
the chess
explanation.
computer.
It did seem a
Right.
ridiculous though not
Oh,
I have no doubt.
they become hosts?
Creative
How about that one
plan.
thing is
Now called
Or
into question
Isaac.
over
He
accusations
smiles.
of a second
Niagara Falls Heights?
By the way, I think they're also going to lose the term.
He snaps the phone shut and glances at me. His eyes are
If you
suddenly
look at any
wary,
kind of real
but
estate,
oddly,
like I'm obsessed with looking at high-end
who is that?
condominiums
I
in New
ask.
York City. They have these
Wants to
new,
know.
like $60
He
and
asks
$70
quietly.
million condos
With
in
that
New York. And
response,
you can see them
I
on
know.
YouTube and TikTok.
I
and
shake my head and stare out my window at
there's
the
these
gray
super
Seattle
tall,
day,
thin buildings.
feeling for
And one
more.
of the condos is the top 6 stories of one of those buildings. And I think it's
He reaches for my
12,000
hand
square
and
feet.
kisses each
And
of my
going for
knuckles
50
in
or
turn.
$60 million.
Suddenly,
And
he's
they
sucking my
say
little finger
they don't
hard.
use the term walk-in
Then biting
closet,
inside.
Coach.
right, for people in wheelchairs.
He has
They
a
don't use
hotline to
rooms
my
of
groin.
view.
I have a hotline.
I
Do you
gasp
want
and glance
bricks?
nervously at
And they don't
Taylor
have
and Sawyer.
Hotline.
Then at
master
Christian,
bedroom
and his
because
eyes are
of
darker.
the
He gives me a slow,
Breakfast.
carnal smile.
connection to that.
Don't sweat it. I'm stage.
They also don't use
Murmurs.
walking distance to like parks or stores.
Is that right?
He plants a
People
kiss
like
in the
this,
center of my
because
palm,
people with
sending
disabilities.
tingles
Oh.
everywhere.
Okay, that's good.
And my momentary peace is
But
forgotten.
they don't, you know, when you walk
Morning,
into,
Anna.
when you take a
Jack
tour of a
mutters as I
condo,
make my way to my
everything's
desk.
so watered down.
Nice dress.
You know, they say this is
I
bedroom
flush.
number one, bedroom number
The
two,
dress is
bedroom
part of my
number
new
three.
wardrobe, courtesy of my incredibly rich boyfriend. It's a sleeveless shift dress of pale blue linen, quite fitted, and I'm wearing cream high heel sandals.
Overlooking Central
Christian
Park.
likes
I
heels,
think
I
it's
think.
57th Street.
I
is the
smile
big
secretly at the
high-end
thought, but
billionaire
quickly
drove
recover
there.
my bland
God
professional
almighty.
smile for my
Man, if you
boss.
had that kind of money,
Good morning,
you'd
Jack.
get 50 or 60 billion.
I set about ordering a
condominium.
messenger to take his brochure to the printers.
No, no,
He pops his head around his
Just a
office
condo.
door.
No backyard,
Could
no
I have
front yard, no
coffee,
pool of
please?
your own, no tennis court.
Sure.
60
I wander
years.
into the kitchen and bump into Claire from reception, who is also fixing
They said
coffee.
one of these things,
Hey,
which
Anna,
I think would
she says
eliminate
cheerfully.
Belio from it.
Hi, Claire.
The building
We
sway
chat briefly about her extended family
36
gathering over the
inches
weekend,
sway.
which she enjoyed immensely.
Yeah.
And I tell her about
30
sailing
sway
with
during
Christian.
a storm.
Her boyfriend is so dreamy, Anna,
Because
she
the
says,
chandelier
her eyes
stays in the
glazing
same
over.
place. So the
I am
rest of the
tempted
room
to roll my
moves and
eyes
the
at her.
chandelier stays.
He's not bad looking. I smile and we both start laughing.
No, you don't see the chandelier do anything. You see,
You
it's
took
the
your
table
time.
where, oh, and the
Jack
chandelier
snaps when I
stays.
bring in his
And
coffee.
you're like, wait a minute, what's going on?
Oh,
And then
I'm
when
sorry.
Billy stops,
I
waiting,
flush,
the chandelier
then
moves.
frown.
You're
I
like,
took. What's his
but
problem?
it's, you know, it's modern
Perhaps
technology
he's
to
nervous
be able
about
to build a
something.
building that
He
thin
shakes
and
his head.
that high
Sorry,
without it
Anna.
falling over.
I didn't mean to
And
bark
you're
at
like,
you.
I hope it's good technology, right?
There's something
I hope.
going on at the
I mean,
senior
it
management
sounds like
level.
it is, but
And I don't know what it
Who
is.
knows? Never seen anything that tall, that high, that
If you hear
thin.
anything,
Very
I know how
They
the
can say I'm on
girls
the
talk.
zone.
He grins at me, and I
You gotta look at some
feel
of those
slightly
condos.
sick.
The 57th
He
Street
has no
condo
idea how we girls
billionaire
talk.
growth in Manhattan.
Besides,
Man,
I know what's happening.
I tell my show live on camera and supporting her never in the iHeart
Sure.
Radio app. More news
I
now
love
with
her.
Mark Robb. Tens of
I sent the
millions of
brochures to
California
printers
residents
and
getting
will be
so-called
back by 2
employee
o'clock.
payments soon.
Great.
People were expected to get direct deposits as early
He
as
hands me a
today.
pile of
Middle class
manuscripts.
families fund
All
lawmakers
these need
approving
synopses of the first chapter.
I'll
get on it. I am relieved to step out of his office and sit down at my desk. Oh,
brought to you by
it's
Foreign
hard
Dental
being
Implant
in the
Center.
know.
A police pursuit
What will
ended
he
in a
do
crash in
when he finds
Atwater
out?
Village. Several
My
people were hurt in
blood
the crash.
runs cold.
LAPD says the
Something
allegedly
tells
stolen
me
Chevy
Jack
Silverado
will be
crashed
annoyed.
into a car, then the
I
driver
glance
ran
at my
off.
BlackBerry
Two
and
candidates
smile.
running for mayor of
There's
LA
an
say
email
they can
from
solve the
Christian.
city's homeless crisis.
From
In a broadcast
Christian
today,
Gray.
Congresswoman Karen
Subject,
Bass promised a massive
sunrise.
government response.
Date,
Day
June
one,
14,
declaring state of
2011.
emergency, but I will tell you that's not good
9:23.
enough. There needs to be a federal
Anastasia
state of
Steele.
emergency, and this needs
I
to be
love
responded
young
to, just like we're responding to the hurricane.
Christian
There
Gray.
needs to be a
Completely and
FEMA-like
utterly
response.
smitten.
Developer Rick
CEO,
Caruso says he
Gray
can house the
Enterprises
homeless for less
Holdings,
money.
Inc.
We are building
I think my
housing
face splits
for
in two
homeless
with my grin.
$800,000 a unit.
From Anastasia Steele.
800,000.
Subject, sundown. Date,
There's private
June
companies that
14,
can build them for
2011.
$60,000 a year. The election is
9:35.
on November 8th.
2.
There's
Christian
people
Gray.
who have been shot during a high
Dear
school football
completely
game in
and
Toledo,
utterly smitten.
Ohio. This happened at
I
Whitmer
love
High
waking
School
up
stadium
with
during
you.
a football game
But
against
I
Central
love being in
Catholics
bed
tonight.
with you.
No
And
shooter
in
in LA.
elevators, and
The
on
White House
pianos,
clarified
and
what
billiard
President Biden
tables,
meant
and
when he
boats,
said the
and
world is
desks,
at
and
risk of
showers, and
nuclear
bathtubs,
Armageddon.
and strange
Says
wooden
Biden meant
crosses
that
with
no one should
shackles, and
underestimate
four-poster
the danger
beds
of
with
Russian
red
launching
satin
nuclear
sheets,
weapons in
and
its war against
boathouses, and
Ukraine.
childhood
President's words spread
bedrooms.
quickly and also appeared to
Yours,
stretch beyond the boundaries of current
sex-mad
U.S.
and
intelligence
insatiable.
assessments. National
XX.
security officials say they have no evidence
From
that President
Christian
Putin
Gray.
is preparing for the use of
Subject,
nuclear weapons.
wet hardware.
We'll check out your evening drive right after
June
this.
14,
Finally,
2011.
American Division
9:37.
Windows. Man, oh man, what a
Anastasia
great
Steele.
company. I have three of them.
Dear
They're
sex
in their
mad
house.
and
They're going to get more
insatiable.
too. Bill and
I've just
Kathleen,
got
20
coffee
years ago,
all
a
over
little
my
over 20 years ago,
I
they
don't
wanted to
think
get
that's
Windows to their
ever
home,
happened
right?
to me
Simple
before.
process. No, not
I
simple
hit
at all.
the
They
viral
very
woman
so what they did, they started their own company and they named it
Am I
American
to
Bakery
infer just
Windows.
walking from my body?
So they operate their business
Christian
with the
Gray,
consumer, the
completely
customer
and
as their
utterly
top
shocked.
priority.
CEO,
Revolutionizing the
Gray
home business
Enterprises
industry,
Holdings,
home improvement industry, one customer at a time,
From
while improving the
Anastasia
lives of their
Steele.
employees for the better.
Subject,
Happens
giggling
this
and wet
work.
too.
So,
Date,
phone number coming here shortly. You're going to save a lot of money while you beautify your home. You're going to look at these windows for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So you might as
Dear
well go
completely
top
and
down,
utterly
right?
shocked.
Get custom
Always.
windows for your
I have
homes that
work
are
to do.
absolutely
Stop
beautiful.
bothering me.
My
S
4
and
windows
M
take
and I.
$750.
XX.
Buy 7 or more, save
Christian Gray.
1,000. Buy
Subject,
10 or
do I
more,
have
and
to?
save
Date,
$1,500.
June 14,
Again.
2011.
So phone them up right away, 877-318-3757.
Anastasia Steele.
818-3757. Or go to that website, AmericanVisionWindows.com. That's
Christian Gray, completely and utterly
AmericanVisionWindows.com.
smitten, shocked, spellbound. CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings.
Stop my weather from Gas Line. Partly cloudy
I
tonight.
put the BlackBerry down and get on with my work.
Highs in the mid-70s, Beaches, mid-80s in Metro LA and OC.
At lunchtime, Jack asks me to go down to the deli for him. I call Christian as soon as I leave Jack's office. He answers immediately. He stares at them and caressing. How is it this man can make the melt over the phone? Christian, Jack is asking to get his lunch.
Hollywood, which is pretty suburban on the Little West.
Christian cries. I ignore him and continue. So I'm going to get it. It might be handy if you give me Sawyer's number so I don't have to bother you. It's no bother. Are you on your own? There are 6 people staring at me right now wondering who the hell I'm talking to. I gasp as I wait for the phone.
We all know how it can be to go to the wrong
Yeah,
area.
you know.
Made up of over
He laughs.
Yeah, transportation is the most complex
I
part
hear
of your
his
job.
grin.
So bring the transportation
I'd better
experts
go.
at AMCO.
I am sure he can tell how embarrassed I am to be interrupting him. I'll let Sawyer know. He laughs again. Have you heard from his life? Not yet. You'll be the first to know, Mr. Gray. Bye, Christian. I grin. Every time he says that, it makes me smile. So unending, but somehow so him too. When I exit seconds later, Sawyer is waiting on the doorstep of the building. He greets me formally. Sawyer, I nod in response, and together we head down to the deli. I don't feel as comfortable with Sawyer as I do with Taylor. He keeps scanning the street as we make our way along the block. And I find myself hearing his actions. Out there? Or are we all infected by Christian's paranoia? Is this part of his conditionings? One of you, for half an hour, came to discussion with Dr. Flynn to find out. There's nothing amiss, just lunchtime Seattle. People rushing for lunch, shopping, meeting friends. I watched two young women hug as they meet up. I miss Kate. It's only been 2 weeks since she left for her vacation. It feels like the longest 2 weeks of my life. So much has happened. She'll never believe me when I tell her. Well, tell her being edited and being quiet. I frowned. I'll have to talk to Christian about that. I blanched at the thought. Perhaps she'll be back with Ethan. I feel a rush of excitement at the thought, but I think it's unlikely. She'd probably stay on with Elliot. Where do you stand when you're waiting and watching outside? I ask Sawyer as we get in line for lunch. Sawyer is in front of me, facing the door. People are monitoring the street and anyone who comes in. It's unnerving. Us in the coffee shop directly across the street from the studio. Doesn't it get very boring? Not to me, man. It's amazing. He says stiffly. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply. My voice trails off with his kind, understanding expression. Please, Misty, my job is to protect you, and that's what I'll do. So, no sign of Layla? No way.
End of
I
October
frowned.
preseason.
How do you know what she looks like?
Right
I've seen
on.
the photograph.
And
Oh,
then,
do you have it
of
on you?
course, you got football
No,
and then
ma'am.
baseball all weekend.
He taps his skull.
So,
Commit it
that
to
can be
memory.
pretty cool.
Of
The
course.
National Football
I'd
League
really like to
has,
examine a photograph of Layla to see what she looked
and
like
the
before she
Los
became a
Angeles
ghost girl.
Rams
I wonder if
are
Christian will
going to
let me
be
have a copy.
in town.
Yes, he
taking
probably
on
would, for my
Cowboys.
safety.
So,
I hatch a
it's gonna be
plan,
Trojan
and my
team
subconscious
versus
floats and nods
he loves
approvingly.
those Cowboys. And
The
they're going to be playing
brochures
at 1
arrived back
o'clock
at the
on
office,
Sunday,
and to my relief,
October 9th,
they
which
look
is
great.
Sunday.
I take one look
Crazy.
at Jack's
Some
office.
NBA games
His eyes light up.
preseason.
I don't know if it's at me or the brochure.
And Lakers,
I choose to believe
Sunday,
it's the
October
latter.
9th, 6:30.
Awesome. A lot of great football games
He flicks
this
through
weekend.
it.
The Giants and
Yeah.
Packers.
Good job.
That's going to be played in
Understood your
England.
boyfriend, Lucy.
So if you want to watch that on
His
TV,
lip curls
you guys
as he
get up at
says
6
boyfriend.
a.m.
Yes,
Sunday.
we
That'll
live
be your
together.
early game. So
It's
it's
sort
6:30
of the truth.
on Sunday.
Well, we do at the
Lions
moment.
will be playing
And I have
the
officially
Patriots.
agreed to commit,
Chargers.
so
Yeah,
it's not
Chargers.
much
The
to
LA
wait
Chargers will be
by.
playing
Enough
at
that
10
it's
a.m.
enough to
in
throw him off the
Cleveland.
scent.
Falcons,
Will you object to
Buccaneers,
you coming out for a
Texans,
quick drink tonight?
Jaguars, not
We
interesting.
celebrate all the
Steelers,
hard
Bills,
work.
that's always a good one.
I have a friend
Steelers will
coming
be
in from
playing
out of
in
town
Buffalo.
tonight,
That's
and
an
we're all
early
going
game,
out for
10
dinner.
a.m.
And I'll be
Dolphins will be
busy
in New
every
York
night.
playing
See?
the Jags. And that'll
Us.
be at 10
He
a.m.
sighs,
And
exasperated.
then, Bears and Vikings.
Maybe when
This
I'm
is a
back.
matchup.
Are you done?
That's another 10 a.m.
He
start
raises
on
his
Sunday.
eyebrows in expectation, and his gaze darkens suggestively.
Who cares?
Oh,
Storm
no.
Century played
I
It'll
smile,
be in
non-committal,
at the Saints,
stifling a
that's 10
shudder.
a.m. start. The 49ers will be
Would you
playing
like
the
some
Panthers.
coffee
There's a
or
lot of
tea?
49ers
I
fans
asked.
here in
Coca-Cola spend endless billions on advertising every year, but will never once try to sell you on their products. They sell an idea,
I can see that now.
happiness, harmony, togetherness.
I
But
breathe a long sigh of relief when I'm out of his office.
And
It makes me tense.
listen to this,
Christian
Elliot.
is
That's
right
your
about him,
Sunday night
and
game.
part of me is
Before
pissed that
Petro
Christian is
comes
right
on
about him.
Channel 4 with Fred.
I sit down at my desk and my
Listening to
BlackBerry
you
rings.
plotting out
A
your
number I
weekend.
don't
That's right.
recognize.
That's exactly.
Anna Steele?
Gotcha.
You
Hi,
nailed it.
Steele.
But you know what's really weird?
Ethan's
There's
drawl
two
catches
Sunday
me
night games.
momentarily off
Oh,
guard.
I'm sorry, it's a Monday night game.
Ethan,
All right,
how
I take
are
that back.
you?
The Bengals and the
I
Ravens
almost
are playing
squealed
Sunday
with
night
delight.
at 5. The
Glad to be
Raiders and
back.
the Chiefs are
I am seriously
Monday.
fed up with
Oh,
sunshine
that
and
sucks. I
rum
gotta work
punches and my
Monday.
baby sister
Want to
being
watch that
hopelessly in
live.
love with
Also
the big
watch
guy.
during the game, during the
It's been
program.
hell,
All right?
Anna.
You guys all
Clearly
stuff.
enjoyed that.
You
Yeah.
have to figure that
Sea,
out.
sand, sun, and
Raiders
rum
and Chiefs
punches
are playing
sounds
Monday
like
night,
Dante's
Kansas
Inferno.
City. That's
I
a
giggle.
tough place to play.
Where are you?
I have a feeling
I'm
that
at
the Raiders
SeaTac
are going to win that
looking
game.
for my bag.
And
What are you doing?
very tough to win.
I'm at work.
Very
Yes, I am gainfully employed.
awesome.
I respond to his
But I think
gas.
they're gonna, I don't know. I think
Do you
they're
want
gonna
to come here and collect the
All right,
keys? I can
dishwasher.
meet you later at the apartment.
Do's and don'ts. There's
Sounds
do's and
great.
don'ts with a
I'll see
dishwasher.
you
I
in
had no
about
idea. I had
45
no
minutes.
idea.
An hour, maybe? What's the address? I give him SIP's address. See you soon, Ethan.
I don't have a strong
Laters.
opinion on how it's done.
he says, and hangs up.
At all.
What?
We've seen that this week after
Too.
star Barbara
And it
Costello
dawns on me
breaks
that
back.
he's just spent a week with
Katrina
Elliot.
Scotland, she's
I quickly
saying
typed
Touchdown. Did you ever try touchdown?
Anastasia Steele.
5
Subject.
million
His
views.
news from St.
New
Lawrence.
ones to her account.
June
Because we figured out that with the
2011.
14. Okay, Val. So,
Two. Christian Gray.
we love you. This is such a
Terrence
debatable thing.
completely
Now,
and early SS and S. Ethan is back, and he's coming here to collect the keys to the apartment.
Okay,
I'd really like to make sure he's settled in okay.
what should we not
Why don't you pick me up after work? We can go to the apartment, and we can all go out for a meal, maybe.
And yet her
Nitrate.
husband
Your
just throws
Anna
all that
X.
crap in there and
Still
sends it on.
S.M. and I.
Which means
Anastasia Steele.
that
Assistant to
he
Jack
has
Hyde.
no respect when it comes to
S.I.P.
his loading the dishwasher.
Mom, Christian Gray. Subject. Dinner out.
That's
Date.
possible.
June
Or
14,
maybe he tried to teach him over the
2011.
years, and he's like, look, if I have to load the dishwasher, I'm just throwing all that crap in there.
I have a plan.
Except
Except the part about the
Here, the simple thing you don't never just put in any wooden the wooden spoon. I listen to them. I didn't know that. I put wood in there all the time.
Christian Gray.
Because the detergent, I'm gonna get take off the gray, there's an oil in there. It'll crack
Anastasia
a lot of money for good
Subject.
cutting board wouldn't
Date.
you have to
June 14,
Gosh.
2011.
You're playing $10 for a wooden spoon?
Christian
It
Gray.
goes for 59 cents.
Oh,
Or a buck. It's
don't be
$8.
so
Dollar
crusty
General
and
goes for
cross.
cutting boards wouldn't you have to. So now
I'll see you at
what
6
about
o'clock.
no wood
Anna
in the dishwasher.
X.
these
Anastasia
super
Steele.
Yeah.
Assistant to Jack Hyde. Editor.
You know, I was
S.I.
listening to Who's On in the Afternoon
From
video
Christian Gray.
at,
Subject. Mad
Coke.
Date.
You know,
June
Terry
14,
Steele?
2011.
Yeah, I think I hear you.
18.
I don't think she gets back around 3.
Anastasia
yeah,
Steele.
Number toast?
Crusty
But
and
she's talking
cross.
about
I'll
how,
give you crusty
Oh,
and
and I was
cross.
listening to her for quite a while, and she used this term a couple of times.
Christian
she was
Gray.
telling everybody how to
Completely
stretch your
and
meat.
utterly more annoyed, but smiling for
It's
some
like if you
unknown
make
reason.
a, when you make a
CEO.
casserole,
Gray
Yeah.
put in
Enterprises
something like
Holdings.
2 pounds of beef,
Right?
a pound of beef, and
Anastasia
a pound
Steele.
of beef
Subject.
instead of
Promises.
2 pounds of
Promises.
beef.
Date.
And
June
she
14,
said you
2011.
want to stretch your meat.
15:23.
You
Christian
got
Gray.
the beans in there
Bring it
instead
on,
of meat.
Mr. Gray.
And I thought that was
I
interesting.
look
I've
forward
never
to it
heard,
too.
I've never
Winking,
heard that
big
before in
smile,
my life.
emoticon.
And
Anna
I've always tried
X.
to, you know, as you
Anastasia
know,
Steele.
like when we first started
Assistant
working
Jack
together,
Hyde.
I was big
Editor.
on, stretching my
S.I.P.
meat, and I thought, there's
He
no way
doesn't
you can really do
reply,
it.
but
And
then
then
I
I
don't
learned
expect
that.
him to.
knew that would
I imagine him moaning about
Yeah,
mixed
that's a
signals,
true
and
story.
the thought makes
It's
me
like you go
smile.
with casseroles and
I
say, hey,
daydream
what do you think?
briefly about
And
what
Bella's
he
like,
might do
I
to
don't
me,
know.
but find myself shifting about in my chair.
And I'm like, I don't know,
My
I'm trying to
subconscious
look for
gazes at
a
me,
replacement.
disapprovingly
And
over
Bella
her
said
half
she didn't know idea, but
specs.
Terry Steele
It
today
all with your
on
work.
Post 103.5.
Is it crazy that
A
now
little
you figure
later,
that
my
out?
Yeah,
phone buzzes.
But I had to learn
It's
from
Claire
her
at
on Post
reception. There's a
103.5.
real cute guy in reception to see you.
And
Let's go out for
can
drinks
confirm
sometime,
to you,
Anna.
by
You
the way,
sure
they
know
listen
some
to Post, they have
guys.
not.
She hisses conspiratorially through the phone.
Big flip begin. I
Grabbing my keys for my purse, I hurry to
I
the
think they
foyer.
flip right after
Holy
Halloween. I think
shit.
the first week of
Sun-bleached
November.
blonde hair,
Comes the
a
big
tan to
Oh,
die
that
for,
makes sense.
Okay.
and glowing
Anyway,
hazel
we're
eyes
going to take a break here. We're live on
the green
KFI
leather
AM
couch.
640.
As soon as he
we're now
sees
with
me,
Robert,
his mouth
KFI
drops
24
open,
with what
and
they're
he's on
calling
his
the
feet
potential
coming toward
twindemic
me.
on the horizon.
Wow.
Health experts are urging
Anna.
Californians to get the latest
He
COVID
frowns at
booster
me
shot
as he bends to
and
give
flu
me a hug.
Abortions can take
You
place
look
again
well.
in Arizona.
I grin up at
After
him.
an appeals court blocked the
Look.
enforcement of a pre-statehood
Wow.
law that almost entirely
Different.
criminalized the procedure.
Worldly.
And Harley
More
Quinn Valentine's Day
sophisticated.
specials coming to HBO
What's
Max. That was Harley Quinn. Very problematic Valentine's Day.
Hello and welcome to Jewish
Uh,
History
what
Class.
about
My
now
name
we're
is Henry.
coming
I'm
Glad you're here.
Oh,
How about
I'm just in my work clothes.
Bill?
Gold as Claire looks on with an arched eyebrow and rub
Are you done?
How was Barbados?
Checking out
He says.
cake, another work
When's
down
Kate
spot,
coming back?
down to Pathway Hughes
She
Road.
and Elliot
I've
were
heard the
flying
right
back
lane of
Friday.
compliments,
They're
and
pretty damn
it's
serious
been
about
really
each other.
causing a
Ethan
fun
rolls
right
his
there.
eyes.
Sometimes that
Remember when
upside
Toast
smiles, but currently it doesn't look that
What
bad.
have you been doing with Mr.
You're
Vogel?
rolling right through. It's hard
Mr.
to swallow, but I
Vogel?
just had to
I
with the
snicker.
plane restrictions.
Well,
We're
it's
still seeing
been
some food traffic
interesting.
across Mid City on the
He's
10
taking us
and
out
bound
for dinner
western
this
to the
evening.
110. Hollywood Slow, 101 southbound
Ethan
Melrose
seems
to the
genuinely
110.
pleased.
And the Cajon Pass loading
Remember
up
when
15
Toast?
Here.
on Kenwood to
I hand him the
Horn.
keys. You have the address?
Sure. I mean, for Martinez.
He leans over
This
and kisses
report
my
is
cheek.
sponsored by Big O Tires.
Elliot's
Big
expression
O Tires is giving you even bigger ways to
kind of
save.
grows on
Now
me.
get $100 in
It
savings on
does.
a set of 4
Laters.
Bridgestone tires, or
I
save
smile at him as he
$70 on a
picks
set
up
of
his
4
large
Firestone
open shoulder
tires.
bag
Plus,
from the
get
side
free
of the couch and
installation.
exits the
For your
building.
nearest store,
When I
visit
turn, Jack is
BigOTires.com.
watching me from the far side of the foyer. His expression unreadable. I smile brightly at him and head back to my desk, feeling his eyes on me the whole time.
Oh, I'm on. Okay, all right. Welcome, everyone. We have a controversial and a difficult lecture tonight, so I hope no one's going to ask any very hard questions. I want to give I'm really pleased. I was surprised at how well received the Philo lecture was, because I thought it was pitched very high, and it was a complicated topic and not necessarily a tasteful topic, but everyone seemed to enjoy it, so I decided I would dig a little deeper today. We're also going to talk about a difficult and controversial topic, one that I don't think is typically discussed in young Israels around this country, but I think you might find it interesting nevertheless. I want to give a shout out to the West Coast, to Dr. David Lemberg and Laura, who contacted me this week over the internet because they enjoyed some of the lectures, and they're watching it not live, but in spirit. And I decided I can't hold back. I will start with a joke, because I heard a great joke on Shabbos from Rabbi Eli Smith. The only problem is I've told this joke over now. Rabbi Smith told it amazingly well, and I've told it over 4 times, and I have stumbled over the punchline every time. So I still have not got the punchline exactly right. I'm sure that after the lecture you'll help me out with it. So the joke goes like this. It's set in Chelm, which is a small village in Israel, in Polish Lithuania, that is in Jewish parlance. It's kind of like the place where all Jews of less than average intelligence dwell. And there's so many jokes about Chelm or Yid. Just like in Canada, people would say these jokes about the people from Newfoundland. They call them Newfies and so on. So anyways, the joke goes like this. There's a horse thief in Chelm, and he goes into a barn late one night. A couple of beautiful horses there, so he steals one of them, takes it out of the barn, and goes out into the forest, ties it up to a tree, goes back into the barn to steal the second horse. While he's in there, however, he trips over a barrel and makes a bit of a commotion. This wakes up the farmer, and the farmer comes out into the barn to see what's going on. The thief doesn't have anywhere to run. He can't get away, so he goes into the empty stall, and he gets down on his hands and knees. The farmer goes into the barn. He's looking around. He looks in the stall, and he sees the thief there. And he says, "Who are you?" And the thief, thinking fast, says, "I'm your horse. I'm your horse, yes. Many, many years ago, I was a human being, and I did a terrible, terrible avera. I did a horrible sin, and I was transformed into a horse. And to pay off my debt, I had to go through this kind of gilgul as a horse for many years, and I guess I paid off my debt, and I'm human again. And my name is Yanko, and I can't wait to start my life again." So the farmer is really impressed. He thinks that's amazing, and he invites him into his house, and he gives him something to eat, and he realizes he has some money, so he gives him a few rubles, and he says, "Whoops, what happened here? We lost the screen. Mr. Rodriguez, that's your fault, right?" Okay, let's see if we can get this back on. Thank you, Eliza, for noting that.
Hi, Ethan. It's me.
Okay, we got it back. So back to the joke. Gives him a few rubles, sets him on his way. The next day, the farmer realizes he has to go replace his horse, so he goes into the horse market. And he's walking around looking at the various horses, and he sees one that looks suspiciously familiar. And he walks up to it, and he looks at its eyes, and he looks at its teeth, and he looks under the left ear where there was a little scratch, and in fact, there it is. And he looks at the horse, and he says, "Yanko, it was only a few hours. Did you do it again?" All right. So it's only been a few days since our last class, and I hope that we'll be able to get back to where we were. Tonight's lecture is on Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saint Paul, certainly the most important of the apostles, and of course Jewish by origin and Jewish by complexity and by complexion during his lifetime. He dealt with all things Jewish, but he was, I should say, probably one of the 10 most influential Jews in world history. Clearly, highly responsible for the spread of Christianity. One might argue even more than Jesus himself. Paul was responsible for Christianity becoming as popular as it was. So it's a little bit of a controversial topic to discuss in a history class like this in the Young Israel, but I think that we're all very broad-minded people, and I think it's an important thing for us to understand this strange, if aberrant part of the Jewish history that we all celebrate. Let me mention, first of all, thanks to Aaron and Susan Weinberg, who are sponsoring tonight's lecture. We give a big hand to our sponsors. Just having your presence here is a tremendous sponsorship. I'm very grateful to have all of you here, but it is really nice to acknowledge the Young Israel that does so much for this class, gives a small stipend to our wonderful reader and for our technical help, and makes it possible to put these things on the web, light, heat, and so on, and the cookies, of course. So we invite sponsorships, $200 for a lecture, and it goes directly to the synagogue, particularly towards we're hoping to build a new facility just across the street, so that involves a lot of costs, and hopefully we'll have a wonderful lecture hall with great lighting and stuff like that in the future. So please contact the Young Israel of Bell Harbor if you want to give online, and let's go straight to the lecture then. Okay. So, speaking about Paul, as I mentioned, he is a hugely influential Jewish apostle, meaning he was one of the principal followers of Jesus in his lifetime and shortly thereafter. Arguably the most important of all the apostles, certainly within the arguments that were held between the various apostles, Paul's position on the future of Christianity was regnant, and it was ultimately his decision on how to portray Christianity that made it so popular with the non-Jewish world, and took it from being a small sect involving an obscure group of Jews in Jerusalem, a very provincial place. When we look at the sheer volume of work that he's responsible for, about 14 of 27 books of the Christian New Testament are attributed to Paul. Likely 7 of them are authentic, and others may have been attributed later in his life. Still a very significant proportion of them. And during his entire life, I won't go into that joke now. During his life, although he was obsessed and completely occupied with the spread of Christianity, he was also engaged in a very difficult internal dialogue that he was quite open about in the text of his various writings with the Torah, trying to understand what is the role of the Torah in this new movement following Jesus. Now, we're going to spend a lot of time in the next 45-odd minutes exploring various aspects of this, but maybe I'll just say it in one sentence now before we return to it. Basically, there was a huge debate among the apostles as to whether Jesus wanted his thought to be interpreted as a variety of Judaism, meaning that all Christians should be following the Torah just as regular Jews were, that the Torah retains its validity, and that all of the commandments are completely binding on every follower of Jesus, or, as Paul argued, that there was a new covenant that somehow replaced the old covenant, at least for non-Jews, meaning if your typical Greek or Roman wanted to come within the realm of Christian teaching, did they have to also adopt all kinds of Jewish behaviors, such as circumcision and kashrut, or were they free to ignore those commandments and somehow create a different kind of faith, to articulate some different sort of religion? And so he was occupied all the time with this question of what is the meaning of the Torah for the Christian world. It's also important to note that the term used for Torah in itself says something about his relationship with it, and also had a huge impact on the way the world as a whole views the Torah, and it's somewhat limiting in its scope. The word used in Paul's writings, at least as we have them today in Greek, is nomos, which means basically law, standard, rule, decree, these kinds of things. It means like these are the rules of behavior. The word Torah, of course, is much larger than that. It comes from the root word Torah, which means instruction, teaching, direction, guidance, which is far more wide and broad than the idea of a narrow law. There's like a moral world, a moral kind of scope to things, which cannot be bounded in a single, specific do this or don't do that. But nevertheless, the use of the word nomos, translated as law, says something about how people viewed the Torah through the lens of the Greek language. And of course, flowing from that is the fact that if Paul had a difficult time with the Torah, he certainly had a difficult time dealing with his Jewish origins. What was he himself supposed to be? What kind of identity as a Christian was he supposed to adopt? How was he supposed to portray that? How was he especially supposed to portray it to non-Jews? He is known as the apostle to the Gentiles because, unlike the other apostles who basically wanted to keep it in the family, that Christianity was a Jewish affair, only for Utzera, only for us, Paul argued that, in fact, Jesus' message was much larger and should be taken outside of the family to the larger world. Okay, so that's the quick introduction of Paul. Let's go on to the next slide here. He was born in Tarsus, so you can see over here is roughly in modern-day Turkey in Asia Minor. Fairly wealthy family. He received a very strong classical Hellenistic education, fluent in Greek and most likely in Koine, the vernacular, as well as in Hebrew. He went by his Hebrew name Shaul, or Saul, and in fact it appears that he did not change his name from Shaul to Paul. He used these simultaneously. There are several references in the Christian Bible, things like Paul, the one who is called Saul, or the term seems to be fairly interchangeable, although on the whole the name Paul is prominent. So I think it's a lot like what it is today. For example, my Hebrew name is Hillel, and what I like to call my slave name is Henry, right? And I use both of those interchangeably depending on the context, who I'm talking to, and things like that. And it appears that Paul of Tarsus, also known as Saul or Shaul of Tarsus, used these identities simultaneously and could flit between the two of them. His family, as I mentioned, were wealthy, and he held Roman citizenship by birth, but he never disavowed his Jewish origins. He never, for example, the socialists, Jewish socialists of the early 20th century, some of whom would say things like, I am not a Jew, I am a communist, right? Or I am not a Jew, I am a Soviet citizen. That's not the kind of approach that Paul took. He definitely acknowledged his Jewish roots, and he refers to himself throughout the Bible in places like a Pharisee, son of a Pharisee. You'll recall the Pharisees, the Perushim. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in terms of Jewish sectarianism. Basically, the rabbis. He refers to them as of the stock of Israel, of the tribe of Benjamin. Shaul is a common name among Binyamites because of King Shaul. A Hebrew of the Hebrews. So he clearly places the locus of his identity within the sphere of Judaism. His family made their living through tent making, which sounds kind of obscure to us today. I guess I don't know anyone who is a tent maker today, even though it is in the needle trade, or like my father would say, the shmata business. But back then, I guess tent making was probably something like being a contractor or being a developer, right? And say, we can put 20 tents out here. We have a lot of people coming. Rabbi Levittown. Yeah, not very funny. Okay. In terms of his relationship relationship with the rest of his family, we only know little scattered bits about his family, and many of those bits come from later unreliable sources, so it's not clear. However, he, in his own writings, refers to some of his cousins who apparently were also in the family business and also became Christian before him. So there's kind of like an extended phenomenon going on with his family. Now we should understand early Christianity in its Jewish context. Just by way of kind of diversion. The top here is one of Rembrandt's paintings of Jesus, and the bottom picture here is one of his paintings of Jesus, and the top is his model for Jesus. One of the interesting things about Rembrandt is that he felt that rather than looking at classical Greek and Roman art for the models for biblical figures, he looked to contemporary Jews living in Amsterdam in the 17th century. So he went out and he found a young Sephardic Jew. This is called by Rembrandt, Portrait of a Young Sephardic Jew, and it's clear that he took his face as, boy, that guy looks just like Jesus, and then he modeled Jesus right on him. The reason why I put these two pictures here is to show that we have to understand Christianity is really deeply a Jewish phenomenon in the first century, really bleeding into the second century. It's an overwhelmingly Jewish phenomenon. Everybody's Jewish. Jesus is Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. People who argue with them are Jewish. Everyone is Jewish. And Christianity represents, in one sense, the earliest and wildly successful breakaway minion of all time. Right? You're probably familiar with that term, breakaway minion. It's when you have a very successful shul, and it's so successful that someone has to complain about something, and so they get together, 10 guys, and they go and they start another shul down the road. It's kind of like amoebas, replicating and things like that. So early Christianity is, in its origins, though, it's just a breakaway minion. It's like a group of Jews who have a slightly different shita, a slightly different opinion about what the figure of Jesus means, and they decided to branch off on their own. But as we shall see, that branch grew dramatically wider over time. It did not heal, as many of these breakaway minions will, as shuls will coalesce and come back together based on social economic reasons. This breakaway minion really took off and went in a different direction. And I hope to explore some of the reasons for that over the course of the next half hour or so. We should, however, place Jesus within his context, and this is a little bit more difficult. But if you recall, there are four basic socio-political, religious orientations of Jews in the first century. You had the Sadducees, who were essentially capitulating to Rome. They tended to be the establishment, the man, right? Caiaphas, the high priest in the Christian texture of the Testament. You had the Pharisees, who were the rabbis, who were largely dispossessed of formal power structures, but had a great deal of popularity on the ground, charismatic local leaders and so on. Then you had the zealots, who were kind of, angry and just looking for an opportunity to try and fight against Rome and against other Jews who disagreed with their position. And you had the Essenes and various groups like them who sought, radical departure from society, living in the caves and things like that. So placing Jesus within that kind of, four quadrants, it appears very clear that he is a rebellious Pharisee, meaning his whole worldview is very Pharisaic in nature. His teachings are heavily dependent on rabbinic teachings, in particular that of Hillel. There's no question that he has a particular bent when he looks at Pharisaic teachings. He tends to be very pacifistic, tends to be very, turn the other cheek. All of the most famous of Jesus' sayings are really taken from earlier Jewish sayings, either in the written Torah or in the oral Torah. Yet he was rebellious, meaning he was not a Pharisee who kind of duly noted the teachings of his rabbis and went along with them and things like that. He fought against many of the teachings of the rabbis, and he felt that more should be done to change the status quo. Things like his tendency to be a great populist, like he used to hang out with the less desirable members of society, prostitutes, criminals, thieves, and so on. That was something that maybe the Pharisees were not doing quite as much, and he occupied that kind of margin of acceptability in the Pharisee community. We don't know really very much about what Jesus would have thought of Paul's, carrying forward of his mission. At least that is, unless we want to take the Gospels at face value, which would not really be appropriate in a history lecture nor in a young Israel, I think. But it's very difficult for us to know what Jesus would have made of all this. He may have wanted to keep it entirely in the family forever, but that was not to be. The most significant thing, the next intersection with Jews that is very important for the history of Jewish-Christian relations is, of course, the Passion, that is the trial and crucifixion of Jesus, which, if you only take the gospel accounts, if you only take the biblical accounts themselves, basically he was betrayed by one of his own followers to the Romans. The Sadducees were very happy to see this happen and may have played a role colluding with them to make this happen. The Romans felt that he was disrupting the social order, but as it were, on the holiday of Passover, as I think I mentioned in the lecture, so I'm not going to go into detail, Pontius Pilate, the governor, offered to allow one prisoner to go free, either Jesus or Barabbas, a thief, and the Jews gathered there, and we have no other source for this, but the Jews gathered there, said they wanted Barabbas to be released and that Jesus could be crucified. And when Pontius Pilate asked for a confirmation, they said, very important passage in the Gospel according to Matthew, his blood be on us and upon our children, which for centuries has been interpreted by friends of the Jews to mean that all Jews for all time accepted responsibility for the death of Jesus. His blood be on us and on our children. Most scholars believe that this phrase was actually written shortly after the destruction of the temple, and it was written in a sense that it was proving the reason for the destruction of the temple was the rejection of Jesus, and that the author did not mean all Jews, like meaning us, included within that statement, but nevertheless it's an open-ended statement that has been so interpreted. The kind of Mel Gibson take on the Passion, with Jews very much involved in the torturing and in the whipping and things like that, none of that is present in the Gospels whatsoever. Most of that comes from much later mystical meditations of nuns and monks who have recorded their kind of like thought experiments, sort of imagining what it must have been like for Jesus. And unfortunately, the Jews have not come off very well in these accounts, and the Passion plays that have been enacted for centuries in many European cities always tend to portray Jews in a distinctly negative light. But at any rate, it was treated as gospel, right? So we keep it that way. Now, what's happening though is after the Passion, what happens is, okay, so Jesus is gone now. What's to happen with this new movement? And we have to explore basically two ideas. One is, what is the church supposed to do? It's not a church yet, it's still a shul, it's still a group of Jews. What are they supposed to do with the growing number of non-Jews who are being attracted to this movement? What role do they have? Isn't this a Jewish thing? Are we supposed to keep them in the shul? What do we do with them? And secondly, what should the Jewish synagogue, the traditionalists, how should they deal with this movement that does not show any signs of slowing down? So one thing in particular, before we move on away from the slide, ultimately, from the rabbinical perspective, the rabbis said probably around the year 100, they said in Yiddish, which, of course, they didn't speak Yiddish back then, but they said, enough already. And they instituted a formal ban on believing Christians in the synagogue. Meaning, if you were a Jew and you believed that Jesus was Messiah, and I should mention, by the way, there were at least half a dozen people who were competing for that title in the first century. Reasonable competitors that had lots of followers. Only Jesus' movement really took off. But if you were a Jew who believed that Jesus was Mashiach, and you kept coming to shul, at one point the rabbi said, that's it. We do not regard this as acceptable, ideology within the synagogue, and you're no longer welcome here. How did they enforce this? They instituted a blessing in the Shemona Esrei, in the central prayer, the Amidah. The Shemona Esrei, of course, the word means 18, and there are 18 blessings in the Shemona Esrei, but if you count them today, you'll see there are in fact 19. And what is the 19th blessing? It is the blessing that reads V'alam al Shinim, and for the informers. In some very early textual variants, it even says V'la Notzrim, and for the Christians. And it's quite explicit, and it says anyone who does these things, let there be no hope for them, let they be, nullified, and so on and so forth. You can read the actual text of it if you want. And the way that it would be implemented is, whoops, that's because I was just talking too much, right? So it'll come back in a second. The way it would be implemented is, if they suspected someone of harboring Christian beliefs, they would say to him, Shlomi, why don't you daven from the Amud? Why don't you lead the prayers today? And he would have to go up there, and he would have to publicly repeat the Amidah. And when he got to that particular blessing, he had a choice. Either he could pronounce it, and this blessing was really a curse upon himself. So if he were to say that blessing, that meant, okay, I'm in like flint with the Jews, I reject my Christian leanings. But he refused to say it, then he would be forcibly ejected from the synagogue. Many scholars believe that the Apostle John, St. John, was one of these Jews, and in fact, his treatment of the Jews in the Gospels is perhaps the nastiest of them all. There is, even within the Talmud, a line of criticism thinking that maybe we were too harsh about this, arguing that perhaps we pushed away the early Christians with two hands. Please tell me, did I tell you the story about Jesus in the hotel? It's not a joke. Okay, so I'll tell you the story here that describes this from the Talmudic perspective, and then we really got to move on. But the Talmud describes a fascinating interchange between Jesus, who appears, maybe 20 times in the Torah and the Talmud, and his Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia. There's some questions about whether it's the right Rabbi and so on, but the story goes like this. The Talmud precedes this description with a little bit of warning. It says, a teacher should always draw close with the right hand and push away with the left hand. Meaning, the role of a teacher, psychologically, pedagogically, is that you have to make your students feel welcomed, draw them close, right? Like the right hand is just a little bit stronger. But at the same time, you have to maintain your distance. If you start drawing your students close with both hands, you could be up for a lawsuit. That's not okay. You don't draw them close with both hands. And at the same time, you should not push them away with both hands. That's also wrong. You have to have this kind of dual relationship. And the Talmud says, not like Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia, who was the rabbi of Jesus. The story goes like this. They were coming back from Egypt to Jerusalem. They stopped in a hotel. While they were in this hotel, there was a very nice innkeeper who treated them very, very nicely, a female innkeeper. They gave them nice room to sleep in and beautiful food and so on. And so Rabbi Yeshua ben Parachia said to his student, he said, Kama na'a isha zo, which the word na'a can be translated a little bit differently. It can be translated as how beautiful is this woman, or how pleasant is this woman. Like na'im na'od, we say in modern Hebrew, very pleasant to meet you. So Jesus, as the story goes in the Talmud, thought that his rabbi was saying, how beautiful is this woman? And so he offers his opinion. And he says, her eyes are a little too round, right? Like she could lose a few pounds. Like he said something like physical about her. And the rabbi is so upset. He says, is that what you're thinking about? And he pulls out 400 shofars. Rashi says this is clearly a hyperbolic statement of Guzma, but he pulls out 400 shofars and he puts Jesus into Cheret. He excommunicates him. So Jesus comes back several times, asking to be forgiven. Please take me back. And every time the rabbi sends him away, until one day Jesus comes back, and the Rebbe is in the middle of the Shema prayer, which is forbidden to interrupt. And so the Rebbe thinks to himself, you know what, all right, the kid's had enough. I'm going to bring him back. But since he's in the middle of the Shema, he can't interrupt. So he holds up one of his hands like this, as if to say, wait a minute, and I'll be with you. But once again, they have a terrible misinterpretation of communication, and Jesus thought he meant get away. And so Jesus says, that's it, okay, fine, I'm starting my own religion. And away it went. Now, when you go back to the beginning of that Talmudic passage, it's very clear that the Talmudic text, which is not necessarily trying to teach us a historical fact, it's saying something about the relationship between the early church and Judaism that, you know, it's a little bit of self-critical. Maybe we pushed with both hands, and if we were a little bit less, you know, severe, perhaps things would have turned out differently. But interesting story. Let's go weiter because we have to talk about Paul some more. So his great conversionary experience has become proverbial in English culture, English literature. While traveling on the road to Damascus, he receives a vision of Jesus. By the way, up until this point, he was a fanatical, self-described fanatical persecutor of Christians, and at every turn, he was, you know, enforcing bans and trying very hard to get them to change their ways. It is quite ironic to note that of all the apostles, Paul was clearly the most influential, and he was the only one never to meet Jesus alive. So the only encounter he had with Jesus was here on the road to Damascus. Jesus appears to him in a vision. If I'm not mistaken, I don't know my New Testament that well. I think it was after Jesus was already crucified. I guess it was. So he's not only not there, he's not alive either, but he has this amazing encounter with Jesus. He is blinded for 3 days. He can't see. He gropes his way into Damascus, and there he is healed, and his life is like completely dramatically changed on that road to Damascus. And he begins proselytizing for the church, for Christianity. He goes into synagogues where he'll get his most receptive audience. He thinks this is a Jewish thing. We'll go to Jews, we'll tell them, and Jews are not buying it, and Jews are rejecting him and giving him really a lot of grief over his message, kicking him out of the synagogue, something that would happen to him over and over and over again during his career. Nevertheless, he is not perturbed by that initial repudiation by the Jewish community, and he goes on a massive campaign to spread Christianity. It looks like this. You can see that from his origins here, here's his first ministry out here in Damascus. He's traveling all over the western half of the Roman Empire, the eastern half of the Roman Empire. He's going all through his home region there in modern Turkey. He's going up to Greece. He's going throughout Israel. Never quite makes it down into Egypt, but he also goes all the way up to Rome. So, and you think about it in the context of the ancient world, these are massive ventures to travel such distances, and he's going everywhere spreading the gospel, and clearly he is going from Jewish community to Jewish community, but his audience is increasingly Gentile, that is non-Jewish, and that's changing a lot of the message that he has to deliver. So we're at the halfway point, and I've been talking pretty much a blue streak, so maybe I should pause and take some questions. Yes. So,
Something that happens
it does seem strange. I think so. I think absolutely it was sincere. It was sincere before and sincere after. There is this concept of the zeal of a convert. You know, like all that spiritual energy is all, you know, all jammed up, and if it's not going in one direction very well and it gets turned to another direction, it becomes tremendous over there as well. I mean, Judaism is replete with examples of phenomenal individuals who changed the course of Jewish history when they converted in, like, for example, Shemai and Naphtali, I'm just off the top of my head. And unfortunately, it's replete with individuals who have been tremendous villains when they converted out, like Nicholas Donen, who we'll speak about later this year. It's funny, I remember when I was living in Binghamton, New York, where we often had difficulty getting a minyan, and it was touch and go, especially Friday night. You didn't know would you have a minyan or not. And so it was one Friday night, and I look around the room and I say, Rabbi, look at this, we have a minyan, let's start, right? But as we're about to start, a man walks up to the bima and he says, Rabbi, you can't start, I'm a convert. And the rabbi looks to him and says, in or out? Because he was converting in and we don't have a minyan. Converting out, no problem. Okay, sorry, did I see another question? Yeah. Well, it's most likely that Jesus existed. Oh, yes, you're absolutely right. So it's quite likely, I think, from the historical evidence, although we don't have any direct, documents from the period, that Jesus did exist. There's simply too much evidence to suggest he didn't. Did he say exactly those things that are in the Christian Testament? That's difficult. And was he the same Jesus that's mentioned in the Talmud? That's a huge question. And we'll talk about that later this year when we look at Nachmanides, because one of Nachmanides' most brilliant defenses when he was charged in a disputation that the Talmud defames Jesus, he said, what, that Jesus? That's a different Jesus altogether. And it's true because Yoshua ben Prakia lived too early to have been teaching in the first century. So that's more of a problem of what does the Talmud mean when it says Jesus, or the various euphemisms, so ha'ish, that man, for example. But the historical Jesus most likely did live, and it's a very astute observation, yes. So they sometimes call Jesus, and we have to realize that the Talmud was very heavily edited by the church from the 13th century on, and even more importantly, self-edited, self-censored by Jewish printers who wanted to kind of slip it past the church censor so it would get published. So the texts that we have today are very corrupted. We often have to look at Yemenite texts to try and reconstruct, because the Yemenites didn't have the same church censorship. They were under the Arabs, and the Muslim faith did not persecute the Talmud the same way. So sometimes it's referred to as Yesho, I believe Yehoshua in one place or another, and sometimes by a euphemism like Oso HaIsh or Oso HaTalmid, if I remember correctly, that man or that student. And you have to know what it's talking about. I don't know what to make of that. There are lots of interesting Talmudic legends about Jesus, but I don't know how to evaluate those, so I kind of skip over them. Also, we got to talk about Paul anyways. Talking about Jesus is a little too controversial, I think. Paul is controversial enough. So what about this issue of Paul and the Torah? So I mentioned already that he has this, it's always translated as nomos, as the law. So when he's talking Torah, he's talking the law, and it sounds like the rules. I really got to figure out what the rules are. The rules are important to me. And it's not clear exactly what Paul's position is on it. There's no question he's obsessed with it. A recent calculation indicated that 60% of the references to the word Torah, or law, in the Christian scripture are from Paul, and that's over 200 references. He's really talking about it a lot. But he seems to be of two minds as to what exactly to do with it. He never says, throw it out the window. He never says observe it completely. And he seems to have, a conflicted attitude about not only what should Gentiles do, but what should Jews do, Jewish Christians. So, for example, there was the so-called incident at Antioch, where he had a really knockdown, drag-out fight with one other apostle, Peter, over kashrut, because Peter was, and we only have Paul's account, we only have his side of the story. We don't know what what Peter would have to say about the argument. But Peter was apparently, according to Paul's account, he was not happy about sharing a meal with Gentile Christians because they didn't keep kosher. So, what does that mean? It appears that Paul was saying to Peter, hey, if you're in whole hog, so to speak, I guess. He said, if you're going to go with this new teaching of Jesus, in which the commandments are not binding, at least on Gentiles, then certainly you should go have chicken parmesan at your Christian Gentile. Remember, everything is very much predicated on, is Christianity an ethnic faith, kind of like Judaism has a biological component to it, or is Christianity a creed-based faith that is regardless of ethnicity? And they're still working this out. For about 200 years, they're still struggling with who is a Christian. You can't be Christian if you're not Jewish, according to some thinking. So he criticized Peter for wanting to keep kosher. But at the other time, he's also spending a lot of his writing emphasizing that the only way to get to heaven is through the following of Jesus' teaching, salvation through Jesus, and not through the observance of the mitzvot, which is a very Jewish approach, right? The Jewish approach is you've got these tasks before you, and you do your best to follow these tasks, and that's how you'll be evaluated. The criteria is in the Torah; these are the mitzvot, and he seems to indicate that that's not at all what is relevant. So he seems to be, as a whole, rather conflicted about what to do with the law. Perhaps more significantly than this, or what this leads to, is a question of what do we do with all of those passages in the Jewish Bible which refer to the so-called election of Israel? The term election is a technical term meaning that the Jews somehow get most favored nation status, right? That's the useful way. Most favored nation status. They're called the chosen people, the Am Segula, the Mamlechet Kohanim, things like this. These are like positive terms. And what does that mean if now this Judaic idea through Jesus is somehow spread to the larger world as a whole? What happens to that election of Israel? And it's a question that not only bothered Paul, it bothered his would-be followers who were saying, well, what role do we have to play in this eschatological vision that you're playing out here? What are we supposed to do? Where do we fit in? Ms. Abramson, ready for a brilliant question.
I always had a sense of knowing what is really right and wrong. And so how we came up and whatever might have been there was a lot of amazing good stuff that came out of it.
Excellent question. It is, in fact, brilliant. What are his issues with the law? And I'll paraphrase. Tell me if I get it right. Is it only for Gentiles or is it also for Jews? And what did he himself do? Did he observe the law or not? So the first two questions are exactly the question, and we don't have an answer for it. There's contradictory information. And in regards to his own observance, we simply don't know. I mean, we don't know. He doesn't give us, any indication about whether he holds with the Hasidic Shechita or not. We don't know what his opinion is about, does he hold with the Arab? Which reminds me of a joke. It's actually a very funny joke. It may be a little bit technical, but it's kind of funny. So, let's see if I can remember exactly how it goes. There are two Chavrusas who are sitting and learning Talmud, and one of them says to the other, I gotta make sure I get the punchline right in my head. I have to back this up. Everyone in this room is aware of these things, but there are people on the internet, so I have to give a little bit of background information. So one of the 39 categories of forbidden labor on Shabbat is carrying in a public domain, right? So if you're not allowed, for example, to carry your keys in your pocket in the street, you're not allowed to carry your keys in your pocket when you're walking in the street, because you're not allowed to carry or a distance of 6 feet, or you're not allowed to take from the house into the street or from the street into the house. It's called saw or carrier. However, there is a way to construct a kind of environment where there's a way to construct a device called an air roof, which surrounds a community and declares it essentially one big courtyard, as it were. And with this device called an air roof, then people can carry. And it's very useful, if you're a young woman with a baby stroller, for example, just the way you can do it. You can come to shore, you can carry your dollars, things like that. However, the air roofs are very controversial. They're not easy to make, and there's a lot of discussion about it and a lot of dispute about it. So the joke goes like this. How are you doing in the background? Two Cabooses are studying Talmud, and one of them says, listen, Shlomi, I have to tell you, I'm not Jewish. And Shlomi says, what are you talking about? How can you say you're not Jewish? You're sitting here, you're wearing a kippah, you're learning Gemara. I've known you for years. How can you say you're not Jewish? He says, well, the truth is, I just kind of picked it up and sort of enjoyed it. I learned Hebrew, I learned Aramaic, and no one really asked me, so I just kept going on. He says, that's ridiculous. I can't believe you're not Jewish. You've been studying Talmud for years. You could go for smicha, you could become a rabbi. What's the story? He says, listen, I have to tell you, Shlomi, the truth is, I transgress the Torah every Shabbos, just to remember who I am. And he says to me, well, what are you talking about? Well, I carry on Shabbos. So Shlomi says, you can carry on Shabbos here. We have an Eruv. He says, yeah, but I don't hold by the Eruv. Right. It's kind of a long, strange joke, right? Okay, so getting back to the whole question of the election of Israel, what does it mean? Who's in charge? What does it mean if the Jews are there? So one of the things that's become known as the Pauline doctrine, and I'm going to show you a couple of images here, which are much later in origin, but they kind of express a way to explain this. That the way Paul has been interpreted through later centuries is that the Jews were the most favored nation, but they somehow lost that status because they betrayed God. So this is often expressed in the form of two female figures, one representing the church and the other representing synagogue. This here is actually not the original, it's a reproduction of a massive monumental architecture outside the Cathedral of Strasbourg. They're sometimes called the Strasbourg Sisters. They stand about 12 feet high, above eye level, really quite magnificent. This is a reproduction of and you can see this is church here. And she has a few symbolic elements that are repeated over and over again. She's got the chalice here. Her clothes are all properly arranged and so on. She's wearing a crown, indicating that she's royalty and in charge. She's got an upright staff and so on. And behind her is this woman who represents the synagogue, who is in an attitude of decline. She's actually fallen away from the wall. She's blindfolded, indicating that she's unaware of the truth of Christianity. Her staff is broken, meaning that she no longer has power. She's holding on to the the tablets of the law that are falling from her hands because she doesn't have a good strong hold on them. And the whole message is meant to indicate that the woman that represents Judaism, the synagogue, has betrayed God, is now a fallen woman, but the upright Christian woman is now taking her place as the righteous, inheritor of God's favor. I happen to especially like this one. I think it's become a classic because, in my humble opinion, I'm not an art historian, but the church is not portrayed in a very sympathetic way here. In fact, I think if you were a Martian and you were to look at these sculptures, you would tend to identify with synagogue. She looks beaten and depressed. And this one, the way she's looking at her, looking daggers, she looks like, a witch, but I'm thinking of something that rhymes with a different letter. She looks really nasty, Here's another example. Sometimes this gets quite violent. Yes, Estabel. Yes, I repeat stuff like this over and over again. Yes, it was the same too, just it was the original as opposed to the, I like the contrast here. You're not supposed to point out when I'm repetitive. All right, this was also on a display. This is a 14th century stained glass window from the German city of Rabbi, and it shows also the same idea of church and synagogue. This is also, you can imagine in real life, huge stained glass windows, like 8-10 feet tall. Here's the church, and she's riding a tetramorph, a beast with 4 heads, mystical allusions to the Bible, the upright staff, the chalice, and here's my favorite, a hand descends from heaven and places a crown on her head. Pretty strong statement of approval. The synagogue, on the other hand, you've got the broken staff, she's blindfolded, the crown is knocked off her head, and in case you were not certain about God's opinion of her, there's a bloody sword driving into the top of her head from heaven. And so the whole message, think if you will for a minute, if you are an illiterate peasant in an era where visual art like this is very rare, we live in a visually saturated age where we're constantly bombarded with high quality 2D, 3D images. In the medieval world, the Gothic period, when they got art, they actually put it inside closets. You would not put it on your wall for business. In a closet, and you close the doors until you have guests, and then you open it. Look at my art. Open it up for them. It was like special. And the only place where a peasant would see art is if they went to a public space like the cathedral or something like that. And these would be overwhelming. It would be like 3D sense around kind of experience. And if you're illiterate, you take in all the details, and you may have a deacon or someone explaining to you what it means, and you get the message. And the church is regnant, and the synagogue is and this comes from this whole idea of the election that seems to be the natural outgrowth of Paul's teachings.
You've already expressly consented to a chemical test of your blood to wherever. Which test would you like to take? Go ahead. Is any information given in the next step to the information? Yes, sir.
That's an excellent question. The reality is that 2 answers. One is because for much of Western history, especially art history and literary history, when you're speaking of large abstract ideas like the church, you use female figures, right? Justice, right? Why is there a woman holding the scales, right? Just like that kind of idea. The second thing is, this actually comes of another form of art called the living cross, where Jesus would be portrayed on the cross, the right hand over the church. That's why the church is always portrayed on the left here, because it's the right hand of Jesus, and the left hand would be the synagogue. Right? So there is a male figure in the original versions of these works that is kind of been edited out as they just focused on the detail figures. Yes.
That doesn't change the process going forward.
Yes. So this is for, it's actually, she's riding a mule. You can't see because we have not enough contrast here. When we get the new building, we'll have like beautiful lights, so you really see the colors and so on. She's holding onto a goat's head, which is an allusion in medieval anti-Jewish polemic of the carnal nature of Israel. And we can go up on more details of this, but I don't want to do it on tape. So let's go right here. Now, what ends up happening with Paul, he goes in his travels, he comes back to Jerusalem about the year 57, and he's warned by some of his followers that he is persona non grata in Jerusalem. He's been traveling all over Asia Minor, telling people they should convert to Christianity, Jews and Gentiles alike. Now, when he comes to Yerushalayim, he's not going to be a popular figure. So, nevertheless, goes to Jerusalem. He's apparently bringing some charitable funds there, and he is at some point so afraid of what might happen to him at the hands of the elders. Again, recall that he himself was a persecutor of Christians. He apparently turns himself over to the Romans for protective custody. He is then sent to Caesarea, which had a Roman garrison, and he is in prison there for 2 years awaiting trial. The trial trial was to be held. Again, we're not clear on exactly what was the charges, but you can imagine in this period of time, sedition or incitement to rebellion, things like that. These are all kinds of charges going on. It looks like it's not going to go his way. So since he is a Roman citizen, he demands the right to appeal his case directly to the emperor, which is apparently part of the judicial process. So he is taken to, after 2 years imprisonment in Caesarea, he is taken to Rome, where he is placed once again under house arrest there for another 2 years. And then the trail disappears. We don't know exactly what happens to him after that. There is, however, a fairly reliable church tradition that he was beheaded by Nero's troops in the context of the dissolution of Nero's empire and on charges that are unspecified. So most likely he was killed sometime in the early 7th decade by Nero in Rome. We have a little bit of a coda to this. In 2009, there was an interesting discovery made in Rome. This is the Basilica of St. Paul outside the walls. I don't know why it has that unusual name, but an archaeological team went in there. Isn't that a great effect? Don't you love this? We actually go into the building like this. We do that a few times because, and they found a crypt with a sarcophagus inside it. They did not open the sarcophagus, but they did some kind of whatever X-ray imaging, and they found that there is in fact a body in there and some traces of what appear to be, funeral shrouds that would be consistent with the first century. And there's an inscription underneath that says Paul, Apostle, Martyr. Given that this particular basilica is reputed by church tradition to be his final resting place, they may actually have found the bones of Paul, and they're located here inside this crypt. So if we go back, let's just kind of assess his legacy once again. Without a doubt, Paul is one of the most influential Jews in world history. Not so much for promoting Judaism, but nevertheless, his Jewish origins, his Jewish thought, and the Jewish context in which he worked was crucial for his later influence. Given the kind of receding pacifistic nature of Jesus, who was definitely a charismatic and powerful Pharisaic teacher, it's unlikely that Jesus' teachings really would have spread beyond the small environment of Jerusalem were it not for the tremendous, prodigious efforts of someone like Paul, who took Jesus' story on the road and transformed it to a Gentile story, meaning appealed to the Greeks and the Romans, saying this is something that would interest you. But nevertheless, he had a long-standing internal conflict over what that meant for his Judaic heritage, and he struggled all the time with this question, which really is a question for the church even today. Is it universalist or is it particularist? How can you maintain both of those things simultaneously? As Christianity develops, through Paul's influence, it becomes more and more Gentile, meaning the percentage of people who are ethnically Jewish following Christianity drops precipitously as Christianity expands dramatically. So that creates a rift within the Jewish faiths, which now they really are two faiths, which unfortunately causes a significant backlash on the mother religion. Because while Jews and Jewish Christians are having an argument over what Christianity means, it was still an argument within the family. It's still an argument where, you can argue clearly with your siblings and with your parents and with your children, but you love them. And, when push comes to shove, you still consider them within your family. But once it becomes a Gentile religion, so far away from its Jewish origins, then it becomes an us versus them kind of situation. And unfortunately, there is a lot of negativity directed at Judaism. But in conclusion, there's a fascinating observation by a very heroic 20th century theologian, Rosemary Radford Luther, one of the first Christian theologians to grapple with the meaning of the Holocaust for Christianity and the relationship of Christianity and responsibility for the Holocaust. And I strongly urge you to look at her work because it is really, for the 1970s in particular, a very, very heroic attempt to deal with some of these difficult questions. She writes that the left hand of Christology is anti-Semitism. What she means by that is when the Gentile church is raising up the figure of Jesus, they are ipso facto putting down the mother religion. The two things have to balance each other out. And that, she says, is the dangerous aspect of this split, this rift between the early Christian Jewish church and the later Gentile church. Okay. That was a really controversial lecture. I'm going to wrap it up here and then I'll take questions offline. Thank you very much for your indulgence, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we're talking about the Jews of Babylon, the Talmud, things like that. Thank you.
You know, but it was like, you get the front beginning in the gang of it all, and 63% very reasonable officers. And I remember, they stopped the traffic violations. Officers too, because writing tickets
extra views, but I really enjoy it. So today we're going to be talking about Flavius Josephus. And our first question to really
because of the nature of this innocent people.
Address is who was Josephus. The basics we try to understand. Here is a bust of Josephus, which is believed to be accurate. I don't know, he sort of looks Jewish to me. Some features perhaps give it away, but we know he was born in the year 37, died sometime in the 2nd century, and what makes him really important for Jewish history is primarily his contribution to the historical literature through his authorship of a work called The Jewish War, which describes the first Roman-Jewish war, in which, of course, the Romans succeeded in destroying the temple, exiling the majority of the Jewish population outside of the land of Israel, ending the Jewish state for another 2 millennia. And that's primarily how we know Josephus. However, he's still an extremely problematic figure, leaving behind a very ambiguous legacy and a puzzle, as they say, wrapped in an enigma that makes it very difficult for us to really assess his role in Jewish history properly. And I hope to explore a little more of that, but the basic question that I wanted to pose today is, who was Josephus really? By the time we get to the end of this lecture, we may not have an authoritative point of view, but at least we'll have more of the data to be able to form some kind of an educated opinion about the nature of.
I love that for you, and you would have gotten it, no doubt. What was the, and so, we plan on not getting caught, getting a spoiler, that would have been fun.
Of his affiliation with the Jewish people, the nature of his patriotism, the quality of his historical scholarship, and ultimately, what do we know about the destruction of the temple through this analysis of this question. Let us remember, however, that for most of Josephus' career, he lived in Rome, and he was forced to walk past this arch on a virtually daily basis. This is the so-called Arch of Titus, named after the son of the Emperor Vespasian, who was ultimately responsible for the destruction of Jerusalem. And this was a ceremonial arch which was constructed to memorialize and to commemorate the destruction of the Jewish polity. It is not precisely an anti-Semitic monument, although it's often, I believe, misinterpreted that way. It's essentially a war monument that commemorates the defeat of the Jews by the overwhelmingly powerful Romans, and to that end, perhaps it's rather an absurd monument. But when you look at the scope of the Roman-Jewish conflict, you will know that the Jews actually put up a tremendous amount of fight to the Romans. They were incredible irritants, despite the huge disproportion between the size of the Jewish population and the Roman population, Roman might versus Jewish powerlessness. And so, given the protracted nature of that conflict, one might compare it perhaps to, on a much broader scale, because we're talking about decades, Vietnam, or perhaps Chechnya for the Russians, or one might even say Afghanistan for just about everybody, because it's one of those long conflicts, and even though the disparity between power is so great, nevertheless, it was a tremendous achievement for the Romans to put down the Jewish polity. Nevertheless, it's important to note that none of the generals involved, neither Titus nor his father Vespasian, who ultimately became emperor, chose to take a title that commemorated their victory. Neither of them wanted to be called Judaicus, which was very common. If you beat the Germans, you'd be called Germanicus, Germanicus, things like that. Nobody wanted to be called Judaicus, because with the ambiguity of the Latin language, it would sound like they were actually Jewish or Judaized, meaning they had been influenced by the Jews, and this was viewed with considerable opprobrium in certain circles in Rome. At any rate, what is the big deal about this arch? It's really what you see on the inside. So if we zoom in here, see that little effect? That's one of the cool things about Prezi. You can sort of zoom in on things like that. That's why I sort of like it. Let's just do it one more time so you can see the effect. Wow, that's great. So if we zoom in here, this is what it's like standing underneath the arch, looking up. According to Italian Jewish tradition, Jews never actually walked under this arch after it was constructed out of the shame at their defeat. And on the right-hand side over here is a very important bas-relief that I'm going to show you in a second, a much larger view, that depicts specifically the destruction of Jerusalem and the bringing of Jewish captives to Rome, along with the spoils from the temple. It reminds me that, I'm of a certain age that I know how words change over time. And I remember specifically when I used to give a lecture on the world civilization at Florida Atlantic University. I had like 250 undergraduates in a big room like this. And I would talk about how Rome used to sack a particular city, and then they would take away the spoils. But I didn't always used to say spoils. I used to say, and then they would take booty. But as years went by, more and more of the students were laughing, and I could not figure out what's wrong with saying the Romans came and took booty. But eventually, someone was kind enough to explain it to me. So I say now they take spoils. Okay, I know they're explaining it to those of you who don't have any problems. Anyways, there we go. This is a more properly lit, detailed view of that bas-relief, and you can see here the Jewish soldiers being led off into captivity. And of course, very important icon, the menorah from the temple, which is, according to this depiction, there's some contradictions in the Midrash literature. It is actually carted off to Rome as a symbol of the ultimate defeat of the Jewish people. But of course, as that saying goes, perhaps you've seen it written on a wall. It says, God is dead, signed Nietzsche, and then underneath it says, Nietzsche is dead, signed God. Right, so the Roman civilization is dead, but we are still here, Baruch Hashem, talking about this history. So let's go back to Josephus in particular. So what do we know about him? By his own self-testimony, because he was a rather prolific writer, he wrote an autobiography of himself, Vita Sua, and he also wrote quite a bit about himself in his other works. We know that he was a Kohen, actually a very prominent Kohen. His family was associated with the avoda in the temple as part of one of the Ma'amadim, one of the cycles of families that were assigned to do duties in the temple. His father was of some importance in Jerusalem and was frequently consulted. Amazingly, when Josephus defected to the Romans, however we view that defection, the zealots who were fighting the Romans did not harm his parents out of respect for the stature of Josephus's family. He claims to have a very strong education, which is a very dubious claim. He says that when he was age 14, he was a child prodigy, and all of the great rabbis in Jerusalem would come to him for advice and for guidance on how to rule the matters of Jewish law. We know this is most likely false, not only because a 14-year-old instructing rabbis in Jerusalem is highly unreasonable, but also because of his own writings, particularly in the Antiquities, which we'll discuss later. He makes a lot of mistakes in basic halakha, indicating that his grasp of Jewish tradition was stronger than the average American Jew today, to be sure, but certainly not commensurate with the elite of the intellectual establishment in Israel. In terms of situating him within the various sects that were active at the time, and in a moment I will talk about the four major sects, he was apparently a Pharisee, although there's some scholarly debate that indicates he may have actually been closer to the Sadducees in his own outlook and in his position. So what exactly are those sects? Let's have a quick look at them. And by the way, much of this information comes from Josephus himself, so we are reliant on him largely as one of our primary sources to understand the internal political debate. The overall context of the time that we're looking at is a dark period of Jewish history. The Jews had regained sovereignty under the Hashmonaim, the Hasmonean dynasty that was a few hundred years before, celebrated in the Hanukkah ritual every December, or I should say every Kislev would be more appropriate, although it's ironic that it falls out right there in December. You're not going to be a little pained if I it's I thought I was saying something that you don't say that, please don't say that. It says Vespasian something and Fortuna, and I think it says here Augusta or August. August fortune, meaning like great, impressive fortune. I don't know what this. Oh, maybe it says Caesar here. Imperator Caesar. Oh, we're figuring it out. But this is a picture of Vespasian. Coin issued by him. Of course, he became emperor during the process of the wars, and he was in Jerusalem as a general himself at that time. So anyway, the Hashmonaim were succeeded in essentially establishing some Jewish sovereignty in the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then they proceeded to essentially let it go through their own internecine fighting and through their inability to really, take the country in a positive direction beyond their own narrow concerns, which sounds a lot, I think, like the American government today, doesn't it, right? Shows. And as a result of the decay of the Jewish governance, ultimately the Romans, who were the world power, the emerging world power in those 2 centuries, they slowly extended their control over the region, first geographically and militarily, and then more importantly, administratively, because the Roman way of dealing with established countries in particular, I'm not talking now about, let's say, Gaul, the Visigoths, people like that, the Romans preferred to co-opt the leadership of a given region, grant citizenship and the rights that go with citizenship to the higher echelons of society, and then essentially declare them, allow them to have significant independence as long as they pay tribute to Rome itself. And so Israel had a considerable amount of self-rule, their own administration, even under Roman domination. But as they continued to rebel against the Romans, dissatisfied with their lot under the Romans, and ultimately the Romans extended more and more effort in quashing those rebellious elements and ultimately destroying the entire Jewish system of self-government as a whole. There were, here we go. There were four main. I'm not at the sentence yet. I think one of the most important things to understand in the Roman-Jewish conflict is that it was a Kulturkampf. This is a very impressive German word that you can use with your friends to, indicate how you spend your Wednesday nights. Ms. Abrams, would you like to hazard a definition of the term Kulturkampf? Please guess. Good. Culture. Excellent. Well done. Yes, excellent. That's Ms. Abrams, it must come from hardy intellectual stock, I have to say. Right. Kampf, right? How did you guess Kampf was war, struggle, or fight? Oh, okay. Good. Internal literary. Mr. Rodriguez, how would you guess?
Mein Kampf, my struggle.
Right. Hitler's autobiography, Mein Kampf, right? My struggle. Excellent. So here's the word Kulturkampf. It means a culture war. The Romans and Jews just did not see things eye to eye. They lacked a lot of the basic vocabulary to be able to speak to one another. Again, it sounds a lot like contemporary politics, but I'm only abusing myself. I don't know if you guys are enjoying it, but anyways, I had to write a post to my students today. I'm teaching an American politics class, and I had to write them, because a lot of students simply don't know. I said, did you know that the government is actually shut down? Did you know that? And it's like, how do you explain to someone, do we have like terrorist attack or economic collapse or like, no, we just can't get along. Anyways, okay. So the Kulturkampf, get back to focus. I'll give you one example. The Romans were extremely tolerant of religious differences. The Roman view of religion was they didn't take it terribly seriously, and whenever they conquered another territory, they simply absorbed those gods into their own pantheon, and if they especially liked those gods, they even just applied Latin names to their gods, and they were happy. You guys can worship any god you want, no problem. So they're actually very relaxed and easygoing when it came to religious differences, but only insofar as they understood the limits of religious toleration. When they came to the Jews, they simply could not grasp the notion that the Jews worshipped an invisible God. There's a lot of Roman writing arguing about what really is in the Holy of Holies of the temple. They have to have some kind of idol there. They just don't want to tell us. It's a really good idol, but nobody can see it. There's all kinds of interesting things they're writing, wondering what's going on. They just did not understand that the Jewish aversion to plastic images of a deity. Furthermore, what they had a lot of problems with is saying, okay, fine, you guys have your gods, but just be, respectful of other people's gods. Why do you have to disrespect our gods? Like, for example, we have this thing once a year. You offer a sacrifice to the emperor. It's not a big deal. You come, and if you have the money, you buy this. If you have the money, you buy that. You come and you offer a sacrifice before a statue of the emperor. You bow down. What's the big deal? But the Jews, of course, they have a huge antipathy to any kind of idol worship, and they would refuse consistently to bow down to idols and so on and so forth. So Roman legislation actually made a specific exemption for Jewish particularities, saying, okay, the Jews don't have to do this because we know they're Meshugana, they can't do it, that's a Latin term, and they can't do it, and therefore they were exempted. But there are hundreds of these things that resulted in a massive Kulturkampf. For example, the Romans had only a certain number of holidays, usually associated with birthdays of the emperors and so on, also with celestial events, the vernal equinox, things like that. And that's when they had days off, a certain number a week, but a year. But the Jews had a complete day off, one day in 7, the Sabbath, Shabbos. And so the Romans looked at the Jews and said, they are so lazy. What is wrong with with these people? It's like they're either fasting or feasting. That's all the time. What is wrong with these people? And so they thought the Jews were lazy. They had a huge problem with Jewish rituals that seemed misanthropic, meaning that they hated other people. Kashrut and Bris Milah were at the top of the list. The idea that the Jews would not engage in conviviality with Romans, that they wouldn't sit down to a meal at a Roman table, was hugely offensive. The idea that, they liked Judaism in some ways. The idea, though, that you only could become Jewish if you were a male was through circumcision, was considered, an unfairly high threshold of entrance into this very exclusive club. So they considered them very clannish and so on. All kinds of things like this that made Romans and Israelites just not see eye to eye on so many things. But the Romans were, by and large, pretty tolerant of the Jews. And I think if you were an outside observer looking at Roman Jerusalem, let's say, in the beginnings of the first century, you would be hard-pressed to find a consistently heavy pattern of religious persecution. You would find incidents of it, you would find economic exploitation, but it's not until the wars really break out and you get especially to the Hadrianic persecutions in the 2nd century that you'll see really strong, nasty persecution. The 10 martyrs of the state, for example, are from a much later period. And the Jews were nevertheless not satisfied. The Jews were constantly pushing and wanting to gain certain advantages, or I shouldn't put it like that, they wanted to gain certain leniencies for their religious viewpoints, which the Romans simply could not understand. Also, the Jews were incredibly bad at fighting with each other, or maybe they're very good at fighting with each other. There are huge divisions within the Jewish population, intellectual, religious, economic divisions that resulted in an almost complete inability to achieve unity in the 1st century, which of course resulted in disaster. Josephus fits into this, particularly in the Galilee. He had earlier gone to Rome, and when he returned, the rebellion was under full swing. I refer you to my other lectures on the web if you'd like to know a little bit more about the general war as a whole. And he was posted as a general in the Galil region, shown here, to defend it against the Romans. And let's talk a little bit about what was happening there. But I have to give you some of the background on the 4 major Jewish sects so we can understand where to place Josephus here. Okay, so again, this is largely taken from Josephus, but confirmed by extensive references in the Jewish literature, the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, and some Roman texts as well. Basically, you have 4 distinct political orientations that the Jews adhered to, and they were the Sadducees, in Hebrew the so-called Tzedukim, who were essentially the establishment. The Tzedukim controlled the temple cult, which was the center of Jewish worship. They had very close relationships with the Roman governing authority, and they dismissed certain aspects of what would become, or what was, traditional rabbinic theology. For example, the issue of life after death. The Tzedukim denied this basic Jewish idea. Then you have the Pharisees, the so-called Perushim, which probably comes from the Hebrew word lifrosh, to separate. By the way, Tzedukim might come from a teacher, Tzadok, one of the early Kohanim. The Tzedukim claimed intellectual descent from him, which is a dubious attribution. The Perushim, or the Pharisees, were the so-called rabbinic Jews. They are the guys, the winners, who eventually, succeeded in propagating Judaism to our day. The room that we're in right now is essentially a Pharisaic room, because the whole ideology of modern Judaism depends on the Pharisees succeeding. The Perushim, so-called separated from the Sadducees and what they felt was a highly corrupt temple ritual. They were highly charismatic, and they formed small disciple circles around Israel, very dedicated followers who focused most of their energy on the study of Jewish law. They essentially abandoned the temple because they felt that with the corruption of the Kahuna Gedola, the high priesthood, it was without effect, and they put much more emphasis on things like prayer and study as a religious act in their ideologies. They were largely without hard power. They didn't control any major institutions, save those that were important to themselves, but they had a lot of so-called soft power. They had a wide following among the Jewish masses, including the so-called illiterate Amei Haaretz, the people of the land, or farmers, who regarded the Pharisees as their true intellectual and spiritual leaders. Then you have the Essenes, some rather interesting groups that were, dedicated to life on the fringes of Jewish society. Many of them lived in caves, a rather ascetic lifestyle, sometimes celibate, and in eager anticipation of the imminent arrival of the Messiah, believing that it was just around the corner. We know a lot about them because quite a bit of their writings have survived through the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 1950s. These were kind of like the sort of weirdos of the Jewish world, and when we found these scrolls, we saw that in fact they were even weirder than we had originally thought. And finally, the Zealots, the Kanoim, these were Jews who felt that the most important thing that Jews had to do was to throw off the Roman yoke, and to engage in violent armed rebellion, resisting the Romans, and to push them out of the Holy Land itself. They were the primary instigators of the rebellion as a whole, and they enjoyed some significant success, particularly in the beginning of the revolt, primarily because of their bold strategy and their rather aggressive approach to the lackadaisical Roman soldiers, particularly at the beginning of the war, but ultimately they simply could not hold back the massive Roman engine, and they held their last stand here at Masada, where they committed mass suicide, something that will be echoed in Josephus' own works. But we know quite a bit about these groups, primarily, as I mentioned, from Josephus. Okay, we're just past the halfway mark, so maybe I should pause and answer questions. Yes? Oh, they absolutely, very good question. They did interact. They had a very lively debate. They interacted with violence on occasion. The Zealots, for example, were infamous for assassinating other Jews who disagreed with their point of view. A very famous scene when Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was an important Pharisee, he wanted to negotiate with the Romans, and the Zealots would not release him from the city which he was located in. They were besieged. So his students faked his death, and they placed him in a coffin, and they said, "We've got to take our rabbi out of the city so that we can bury him." But the Zealots didn't believe him. They didn't believe the students, so they drove iron bars through the top of the coffin, and luckily Yochanan ben Zakkai miraculously was preserved. So there definitely is a lot of give and take, violent sometimes, but also dialogue in nature as well. One interesting place where you find it as well is in the Gospels. If you read the Gospels, you'll see that, I'm not saying I read the Gospels, I suppose I could say that, but anyway, you'll see that there's a lot of debate between, Caiaphas, the high priest, and then there's Nicodemus, the Pharisee, who's very interested in Jesus, and there's quite a bit of give and take between all of these groups. The Essenes tended to be more separatist, literally. They actually left society, but especially according to the views that they were celibate, they had to have membership drives with some frequency. They had to actually go out and get more people to join. So, yes, right, absolutely.
He's
The good guys.
as if reassuring himself
They
that I
went to
am
train. And Jews
I gently stroked his hair and then
That's an excellent question. I'm going to repeat it because I have the microphone. Basically, Menachem is asking, why is it the Pharisees seem to come off so badly in the Gospels? They seem to be the nasty, difficult people. Is that a fair paraphrase? So that's a great question. We're going to go into more detail when I lecture on Saul of Tarsus a little later on in this series. But basically, the likely reason is because Jesus himself was a Pharisee. He was on the rebellious end of the spectrum of Pharisees, but he argued most with Pharisees because he was closest to them. That the differences in doctrinal position were so fine between Jesus, or at least the way the gospel authors portrayed him, and the Pharisees, that's where you have the most arguments. Listen, I was on a road trip now for 3 days with all of my kids in one car, one van, and I tell you, the arguments in that car are far worse than they would argue with, classmates or people in the street. You argue with people you love. You argue with people you're close to. So that's why the Gospels portray the Pharisees in such a negative light. Unfortunately, especially as the Gospels became less of a Jewish document and more of a Gentile document, again, we'll have to postpone the larger discussion for later, then it becomes viewed more as an us versus them. And they lost the appreciation of the internal dialogue that the Gospels really represent. Like, if you can imagine, if you were to drop a microphone over your family dinner table when you're having an argument, and then Martians were to listen to the tape and translate it from Yiddish into, well, actually, they speak Yiddish in Mars. So if they read it, they would think that, my gosh, what a dysfunctional family. They all hate each other. But in reality, that's what families do, right? They argue with each other because they love each other and they want to win. Okay, let's go on. Excellent questions. All right. So what we know about Josephus begins really with his first trip to Rome. There are a lot of interesting questions about why exactly he went to Rome as a young man, but in his late 20s or early 30s, he was there in some official capacity as a type of emissary. Various scholars have tried to attach this to certain passages in the Talmud that speak about sages going to Rome to plead for Jewish rights and privileges. It's impossible for us to tell given the nature of the extant documentation, but we know that he had a very, very powerful experience in Rome, meeting with powerful people, particularly powerful women, many of whom ended up being his sponsors later on in life. And he was overwhelmed with the nature of Rome. And when you think about it, it was this it was like going to, I was going to say Washington, D.C., but maybe that's not a good example. It was going to a city with massive architecture. The Romans had developed all kinds of tremendous techniques for construction, poured concrete, things like that. And these huge institutions, august institutions, great power. The Roman armies were incredible in their efficiency and in their unstoppable nature and so on. And he was completely, to use the idiom, blown away by his experience in Rome. That was like the big city. And when he came back to rather provincial Jerusalem, you could see how he was somewhat, disappointed by the Hamish nature of Jewish culture after having been in the big city. However, he came back right at the very beginning of the rebellion, and that's exactly when he was impressed into service and told, okay, Josephus, you're a young man, prominent family, educated. We are putting you in charge of a small city in Galilee, which he managed horribly. The town is known in Latin as Yotapata. The Hebrew, it's still extant today, is called Yotfat. Both of those names sound really strange, but anyway, this is it. He was an exceptionally poor commander. He was told, and this is one of the questions about what exactly was his position. If he was a Pharisee, why is he placed in charge of soldiers? That's not really what the Pharisees do. If he was a Sadducee, well, the Sadducees don't fight against the Romans, and he certainly wasn't a zealot. What exactly was he? How did he fit into these various layers and contrasting positions? I'm just going to hazard a guess. I'm not an expert in this area, but my guess, based on particularly on the research of Professor Bentwich, who wrote a very important biography of Josephus at the turn of the century, he was a Pharisee, but he was nevertheless moving in the circles of Sadducees, and he was not ideologically committed to any position. So much so that when the Zealots began this rebellion, and the other groups were in one level or another forced to go along with it, that's how he found himself at the head of a city in the Galilee. I recommend you comment on this when you see the video version, or those of you in Norway or Hungary, please do. At any rate, Josephus failed to capture the loyalty of the surrounding Jewish population. He was constantly involved in complaints against his rule. There were rivals to his rule, primarily from the Zealot sector, and he simply could not motivate the Jews in that region to follow his command. His command was also quite unenthusiastic. He did not really want to fight the Romans. He did not feel that the entire rebellion was well motivated and well planned, and as a result, his performance was highly lackluster. Now, I have to add one very important caveat. We will have to return to this. We began with the question of who exactly was Josephus. So, how do we know that he had a lackluster enthusiasm for fighting the Romans? Where do we get this information that he really wasn't happy to fight the Romans? From Josephus, right, exactly. And we think about it for a second. Okay, Josephus is writing this after he was captured by the Romans. So if he were to write in his, in Greek, which was the language that they were reading primarily, not Latin, but if he were to write in Greek that I hated the Romans bitterly, I still hate them, and I killed as many of them as I could, and I was disappointed to lose and so on, then obviously he would not curry favor with his new captors. But on the other hand, if he were to portray himself as, a complete pacifist and wishing to immediately turn tail and join with the invaders, then he would be viewed as a traitor. So he would have no respect in Roman circles either. So he had to find that sweet spot that showed him behaving as kind of like a Jewish patriot, believing in his nation and his people, but at the same time also seeing the value of the invaders such that he could make that political and military transition. Ultimately, that's what happened. Yopata was surrounded by the Romans, and it looked very bleak for the Jewish defenders there. So in a rather bizarre story, which sounds reminiscent of the Masada story, he hid in a pit with about 40 or so of his higher level ranking officers, and he said, listen, we're all going to be killed by the Romans. Why don't we make a suicide pact? We'll draw straws, and the one with the shortest straw kills the rest of us, and then he'll kill himself. And they said, good idea. And he had them all draw straws, and amazingly, wow, what a coincidence, Josephus got the small straw. Everyone else died, and Josephus did not kill himself. He was then captured, maybe surrendered. Again, we don't know because all of our testimony comes from Josephus himself, but he ended up being held by Vespasian, the general who was in charge at the time. Again, it sounds a lot like the whole Masada story, and it could be that Josephus made the whole thing up, and he kind of made it up the way I used to make up bedtime stories for my children. When Elisa she's one of my younger girls, but the older girls used to say to me that they love these stories I used to tell. Maybe someday I'll write them down, but probably not. Like I told this long-running story called The Purple Feather, and every night it had a different chapter, and that I would tell them until I fell asleep myself, and sometimes they would fall asleep before me, but usually not. And they used to love this story until, I don't know, I think Rafaela was about 15 or 16, and she says to me, Abba, you ripped off Star Wars. This is in Hamlet. And they realized that all the best parts of my stories were just rip-offs from various movies or books that I had read. So it could be that that's what Josephus is doing. We see a few examples of that in his work where there are remarkably eerie parallels between stories we have elsewhere in our tradition and his own life story. Another very difficult part about this, trying to assess who he was, is think about what language he wrote in. Josephus wrote in two languages. He wrote a version of this history called the Jewish Wars in Aramaic, and he wrote another version in Greek. The Aramaic version was designed for a Jewish audience. Aramaic was the lingua franca, what Jews were speaking at the time, and this was a popular version that Jews could read. Unfortunately, it is lost. It has not survived, and we don't know what he said in Aramaic. Chances are it might have been very, very different from the Greek version. The Greek version, for a few reasons that I'll explore shortly, did survive, and so we only have the version of the story that he's telling the Romans. And so it's very difficult for us to penetrate that version, reading it through the lens of the intended Roman audience to try to understand the author himself. Again, that puzzle wrapped in an enigma kind of thing. Let's go back to his life story and see what's going on here. He, under Vespasian for a couple of years, actually, which indicates, according to Professor Bentwich, that he probably was not wholly trusted. There's a strange kind of promotion of Josephus after he has this encounter with Vespasian himself, and he says to him that he's received a prophecy that Vespasian will become emperor. And that, of course, immediately comes to pass as Vespasian is called back to Rome to assume the royal purple, and he places his son Titus in charge. Now, that sounds kind of familiar, right? What are you thinking of here? Exactly. You start with Yochanan ben Zakkai. I mentioned earlier where he got out of the city, and he went up to Vespasian and says, guess what? You are going to be emperor. Vespasian says, no. He says, yes, you are going to be emperor. And immediately they get the news, Vespasian, they want you to come back to Rome, and we think you're going to be emperor. So he says, that's amazing. How did you know? He says, well, I'm Jewish. I eat gefilte fish. And he says, please give me 3 things. And Yochanan ben Zakkai asked for 3 specific requests. The most significant for us, of course, is he says, Ten li Yavne v'chachameha. Give me the city of Yavne, really the village of Yavne, and its sages. And that was really the foundational moment of rabbinic Judaism when Vespasian allowed Yochanan ben Zakkai to give a safe space, a sanctuary for scholars to study Judaism. And now it's exactly the story that Josephus tells about himself at Vespasian, which sounds like a huge ripoff. If he had handed this in as a term paper in Touro College South, you would get an F for plagiarism for sure. But at any rate, that's how we know it. Vespasian goes to Rome, and he says, okay, Josephus, very interesting. I want you to be the Jewish advisor to my son Titus. By the way, this is a bust of Vespasian himself. And Vespasian, Josephus then spends the next couple of years by Titus's side as Titus besieges Jerusalem. Josephus gives him information and advice on how best to defeat the Jewish armies, and ultimately Titus is successful, resulting in the destruction of the Second Temple. Much of the information we have about how the temple was destroyed comes from this first-person account of Josephus. The versions in the Talmud that we have are, of course, very powerful and evocative, but they're not intended as historical accounts. They're intended as religious documents that have a whole different kind of menu of agenda items. Josephus gives us a much more historical first-hand account of how the temple was destroyed. Yeah, there's a lot of speculation about what's in the Vatican archives, and there's no question there are amazing treasures in the archives. I can't recall which Rishon it is. For some reason, I think it is the Meiri, but I'm not positive. That in the 1950s, a Jewish scholar was allowed to go into the archives and look at their Hebrew documents, and he found a massive amount of writings by this 11th century scholar, and he wasn't allowed to take anything out. There's no photocopies or things like that, so he essentially copied it all out by hand and brought it out, on paper, and that was completely lost to the Jewish world. So it's possible there are these documents, but there's no way for me to establish it. Okay, let's go weiter as it is. His career in Rome. So after he writes the Jewish War, it's an amazing success at the beginning. He receives the approval of his captors, Vespasian and Titus. He is given official Roman citizenship, which I believe he had earlier. I'm not positive about that, but he's also given the name of his, the family name of his captors, Flavius. Vespasian's family name was Flavius, and so he becomes Josephus Flavius. And the book is permanently placed in the Imperial Library. Of course, it is a huge encomium to the activity of Vespasian and Titus, and it's like just a very, very positive statement of Roman might and power and so on. And so, of course, it would go on to receive some official recognition. His family life, which I haven't really talked about too much since his education, was not so successful. He was involved in 3 marriages, and it would be fair to say they were failed marriages. One of his wives left him, for example. Another one divorced him. He had 3 sons by his last wife. As an indication of some of the difficulties of understanding Josephus as a Jewish scholar, one of his wives was given to him by his captors, and as a Kohen, he would be technically, halakhically, prohibited from marrying a woman who had been taken captive. So just one of the many small examples of indications that he probably wasn't as astute in Jewish law as he purported to be. As I mentioned, there was a wide-scale, it was interesting, readership for Josephus's work. On the one hand, everybody who's interested in military history and the exploits of Rome would like to read it. But on another level, and this is something which is not well understood by many historians, or not just by historians, by Jews in the popular mind, Judaism was actually extremely popular in the Roman Empire. Judaism was a competitive ideology. Judaism was not like some kind of strange, bizarre, throwback religion. It was a religion that actually attracted a lot of people, because when you think about it, the Jewish view of life after death is much more appealing than the Roman. The idea of a personal deity who listens to prayer, who has rules, rewards the righteous, punishes the wicked, huge advantage over Roman gods and so on. And so there was a wide-scale conversion to Judaism at many different levels in Roman society. It would, I hate to use the word faddish. I think that's a little bit too strong, but it was considered a really cool thing to know Jewish things and perhaps even to become Jewish. And if you think that's crazy, just think about Kabbalah today and its reach into the popular world, right? It was considered very interesting to be involved in Jewish things. So there's some who postulate that Josephus's readership were Romanized or Judaized Romans who were, looking for good information about Judaism. And here he is writing in Greek. He was a very prolific writer and a very powerful writer in many ways. And much of the things that he wrote may have found that particular audience. Still, there's some ambiguities about that, but perhaps the most important one for us to consider, most important work for us to consider, if we move away from the rebellion in particular, is a massive work of 20 volumes called Jewish Antiquities. And this is essentially a book he wrote, which is Judaism 101. It is a history of Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's a miniature encyclopedia of all things Jewish, an explanation of Jewish things for a Roman readership. The title Antiquities is a giveaway for one of the most appealing aspects of Judaism for Romans. The ancient world in general valued things which were old. If you had an ideology, a tradition, a country that could go way, way back, and you could documented going way, way back, that was considered a mark of honor and prestige and authenticity. The Romans could not claim the same antiquity. Their empire was nowhere near as old as Judaism. The Greek Empire was also not nearly as old. And so people were fascinated. What is this strange religion? Why does it have such longevity and so on? So this particular book, in many ways, eclipsed his study of the Jewish wars, and much more popular. However, it's not too accurate, and it is plagiarized from many, many different sources. The literary analysis of the antiquities betrays that he just simply borrowed whole scale from all kinds of different writers, some which we know because they're cited in other literature, and Josephus tends to be best when he is plagiarizing and weakest when he is writing on his own. Even, incidentally, in military history, his first-hand recollection of many events is weak. When he crimps from other authors, though, he tends to be right on. So it's a very difficult book to really work through, but fascinating for its larger implications for who Josephus was. A couple other works he wrote, which are less important to us right now. I forgot. I'm actually going on to a different thing. So let me just change topics here. So why did Josephus survive? What were the things that made him so likely to exist to this day? And we have thousands of manuscripts of Josephus going way, way back, and it's been translated to so many languages. What is it really about it? Well, first of all, we have the imperial approval that the Romans, Vespasian, this is a book about Vespasian, it's a book about his son Titus, everybody loves that, so it should go into the official library. But beyond that, there is a key reference to Jesus buried in his works, and that made Josephus all of a sudden way more popular in the Christian era. Now, what does that reference say? Well, before I jump to it, let me just tell you, first of all, it's most likely not Josephus's writings. It is most likely a later interpolation which appeared in the 3rd century. We know that because earlier writers in the 2nd century who would have loved to quote this completely ignore it, and it suddenly appears in the 3rd century, and then it becomes quoted all the time. So probably some very pious Christian scribe copying out Josephus said, wouldn't it be nice if I just added this little reference to Jesus here? I mean, it was the same time period, right? You must know something about him. So let's have a look at what that passage says. I'll read it out loud because it's in this funny blueprint. Now there lived about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man, for he was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as received the truth with pleasure. He drew over to him both many of the Jews and many of the Gentiles. He was the Christ, and amongst us had condemned him to the cross. Those that loved him at the first did not forsake him, for he appeared alive to them again the 3rd day, as the divine prophets had foretold these and 10,000 other wonderful things concerning him. And the tribe of Christians, so named from him, are not extinct at this day. Which is kind of, when you think about this on a literary level, it's kind of a nuclear bomb. You're writing this huge text about the Jewish rebellion. It says, and by the way, the Son of God appeared on earth. He is the Messiah. Let's go on to the next topic. And it's like what are you talking about? If you're really saying something like this, stop the presses. This is the whole story, right? So this is most likely something added in later, and it was not Josephus' original writing. However, thankfully for us, that's one of the reasons why it became a treasured volume in many Christian libraries, because here's a text that talks about Jesus, so it's kosher against the imprimatur, so to speak, and it has a lot of information about Jesus' time, what it was like to live in Jesus' era. So his legacy, well, as I mentioned very briefly, he wrote a couple other works, his Vita, right, his biography, which is not especially helpful as a scholarly source for really what his life is, and a very important work called Against Apion, in which he essentially apologizes for Judaism from, it's not really appropriate to use the term anti-Semitism, but let's say an anti-Jewish attack at that time, which again says a little bit about who he was as a Jew. On the one hand, he was a a traitor. He went over to the Roman side. He was a general. He betrayed his own lieutenants in that suicide pact, and he aided the enemy in the destruction of Jerusalem. But afterwards, he was, probably the most important Greek language apologist for the Jews, producing quality information for the first century on Judaism for a wide-scale audience. So it's difficult to understand him as a man. Was he a traitor? Was he a patriot? Was he a pious Jew? Was he a sacrilegious Jew? Very complex, very difficult to really tease out. But I thank you for speaking about him with me for the last 60 minutes, and I look forward to speaking with you next week when we look at Philo of Alexandria, a very important figure in early Jewish philosophy. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Over the course of this video, I'd like to walk you through.
I typed out this letter in double quick time, print it out, and nervously make my way into his office. Here you go. I place it on his desk and turn to leave. Jack quickly passes his little piercing eyes over it. I don't know what we're doing out there. I'm aware of that, Jack. I let her apologetically. I feel a slow flush of my skin.
The millennial history of Jews.
It's beginning to sound like someone I know. But as a Christian, I can tolerate. Jack, it's beginning to piss me off.
Trying to describe how they interacted with the peoples of that region. Here you can see Ukraine, a nation of some 42 million people, about the size of France. It's an extremely valuable piece of global real estate because it has a very rich soil, a black soil that has phenomenal agricultural output. It's often called the breadbasket of Europe. One of the things that we'll see about the peoples of Ukraine, because it is appropriate to speak of it as a multi-ethnic nation state with not just Ukrainians, but also Jews, Poles, Russians, of course, and many other nationalities that are in this region, is that the region is largely fissure, very long-standing, centuries-old fissure, part of which makes Ukraine face towards the east and the north, kind of oriented towards Moscow, and part of it which faces towards the west, toward Warsaw, and also towards Paris, London, and New York. We'll see how this occurred over the course of this video, but it is important to note that Ukraine is a rather distinct territory, and although it did not receive formal statehood until the 20th century, it really has a very old history that goes back before most of the countries in this region, including Russia. In fact, it would be more appropriate to say that Russia belongs to Ukraine than to say that Ukraine belongs to Russia, as we shall see shortly. This map here describes an early medieval region called Kiev and Rus. Rus is not related to Russia, but it refers to a series of principalities. It's hard to use the term state to describe these affiliated princedoms, fiefdoms, but they centered around this city of Kiev. That's the Ukrainian pronunciation, by the way, that's favored today because, of course, Ukrainian is the dominant language of the country, but it used to be called in English Kiev, which is closer to the Russian pronunciation because Russia dominated much of this area in the modern era. But this period of Kiev and Rus, which existed long before Moscow was even established, was focused around Ukraine and several of the Slavic peoples that emerged from Kiev and Rus, which include not only the Ukrainians but also the Russians, the Poles, the Belarusians in particular. They all owe their cultural heritage to this region of Kiev and Rus. What's especially important in its history is the conversion of one of its leaders, Volodymyr, pronounced in Russian Vladimir, shown here a statue overlooking the Dnipro River that runs through the middle of cave, Volodymyr made a decision to convert to Christianity. This is a period when Christianity was expanding in the region, and in the most important early historical documents of the region, something called the TRUMAN, the Chronicle of Bygone Years, there is a discussion of how Volodymyr converted to Christianity, and he had a debate which would actually be familiar to students of Jewish history, because the same kind of situation is enacted in Kuzari by Yehuda Halevi. Specifically, Volodymyr in the 10th century invited representatives from all the major faiths active in the region, not only Muslims but also Jews, and two different types of Christians: Western Christians, meaning Catholics, and Eastern Christians, meaning the Orthodox. He has this long, drawn-out discussion about the various merits of each faith. He comes actually very close to adopting both Judaism and Islam, but he rejects Judaism because he is concerned about the fact that the Jews had lost their national homeland. He's concerned about the Muslims for a whole host of strange reasons that the authors of the book refer to, not the least of which is that they don't drink alcohol. And ultimately, he decides to adopt Eastern Christianity, that is Orthodox Christianity, and that becomes the faith of the majority of Ukrainians today, although, as we shall see, a significant movement of Ukrainians in the Western region adopt a form of Catholicism, which retains certain important aspects of Orthodox practice, even while remaining allegiance to the Pope. Now, where did he get these Jews to debate with? In the Popest, they brought them from Khazaria. Khazaria is a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. We don't have a lot of time to explore right now, but it was, according to medieval sources, a medieval Jewish kingdom that existed between the Black and the Caspian Seas, as you can see here, for actually several hundred years. Now, there's a lot of questioning among Jewish historians about what is the extent of the conversion of these local peoples to Judaism. There are some scholars who believe that it's all a myth, that it was made up in the medieval ages. Other scholars retain that it was in fact a Jewish kingdom, but the Judaism was quite attenuated. Perhaps it wasn't rabbinic Judaism. Not for our discussion today. But it is interesting to note that there were definitely Khazarian Jews who were active in Kiev. One of the most fascinating documents to emerge from this period is this document, which is a letter called the Kievan letter, discovered in the Cairo Geniza. The Cairo Geniza is a collection of medieval documents, primarily written in Hebrew characters, sometimes in Judeo-Arabic, sometimes in the Hebrew language. And this was a document purportedly from Kiev itself that was a letter of introduction for a Khazarian Kievan alms collector, tzedakah collector, and this was what we call a modern Jewish parlance, a little document that he would use, and the document talks about how he's a member of good standing in the community, is falling in hard times, would you please help out with a donation? And especially interesting is that there are several signatures, as is typical even in the 21st century, signatures of various dignitaries attesting to the truth of this person's bona fides, and one of those signatures is written, as you can see here, in Turkic runes rather than in Hebrew, which would suggest that one of the officials, the Khazarian Jewish officials living in Kiev, was not sufficiently literate in Hebrew to be able to sign his own name, but nevertheless was figurative points. So what we know is that there were Jews living in Kiev in the period of Kiev and Rus. By the way, there were Jews there much earlier. We believe that there were Jewish settlements and trading posts on the Black Sea, but very, very little data is available. But definitely by the time we get to the 8th, 9th, 10th century, there is a Jewish presence in Kiev. There is even, in fact, a member of the rabbinic school of Tosafot, which have a very extensive commentary Talmud was called Moses Avdei. There's several other figures from this period that indicate that there were Jews living there even at the very beginning of Ukrainian history. Now, what happens to Kiev and Rus is it is overrun by the Mongols, and so there's a period when Mongols take over the entire territory, and when the Mongols finally recede, then the region of Ukraine is eventually absorbed into a very large state, which is called Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, formed largely by a dynastic union between Polish and Lithuanian royalty. And as you can see, it's quite a massive state. It includes what would be today, you can see that has modern boundaries on it, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and extends through Belarus and much of Poland, and includes a big chunk of Ukraine, not quite reaching down to the Black Sea. And to this region, you have a massive influence of Jewish migration that extends from the 11th century onward, especially peaking around the 16th century. The reason why Jews are especially moving to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which is dominated by Ukraine and the southern regions, is because they're being driven out from the west by an increased anti-Semitism, charge of the infamous post-desecration stories of the persecution after the Black Death of 1347-48. These are driving Jews to the east. At the same time, there is an economic vacuum that is attracting them to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason for this is primarily because Jews become part of a complex economic system in which Polish landlords hold large Ukrainian holdings called latifundia, hire Jews essentially to be leaseholders, to be middlemen for them, collecting income in the form of various types of taxes on produce, poll taxes, taxes for crossing bridges, all kinds of things. This system, also known as tax farming, or the Arenda system, was definitely exploited. The Polish landlords had very little incentive to minimize their rapacious demands on the Ukrainian population. They simply would send the Jews in to make their collections. The Jewish community's income was largely based on the differential between what they could collect and what they had to transmit to the Polish landlords. And so that meant that the pressure on the Ukrainian peasantry simply increased every year as the Polish landlords would demand more income from their massive holdings. So many Ukrainian peasants, particularly males, simply abandoned their ancestral farms and they retreated to these kind of quasi-military sort of cowboy-like encampments, primarily along the rapids of the Dnieper River. And in these sort of encampments, they would make their living by pirating, by freedom. And ultimately, they organized themselves under one leader, who rose up, who organized them all, and rose up against the Polish landlords and their leaseholders. And in 1648-49, there was a wave of violence that shook Ukraine to its very core. And although Jews had been living in this region relatively peacefully for about 500 years, this was a moment when the economic tensions associated with the Arenda simply spilled over into violence and would have a grave impact on Jewish self-image and the image of their Ukrainian neighbors as well, and put into motion kind of like a cycle of Jewish-Ukrainian recrimination. But we should remember that there is a triangular conflict going on here, that Poles are definitely part of the overall picture. The 17th century eruption ended when Khmelnytsky made a very drastic decision. Here you can see a map that shows the Zaporizhian Sich, the region of Ukraine that was controlled by Khmelnytsky at its greatest extent. The line that sort of runs around the outside of the lighter green is the boundaries of contemporary ethno-linguistic Ukraine. And Khmelnytsky, after having fought with the Poles and essentially establishing an independent state, decided to ally himself with the emerging Russians in Moscow. And this was a very, very important, serious decision, because this essentially shifted the Ukrainian center of gravity from Warsaw and Poland to Moscow. Now, it's important to note, just looking at this map, you can see that he's not speaking for all Ukrainians. To the west, to the left-hand side of this map, just above the red sphere that represents the Carpathian Mountains, you have the region known as Lychina, and above that, Volyn, which were still in the Polish orbit. This is the region where a lot of Ukrainians adopted Catholicism. The Ukrainian language they spoke was more heavily inflected by Catholicisms, and they generally look to the West. This is a fissure that will repeat itself all the way up until the 20th century, because there's certain parts of Ukraine that always look towards Moscow and the East. Other parts always look towards Europe and the West. It's the same kind of tension that's playing out today in our contemporary history. The Jewish community of Ukraine is able to recover from the Khmelnytsky massacres, although they are commemorated in the liturgy to this very day. And there will be another major upheaval in the 18th century, the uprising under a similar leader called Rabbi. But what's going on internally in the Jewish community is that the Ukrainian Jews are being heavily invested in a spiritual phenomenon known as Hasidism. And southern Ukraine is deeply associated with the development of this movement, first associated with someone called the Baal Shem Tov, Israel ben Eliezer, who lived in southwest Ukraine, or further southeastern Poland in the 18th century. This map here from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism shows the dramatic explosion of Hasidic activity in Ukraine, particularly towards the western region, and it spread throughout the entire area. To just give you a little bit of orientation here, just to the right of the light yellow color, you can see there is Kiev, just in the grease. So this is towards what's called the right bank Ukraine, by the way, because Ukraine is largely bisected by the Dnipro River, and it flows south. So the right bank, meaning when you're standing beside the river, looking to it where it flows into the Black Sea, that right bank is where most Jews live. On the other side, the left bank is a much smaller Jewish population, but nevertheless significant in the 20th century. So Hasidism rose and base during this time. It's also important to note that Jews have organized themselves very well within the Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth. They've established something called the Council of Lands, which is essentially an interconnected network of Jewish municipalities called Kingdom, in which they establish standard legislation for all Jews living within this massive country. It eventually would come apart in the 18th century for a whole bunch of reasons, but nevertheless, Jews are enjoying, even despite the terrible upheavals of the Khmelnytsky era, they are enjoying a tremendous renaissance and a period of great strength of their communal and spiritual activity. This comes to a dramatic conclusion with the partitions of Poland, a very cynical political move orchestrated by the three neighbors of Poland, that is the German, Austrian, and Russian empires. They simply divide up Poland into a series of three partitions. And in this map, you can see that the eastern section, sort of the orangish colors, go to Russia, and at the very bottom you see that darker green eastern part of the darker green area, known in English as Galicia or Halichina in Ukrainian, goes to Austria. Another example of the fissure between the eastern orientation of many Ukrainians that that is going to be politically augmented by this population of formerly Polish Ukrainians, now Ukrainians of the Russian Empire. And in the West, the formerly Polish Ukrainians were now part of the Austrian Empire. That was retained right up until World War I. As we shall see, the Jews who find themselves in the Russian Empire are relegated to this large territory called the Pale of Settlement, which was the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire. As you can see, just about the bottom half of this map is Ukraine. In the 19th century, the Russian Empire, in particular under Tsars like this man, Nicholas I, engaged in a very concerted effort to try and assimilate their local populations. In the case of the Jews, Nicholas I imposed the horrific Cantonist decree, which demanded that young Jewish males meet the quota to spend up to 36 years in military service. Absolutely horrific decree that caused people to trash in the street. In terms of the Ukrainians, a little bit different because Ukrainians and Russians were, as I alluded to earlier, related peoples. They were all Orthodox at this point. They had a similar language. Ukrainian is, it's hard to define exactly what a dialect means, but it would be as easy to say that Russian is a dialect of Ukrainian and vice versa. Basically, they're written with a very similar Cyrillic alphabet, not identical, but very similar. Very similar grammar, very similar vocabulary, but not identical at all. Generally speaking, Ukrainians and Russians can speak to each other and understand most of what they're saying in their respective languages, and they can also read each other's texts, but it's something like, German speakers and Yiddish speakers, or maybe a little bit further apart, Spanish and Italian speakers. Actually, maybe it would be someone like with a very strong Quebecois accent speaking to someone from Paris. That's maybe a little bit closer than Russian Ukrainian. But in this environment, the Russian Empire embarks on a sometimes very coercive, sometimes very suggestive campaign to try to get the Ukrainians to think of themselves as the little brothers of the Russians. In fact, one of the terms that was used for Ukrainians at this time were little Russians. And the Russian people were called Great Russians or Big Russians, trying to convey the idea that they were part of one family, that the Ukrainians were sort of little brothers of the secret brothers, the Russians. In some cases, this meant closing down Ukrainian language schools that were developing towards the end of the 19th century, censoring Ukrainian language publications, and many other crude moves to try and make the Ukrainians think of themselves as being Russians. But it should be borne in mind that this is a period when Ukrainians were just beginning to articulate their differences, which obviously went back for centuries, but had not really been defined as such. This is an era of the late 19th century when all the peoples of Eastern Europe, including the Jews, are beginning to explore the idea of their self-determination and their national status. In the case of Jews, it is expressed in terms of experimentation with the Yiddish language and the development of Yiddish literature, the standardization of Yiddish, which had been spoken like Ukrainian for about 10 centuries, yet it had never really decided on its own spelling, let alone its grammar. And also for Jews in the development of political Zionism, the idea that Jews constituted a distinct nation and should return to their national homeland. For Ukrainians, of course, they were indigenous, they were living in their national homeland, but it meant developing a national identity which was very sharply differentiated from their northern neighbors. This comes to a head in the Revolutionary era immediately following World War I. This map here, circa 1900, shows the density of Jewish population in Ukrainian regions. The blue line represents Ukrainian boundaries as they exist today, and as you can see, the Jewish population is concentrated on the western side of the Dnipro River, that's the right bank region, but a significant amount of it spills over into the neighboring region of Austria and Romania and even Hungary. This is, of course, very heavily Hasidic region in particular. And these cultural boundaries, these linguistic and religious boundaries, are often much more significant than the political ones, as we shall see. So during the Revolutionary era, leading up to World War I, and especially in 1917, when the Russian Empire collapses, a lot of Ukrainians begin to say, hey, now is our opportunity to actually establish some kind of independence from the Russian Empire. At first, it's envisioned in the form of a federated Russian state that includes many of the non-Russian nationalities, like Ukrainians, like Poles, and so on. And one of the great champions for this kind of moderate evolution of greater Ukrainian national expression is this man, the historian Mikhailo Hrushevsky. Hrushevsky and many others assembled an organization in Kiev called the Central Rada, or Central Council, which included Jews as well, with the idea of hammering out a rapprochement between the many peoples that live in Ukraine, not only the Ukrainian majority, but also the significant national minorities, including the Jews, the Poles, the Germans, the Russians, of course. All of them had different ideas about how to shape the post-World War I reality. Unfortunately, the years after World War I were consumed by violence as civil war erupted, with many internal and external forces active in Ukrainian territory. There was an attempt, specifically by the inheritor of the Central Rada, the directory, to establish that connection with the Jewish minority. This directory was led by this man, Simon Petlura. Unfortunately, Ukraine was submerged in communal violence at this time, and in particular, there were a series of pogroms concentrated in the year 1919. And one of the key paradoxes of this period is that 40% of the reported pogroms were actually committed by the troops that ostensibly were loyal to the Ukrainian Petlura, who had a Minister of Jewish Affairs in his government at the time. It's a very confusing period. I've written about this for the curious. Ultimately, the Soviets were able to seize control over most of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory, and they established a new country, the Ukrainian SSR, or Ukrainian Soviet Socialist Republic. Here on this map, you can see the boundaries of that new country. The white line that faintly see running around the outside represents contemporary Ukrainian boundaries, but more significantly is the big area in the center, which is the boundaries of Ukrainian SSR. The blue area just to the west represents those Ukrainians who found themselves not within the Soviet orbit, but within independent inter-war Poland. And once again, you see that fissure where a large of Ukrainians now find themselves associated, whether they like it or not, with Moscow and Soviet Socialist republics, and a minority in Western Ukraine find themselves associated again, whether they like it or not, with the independent Poland that reemerges after World War I. Also interesting in this note is that it's not just Ukrainians. The little sort of yellow circles that have the number 3 on them all represent significant Jewish populations in can see, as we saw in earlier maps, there's a high density of Jewish settlement, particularly in right bank Ukraine and especially in the Ukrainian region of Ghana, which at this point is in Polish control. There's a lot to say about the nature of Soviet rule in Ukraine, and I've spoken about it in other videos, so I don't want to go into great detail, but perhaps most significant for our purposes is the infamous Holodomor, an artificial terror famine orchestrated by Stalin that killed millions of Ukrainians in the 1930s. The resentment against the Russian communists ran very high, particularly towards the Western regions, and this accelerated a level of anti-Semitism that was specifically attached to the notion, false as it was, that the Jews were somehow behind communism and behind the Holodomor by extension. Obviously, much more to say about this complex period. Please have a look at some of our other videos to understand. But what ends up happening in World War II is that the region is temporarily divided between Hitler and Stalin by a pact known as the Molotov-Ribbentrop non-aggression. Stalin and Hitler agreed to cynically divide the region and separate it into two countries, the Third Reich on the one hand and the USSR on the other, very much like the cynical division of Germany 2 centuries earlier. And so part of the region of Western Ukraine found itself suddenly under the control of the Soviets for 2 years. During these 2 years, the Soviets subjected Western Ukraine to a very rapid process of communization, the collectivization of farms, the seizure of intellectuals, intelligentsia, various types, priests and teachers, postal clerks, you name it, torturing them and ultimately murdering them. But what happens in Operation Barbarossa, which is June 22nd, 1941, is that Hitler double crosses Stalin and invades the Soviet Union, catching him off guard, and as you can see in this map, penetrating deep into the Russian SSR and taking over almost all of the Ukrainian nationalistic territory. The Ukrainian SSR is almost completely taken over by the Nazis, and what's most significant for our purposes is that Hitler sends out 4 mobile killing squads into the region. The lowest one, as you can see the blue lines there, is Einsatzgruppe, which proceeds to go through the tiny little shtetls that dot the countryside, rounding up Jews, communists, political figures, Jehovah's Witnesses, homosexuals, anyone who is regarded as an enemy by the Third Reich, taking them out to the fields and ravines in the regions and simply massacring them. And this is incidentally the way in which most of my ancestors were killed, not in Ukraine, but in Lithuania by another Einsatzgruppe. So the Nazis hold on to the Ukrainian SSR until the war begins to turn with the Battle of Stalingrad, and eventually the Russian Red Army is able to drive them all the way back to Germany and ultimately to reconstituted boundaries of Soviet Ukraine after World War II. Now include those Ukrainians who are on the western side, dominated by the city of Lviv, where the view, as we announced, these Western Ukrainians are much less likely to support their incorporation into the Soviet Union, primarily because they had more orientation to capitalism and to the West and to Europe in general. Nevertheless, these are the boundaries of the Ukrainian SSR that pertain right up until the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991. Under Gorbachev, when there were widespread protests, particularly by the non-Russian nationalities, and they're breaking away from the Soviet Union. Ukraine, the Baltic states, and so on, Belarus, which is only very closely allied with Russia, all break away and form their own states. And it is during this period, particularly from the 1960s onward, that you begin to see Jews and Ukrainians forming another kind of rapprochement, this time united in their opposition to Stalinism and Soviet communism in general. One of the most notable figures that emerges from Ukraine at this time is the dissident Anatoly Sharansky. Natan Sharansky, who is now an important leader in Israel, was one of the prominent refuseniks, that is, Jews who were sent to prison for the temerity to ask for permission to leave. And in many ways, Jews and Ukrainians exiled and imprisoned began to reform connections that would later be expressed in political activity and would ultimately result in the overthrow of the Soviet Union in 1991. Here's a map of what things are like today. As you can see, this map from the Washington Post gives you a sense of the linguistic differences of Ukrainians today. There's no question that the further east you go, the more russified the population is linguistically. The regions of Donetsk and Luhansk have a certain amount of dissident movements that Putin is taking advantage of, perhaps exaggerating and certainly leveraging for his own purposes. And it is in this region where Jews are currently invaded. And the Crimea to the south has been seized by Russia for some time now. And it is in these regions where the hostilities are specifically focused. However, it's very clear from maps of troop buildup that they have troops in Belarus and in Crimea as well, which threaten Ukraine and could suggest the outbreak of wider hostilities. How do Jews feel about this right now? Well, it's an unusual moment. Perhaps most ironically, the current president of Ukraine is in fact Jewish himself, and he has not made a secret of this, and he is the one leading Ukraine in their attempt to resist this Russian aggression. Many Jews, alongside their Ukrainian neighbors, are very concerned about the future of their country. Jews have the option, which is something that is very rare in Jewish history, but is a product of the 20th century, and specifically the late 20th century. They have the possibility of making Aliyah, of leaving Ukraine and moving to Israel. This is something that changes the entire dynamic for many of the some 40,000 who identify as Jewish today. But those Jews who are remaining, according to prominent leaders of the Ukrainian Jewish community, they will stay and they will fight. They will resist Russian aggression in the region. Let's hope for peace in the region and a long-standing resolution to this conflict that is the best interest of all of those in the area. Thank you very much for watching.
It's what I did to him. I start giggling, and I can't stop. And Christian shakes me again, and my giggling fit ceases. Did he touch you? Only once. Christian's muscles budge and tense as rage sweeps through him.
Just to frame things, we want to just take a moment, because he's not going to thank himself. We want to thank Dr. X for really taking his time. That's our children. This is a generous.
I nod. Don't go in. Don't, Christian. Suddenly, my fear is back. Fear of what Christian will do to Jack.
I'm Dr. Emerson. He's the dean of two colleges. He has a full-time job, and he writes and he gives lectures, and people come from all over to get to New Brooklyn. And now we have the opportunity to have people come from all over to here in the five towns. It's very, very gracious. And he takes his time, his expertise, his humor, and his perspective, and answer to us. This is a four-part series. Please tell your friends, please join us, and please enjoy. Thank you very much, Dr. Emerson.
Thank you, Rabbi Chuck. But let us get straight to the material, because we have really quite a large amount of Jewish history to cover in a short period of time. Rabbi, Trump did offer a short word of introduction. Thank you. I'm a huge fan of Rabbi Trump personally and of this Kehillah, where, of course, I've been dubbing for the last few years. And it's a tremendous boost for me to be able to give back to the community a little bit with some of the knowledge that I've acquired over several years of study. I want to thank in particular the people who have worked hard to put this together. We've had some tremendous support by our head of the Committee for Jewish History, that's Lydia Rothenberg, and we have that fascinating and very sophisticated poster by Ricky Adler that's in our front lobby, and I'm really grateful for everyone who put this together. Okay, let's go right to the material here. Why this series? Well, Rabbi Trump and I spent some time talking about what would meet the needs of this Kehillah. We thought it would be nice to give a vast overview in a very short period of time so that people would fill in the gaps in their own body of knowledge of Jewish history. So that's what we're going to do in 4 blindingly fast lectures. We're going to cover absolutely every moment in Jewish history, and hopefully you will remember all of it. We're trying to make it a little bit more sophisticated, so if you follow online, you'll see that there are some optional readings, not quite at the undergraduate level, but nevertheless, if you want to augment your study a little bit, you can get access to about 100 or so pages of materials that will hopefully fill in some of the lacunae in your knowledge. Okay. Let us begin with one of the most difficult aspects of this topic. Because we are doing a survey, we have to begin with a little bit of historiographic theory. And this is an area that most historians prefer to avoid because it asks some really basic questions which on the surface seem to be patently obvious, but when you actually dig down into them, they become incredibly difficult. So let's start with, what is Jewish history? Now, if this was an undergraduate seminar, I would probably invite comments from the audience and we do a whiteboard exercise and think about, like, well, what is it? But because everyone seems to know what it is, but in reality, Jewish history is something that does not exist. What do I mean by that? It already has it. The past, by definition, does not exist. I spend my life studying something which does not exist, and can you believe it? They actually pay me to do it. So, but nevertheless, we all have a working knowledge of this non-existent thing, this thing which stopped a second ago, and then a second ago after that, and a second ago after that. What exactly are we talking about? So one of the ways I like to think of Jewish history, and I think will be a guiding light for us, is to think about the poetry of Hannah Shenesh. Many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with her. She's a very courageous Hungarian Jewish woman who managed to leave her native Hungary and make it to Israel in the interwar period. And then, at a very young age, in her 20s, she volunteered to parachute back into Nazi Germany to try and rescue some of her doomed co-religionists in Hungary. She was unfortunately captured by the Nazis. She was tortured, but she refused to divulge any of her secrets and what she knew about the other people on this mission, and she was ultimately executed. One of her Hebrew poems is an incredibly haunting testament to her life and her vision, and also gives us a lot of impetus for our own study of Jewish history, mine in particular. I'll read in Hebrew and we'll translate as well. Yesh kochavim, I'm sure many of you are familiar with this poem. There are stars. She'ora magia arza rak b'ashavim atzmam avdu ve'enam. There are stars whose light reaches the earth, but they themselves are gone and no more. Yesh anashim, there are people whose radiance illuminates when they themselves are gone and no longer among us. Meaning, just like we can in the night sky observe stars that have died eons ago, and yet their light is only now reaching us, and we can study their lives long after their lives have passed, so too there are people who infuse our own lives with meaning and significance, even though they are no longer among us. These lights, and she's referring to both the stars and to people, brilliant in the dark of night, they kindle for humanity the lights along the path. So therefore, I'd like to suggest a very utilitarian approach to Jewish history, in that it's difficult to say that we have to study, like George Santayana said, the lessons of history, or else we are doomed to repeat them. That is very true, as I like to tell my undergraduates. If you do not study for history 220, you will be doomed to repeat it next semester. But for our purposes, we definitely can gather meaning and insight and purpose by studying Jewish history. That's where I'd like to take us over the course of the next 4 lectures. Now, the periodization that we're going to study is somewhat artificial. We're going to look at 4 distinct periods. First, we're going to look at ancient history today. It will be the most challenging of all of the lectures because we'll be looking at some philosophically very difficult material. I hope to present it in an intellectually authentic manner and yet not offend our religious sensibilities at the same time. Then we will go on to the medieval period. The terminology medieval is really Christian in origin. It means between the eras. It means between the classical era of Rome and Greece, which was considered a golden age, and then the era of the Renaissance, literally the rebirth of that same civilization in later Europe. Those terms don't exactly fit with Jewish time, but nevertheless we'll use those rough markers. We'll look at the period from the close of the Mishnah and the large depopulation of the land of Israel in the wake of the Bar Kokhba revolt in the 2nd century, and we'll take it all the way up to the cataclysmic Spanish expulsion, which was a huge, devastating impact on world Jewry, comparable only to the way the Holocaust has had an impact on contemporary Jewry. Then we'll look at modern Jewish history, which basically extends from the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion of late 15th century up until roughly the turn of the 20th century, and then we'll look at the last century right up until our present day. So I've spaced them out here in 4 equal lectures in terms of minutes, but if you try to look at them in terms of actual gaps of time, you can see that they're really quite uneven. We're going to spend a lot of time today in 60 minutes, and then we're going to be looking at less and less time over the same amount of actual lecturing time. But that's, at any rate, the format of the course. Historiographically, we're going to go over these various periods. One other thought in terms of theory before we get to the material itself. We should understand that history is a kind of an art in which the understanding of the discipline depends very much on the lens through which one observes it. One of the things that undergraduates often think is, why do we have to keep writing new history textbooks? The true answer is because the textbook companies can then make money off selling them to you. That was a joke. I know some of you got it, but the reality is because every historian frames the same facts in a very different way. Again, I don't have the luxury of time to speak about this in detail, but let's look at 3 major encyclopedic historians, and I'll give you a sense of how historiography changes depending on who is the historian. We start with one of the greatest of the encyclopedic historians, Heinrich Gretz. Many of you may have, perhaps even as like a bar mitzvah present, the 6-volume English translation by Henrietta Zold of the History of the Jews. And I'd like to call his historiography heroic Jewish history, because the model that he used to describe Jewish history is one in which, the Jews are such wonderful, decent, ehrlich, intelligent, good-looking people, and yet society keeps putting them down. And we're always subject to anti-Semitism. But we nevertheless rise up against this horrible persecution, and once again we're put down again. But we nevertheless irrepressibly rise up once again. And this is a very kind of like, you can see why it's a great bar mitzvah gift, right? Because it's a feel-good kind of history. It doesn't talk about the nebuchs that we know in real life. It certainly doesn't talk about too many of the Jewish criminals that unfortunately you read about in the New York Times. It's a kind of feel-good Judaism, which we should understand was extremely appropriate for its time and place in late 19th century Germany. And he was taken heavily to task by another historian, Heinrich von Weizsäcker, who argued that this is exactly why we have to get the Jews out of Germany. And his slogan, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune, was coined largely as a response to Heinrich Beck's somewhat sanitized version of Jewish history. But nevertheless, a very strong working model. For generations, Jews have worked with this kind of model of Jewish history. Shimon Dumno, who was martyred by the Nazis in 1941, his last words to his students as he lay bleeding on a street in Latvia was "Schreib und verschrei," write and record. He offered a chilling last imperative to the historians to say we must record the dead of Jewish history, and even in that particular phrase you hear the difference, because Shimon Dumno is much more of a social historian who likes to take a more realistic approach to the spectrum of Jewish reality, to the fact that there are never Jewish criminals, that there are, heterodox movements, that there are all kinds of things which we might not necessarily be proud of, but nevertheless that is part of the grand story of Jewish history. His approach to Jewish history was extremely influential, in particular in the evolution of the so-called Federation movement here in America, because he was the architect of this idea of a Jewish community without necessarily being bound by religious affiliation. And finally, closer to our own times, the incredible Salo Garan, who criticized both Dubno and Gretz, in particular Gretz, because he said that it wasn't really a heroic type of Judaism he was describing, Jewish history. He was describing a lachrymose Jewish history. In other words, full of tears. That the version of Judaism that Salo Garan criticized was this version in which everything was, completely run through the washer, and that everything came out such that the Jews were always unjustly persecuted and heroically triumphant. So his was a much more sophisticated, university-based kind of curriculum, and almost totally unreadable to lay people. His 18-volume history of the Jews, social and economic history of the Jews, is a phenomenal book. Social and religious history of the Jews, phenomenal. It takes up about this much real estate on my shelf at the office, but you really have to be an expert in Jewish history to decipher it. So he's the least kind of accessible historian. So we're going to try and work through these kinds of models as we understand our own approach to Jewish history, which I hope I'll be able to make clearer for you towards the end. We're almost done now with the theory part before we get to the actual history. I have to dip a little bit into philosophy here as well, and I promise this will not take more than a couple of minutes. History is very much related, believe it or not, to a philosophical subdiscipline called epistemology. Epistemology comes from the Greek word episteme, which means to know. It's the science of knowing. And as you can see from Lester Grabb's classic work, Ancient Israel, the subtitle of his book is "What Do We Know and How Do We Know It?" In reality, one could say that what we know is actually intimately related to how we know it. So, for example, if you were to look at ancient Jewish history in particular, which is our topic for today, and you were to say, I am only going to look at it through the lens of the Bible, then you would find a lot of difficulty with the archaeological record, and vice versa. If you tried to become totally archaeological about Israeli history, ancient Israel history, you would find the Bible in some places unintelligible. And this brings us to the concept of biblical archaeology, which defines two different basic positions on either end of a spectrum. There are a group of people who call themselves maximalists. This is really the term that was used most at the beginning of the 20th century as biblical archaeology really got into its heyday. Maximalist means we're going to use the Tanakh as a map for understanding ancient Israeli history and its archaeology. And that's great because we've got this fantastic document, which is unparalleled in its size and scope of description of really times that happened a long time ago. And all we have to do is kind of like go through the land of Israel, identify places, dig up the soil there, and we'll find evidence of what happened. Unfortunately, when archaeologists really start digging, they found all kinds of inconsistencies, which I'm going to explore in a couple of seconds. The other later school of archaeologists says, wait a second, we're going at this all wrong. We have to just put aside the Bible and pretend it doesn't exist. We're going to ignore all of the historical data in the Bible and just work with what's in the ground. And with what's in the ground, we will reconstruct an ancient Israeli history, which may, and it turns out, is rather distinct and different from the biblical account. That presents some theological challenges, to be sure, and we're going to look at a couple of them, but only in a little bit of detail. In a way, it's a little bit like creating a puzzle, right? You see here, you've got someone working on a puzzle, and you say, well, this is a really hard puzzle. There's so many thousands of pieces, and they're all mixed up, but Baruch Hashem, I have the cover here, right? I have the box that tells me all I got to do is follow the box. It's Starry Night, really easy. So that's like having the Bible. The Tanakh is great. You know what's supposed to happen where. Now we just go look for it. Other archaeologists say, no, if we ignore it, then all of a sudden we're going to find that there are a whole bunch of pieces that just don't seem to make sense. We found this in the ground. It doesn't look like it should be here. It's not shaped right at all. And that's fundamentally the crux of the problem of biblical archaeology. Do you know history because you know Tanakh? Or do you know history because you know archaeology? And whichever way you work with the data, you're going to have to deal with the other side of the equation. Okay, so, wow, I'm going so fast. I can't believe we made it through one circle in 20 minutes. But Rabbi Trump spoke for about 2 minutes, so I'll take that out of the end. All right. Let us first begin with what's called la longue durée. This is a term that was created by the French Annales School of Historiography that says that, hey, if you really want to look at history properly, you have to look at larger factors than the immediate people involved. You have to look at things like topology, weather patterns, the economics that are shaped by the land itself. Let's have a look at the longue durée issues going on in Israel. This is a map of what's called the Fertile Crescent. And as you can see, it's shaped, of course, kind of like an upside or sideways C. That, of course, is the Fertile Crescent. And it describes the area of fertility in the ancient Near East, which is the basis of civilization. Using basic Marxist theory, you have to have, concentration of capital in order to create culture. And so culture tended to develop along the river Nile over here, close to the Mediterranean coast, and then down the two rivers, Euphrates and Tigris, which together descend into the Persian Gulf. With the controlling of these rivers and the fertility in the neighboring region, you could actually develop a culture. Everywhere else, you've got desert. So this is really where ancient civilization develops as a result of this fertility. Looking at the economic roots are directly related to that fertility. There are two roads that we're especially concerned with. This is Israel, of course, over here. The Via Maris, or the Derech Hayam, which is a trade route that goes along the coast that essentially connects the Nile to the Euphrates and Tigris, and also the King's Highway, also known as Derech HaMelech, which skirts the outside of the mountain range in the Judean desert. These two roads make Judea and Israel incredibly important because you've got to go through there to get to anything meaningful. It's a lot like the Rockaway Turnpike. If you could see these roads on Friday afternoon coming down from Damascus, it's crazy. You have to leave so far in advance. Okay, here's a map looking at the topology and looking at the various heights. You can see the green here is lowland, and it's green, of course. It gives us the sense of fecundity, which is, of course, what happened there. And the red parts are the mountain ranges, which means that the land of Israel that we're going to focus our attention for this lecture, it's really a very small area of productivity here with a desert that's quite a vertical desert right in the middle. It is not like Kansas. It's not Chernozem, the black earth of Ukraine, like that. It's a very tiny little spot. The only major advantage it has economically is that it's on these two trade routes, the Derech Hayam and the Derech HaMelech. Here, looking at it sideways, you can see I've translated this. This is the Dead Sea over here, the Mediterranean. It's a tiny little barrier here, and because of the prevailing winds, the moisture that blows in with the winds from the Mediterranean gets trapped by the mountains and remains here in the coastal plain. The mountains are comparatively dry, and of course, once you go past the Jordan or Dead Sea, it's very dry in the country of Jordan. This map also shows the Hebrew, but you can see the security risks of Israel are phenomenal. It's only 15 kilometers from the edge of what is called the Green Line, what would be today called Shomron, or the upper part of the West Bank, to the sea. And even from the Jordan River in the country of Jordan, it's 55 kilometers. You know, it's basically a good walk from one end of the waist of the country to the other. But we will get to that when we get to modern times. Now, one of the slogans that was used in the Zionist period of the 1880s was this idea that Israel was a people without a land for a land without a people. It's not entirely true. Israel was, of course, settled before the first Jews lived there. It's described that way in the Bible. There's no contradiction there. And there's some amazing archaeological finds of pre-Israelite civilizations. These Canaanites, for example, this is in the region of Jericho, seem to have quite a sophisticated culture that apparently involved a very deep ritual life. It's not certain whether these are intended as decorative masks, or perhaps the holes that are drilled in the sides are indicating that they should have been worn as masks, perhaps in theatrical productions of one type or another. The figure on the right is evocative of a skull that apparently would have played some role in their ritual functions. But as you can see, they had quite a bit of activity, and there's a lot we know about the Canaanite peoples as a result of these archaeological digs. We also know, for example, that amazingly, they practiced trephination, which is a bizarre medical technique that we find in several ancient civilizations, including the Incas, for example, to deal with mental illness and various other illnesses, particularly of the skull, by drilling a hole in the skull to allow the evil spirits to escape and things like that. Some theorists believe that they may have dealt with schizophrenia and other types of illnesses by drilling holes in the skull. I believe this is where my grandmother, Shalom, used to get the expression, you need a hole in the head. But it's amazing people actually survive trephination. You can tell by the way that the wounds heal that apparently people did live through this experience. So basically, according to the biblical accounts that we have, the origins of the Jewish people are in the Mesopotamian region. That's the southern part of where the Tigris and Euphrates flow into the Persian Gulf. Abraham is commanded to leave the land of Ur. He does not take a direct route because, of course, that would mean going right across the desert. He takes a roundabout route right along the Fertile Crescent and lands in Israel. There, as you know, we'll be reading about it in just a few months. They end up in Egypt, and then there's an amazing thing where God takes a nation from the midst of another nation, and this is the Exodus, which is a tremendous marker of Jewish identity and a a defining moment of the Jewish people where they returned to Israel. And it is at that point that they settle in the land of Israel. All three of these points are not well confirmed by the archaeological record. And in fact, some historians would say they're contradicted by the archaeological record because, for example, if there is no evidence found of the Exodus, which is a rather large, amazing event, some historians would say, well, that means it didn't happen. Other historians would say you have to just keep looking. Maybe you'll find something if you keep looking, and other things like, how do you prove a negative? But this is the kind of area where it's so central to our identity. I know it on a very profound personal level that my ancestors left Egypt. I know it every Pesach in particular. I'm remembering it, and it is something that is part of my bones, part of my personal DNA. The fact that we can't find archaeological data to support it yet doesn't really challenge it. It's kind of like if I went to the doctor and I asked him, let's say I'm having trouble, I'm lovesick, I love my wife so much, could you please have a look at my love for my wife and tell me what to do about it, doctor? What is he going to do, put it in a CAT scan? He's not going to find that kind of data. So this will take us further into Hashkafic territory. I will leave that to the Hashkafic experts like Rabbi Trump, but for the time being, it gets a little bit easier now. Wow, I'm going so fast. This is some fascinating new information, however. One of the associations with the Jewish settlement of Israel is the so-called four-roomed house, which has been found all over Israel, and particularly because in many of the settlements of these four-roomed houses, there are an absence of pig bones. And so there's a lot of historians who would point to this fact to say you can see that the Jews are obviously living in these four-roomed houses because their dietary refuse shows it. This is not convinced to all historians, but recently, and this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, I just heard this from some colleagues at Hebrew University, new archaeological findings have suggested that perhaps there are in fact some signs of, there are in fact some signs of Jewish settlement here because they've been discovering a lot of these containers. And although it's inconclusive, it's not impossible that, right. Okay, so that takes us through kind of like the really hazy, dark part of Jewish history that we don't have a lot of data outside of Tanakh. That's where Emunah is a very important element in our knowledge of the light that shines from far, as described by Hannah Shemesh. Now, the archaeological record does say some amazing things, though. For example, this is the Merneptah stele, which is a find that dates back to the 13th century before the Common Era. It is a kind of a boast obelisk, very common in the period in which various rulers, in this case it was the pharaoh Merneptah, boasts about his many, many military achievements. And the whole thing is a long list of the various peoples that he has conquered and laid waste to and so on. And on this Merneptah stele, we have the very first reference in non-Jewish archaeological material to Israel. And it reads, Israel is wasted, its seed is no more. I mean, it's like, the very first thing has to be anti-Semitic. Can you believe it? I mean, but that is the first statement we have outside of Jewish sources that talk about Israel. Now, what exactly does this phrase mean? Most historians take it kind of at face value, that there is an entity called Israel. We don't know much about what it means. Is it an area? Is it a people? What exactly is it? Wasted seems to imply a rather physical destruction, that it's over with them. And seed, even if we take seed literally to say they have no more grain, it seems to mean it figuratively that they will have no more progeny. That's it for the Jewish people. 13th century, before the Common Era, we're done with the Jewish people. We have destroyed them once and for all. I'd just like to point out something, this little observation. So, Merneptah says Israel's wasted, its seed is no more. This is what Israel's seed looks like. All right, it looks like this. And by the way, with the stele, we also found Merneptah. This is what he looks like. Right? So, I'm just saying, right? This is Israel's seed, and this is Merneptah. So we know how to file this particular piece of historical information, but nevertheless, it does say a lot about the rest of the trend of Jewish history. Now, going through the Tanakh, you get a tremendous amount of history with phenomenal details about various leaders and rulers, and sometimes secondary, tertiary characters, phenomenal lessons contained therein on a moral level, a spiritual level, and so on. And if we had more time, I would love to delve into those in greater detail. But some of our goal today is to try and focus on the history. So one of the trends of Tanakh in the first three books after the Chumash, it describes the eventual formation of a united monarchy that is one kingdom under Saul and then under David, under Solomon. We do not have much archaeological evidence of specific things happening in there, but there are a few fascinating tidbits. So, for example, this is the Tel Dan stele, which was discovered in the north of Israel. It is about 100 years after the death of King David, so it isn't actually contemporaneous with his life. But in the stele itself, you find this phrase, which is written in the Paleo-Hebrew, the original, a different version, a different script of Hebrew that was used at the time. And, of course, Hebrew is written from right to left, so it says, these letters here, B-Y-T, D-W-D, which is understood by most scholars to mean Beit David, the house of David. So here is some archaeological evidence that specifically speaks about a house of David, which will be reinforced by other pieces in a moment. But there are still questions. Like, for example, in this stele, they use a little period like this to separate words. And there is no separation between Beit David, even though grammatically that is required. That's not necessarily a disqualification. Latin, for example, is written without such word separations. Polish is written almost entirely without vowels, for example. That was a joke. I thought you would like that one. At any rate, this is the kind of evidence that we have outside of the record of the literature of Tanakh. And this other document here, this other stele, the Mesha stele, from about the same period of time, 850 before the Common Era. The reason why it looks so strange is because there's a whole fascinating story behind it. It was found in Jordan, and in the 19th century, some German explorers found it and made efforts to secure it. But the local villagers felt that there was something wrong with these German explorers taking away their archaeological finds for centuries. It was laying exposed in the desert, and everyone was paying it no mind. But once the Germans wanted it, people started getting a lot of interest in it. What they did was they prepared to make a squeeze, which is a paper mache application to the stone, which is then later peeled off, so you can get a reverse image of it, kind of like a wax model of it. However, the assistant who was making the squeeze was attacked by the local villagers who were upset that the stele was being taken away. He managed to rip it off, but it was partially damaged. And then the villagers, either because, according to one version of the story, they felt that the reason the Germans wanted it was because there was gold inside it, or according to another version, they felt that there were like spirits inside it, like a genie kind of thing. They smashed the stele to bits, and most of it was lost. The squeeze that the assistant was making, it just barely managed to take away with his life, was also damaged. But between the two pieces, they were able to reconstruct quite a bit of it. And you can see there are two references here to the same phrase, House of David, Beit, and then there's something illegible, W-D, and there's something else that looks like David, and then a A at the end. Scholars believe these are other references to Beit David. There's another school of thought that says this BT star WD is actually the origins of a popular lubricant, WD-40. That is something I'm trying to publish in the literature. It's just not working yet. Okay. But anyways, you can see that there are little tiny bits and pieces, like trying to put together the puzzle. You can get very little from the archaeological record, but it is fascinating. And perhaps if we have more leisure in another series, we'll have time to go over these in greater detail they deserve. The dual monarchy, of course, if you're familiar with Tanakh, It eventually falls apart. Israel and Judah are split. The northern section is attacked by the Assyrians, and a good portion of the population is carried away to the region of Babylon. Again, following La Longue Durée, following the Fertile Crescent, the various settled areas. These things are described primarily in Kings and Chronicles, and we have much more detail in the archaeological record to support this, primarily because the various peoples who are conquering Israel also leave Nepta-like documents that attest to their achievements, like this one here, which describes the obeisance of Jehu, one of the Jewish kings. Here's a whole bunch of Assyrians up here, Shalmaneser, of course, and here is Jehu here, clearly in an act of obeisance that we can understand perfectly well even in the 21st century. So there's no question that a lot of these elements of Tanakh, especially as we get into the dual kingdom, are well established by the archaeological record, and fascinating and definitely worth studying in greater detail. The northern kingdom is conquered in the 8th century before the Common Era. A good portion of the population is carted away to the north, and then in the 6th century, a much more devastating attack on the southern kingdom, and they are taken away to Babylonia as well. Contrary to popular belief, the land of Israel was not denuded of its Jewish population. Significant amounts of Jews remained behind, although the ruling classes tend to be deported first, and the leadership had gone largely to these regions. So this is basically the story of the 6th century. Later, as described in the Book of Chronicles, the end of the Book of Chronicles, and the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, there's a new regime in Babylonia, and under the great King Cyrus, the Jews are allowed to return to Israel and to rebuild the temple that was destroyed with the first invasion of the Babylonians. This Cyrus cylinder does not specifically mention Jews, but it does have a fairly explicit description of allowing a kind of religious freedom for people to return to their temples, rebuild them, and so on, that many feel is actually a reference to this actual return to Israel in the later 6th century. Surprisingly, only a minority of Babylonian Jews, even though they've only been there for less than a century, only 20% of them, by biblical estimates, leave Babylonia. The other 80% like it in Iran and Iraq, and they choose to remain there. Okay, so the next thing that's really important in understanding Jewish history is the encounter with Hellenism, which you find some allusions to in Tanakh, but it primarily is post-Tanakh material. And this is a result of Alexander the Great, Alexander of Macedon, who launches this amazing military crusade that conquers the entire known world. He starts out here in northern Greece, and he makes his way throughout the entire eastern Mediterranean and pushes all the way through the Fertile Crescent into Central Asia, all the way out to what would be today Afghanistan and northern India. And what's really special about Alexander's conquest is that he brings Greek culture with him across these many, many different territories with different languages, different legal systems, different currencies, and so on. And he unifies under a Greek sensibility all of these laws. Now, he dies a very young death, possibly of alcohol poisoning when he was in his 30s, but his legacy was incredibly important for leaving behind a structure of communication and commerce that included all of these people throughout the eastern region, and in particular, the Jews were taken with it. The Jews have an amazing love affair with everything Greek. The term Hellenism comes from the term Hellas, which means Greek, Greece, and there's so much about it that is so different from Jewish culture and so useful and powerful that the Jews take to it with phenomenal enthusiasm. What is Greece? Again, not wanting to go past our time, Greece, Periclean age in particular, 4th century, 5th century before the Common Era, they're developing science, Archimedes, they're developing math, they're developing art with Sophocles and Aeschylus. They're developing dry cleaning with Euripides, right? Euripides, you pay for these. Sorry, I was thinking that back in my head. Anyways, they have Aristotle, they have Plato, Socrates, philosophy, art, literature. It is so overwhelming, and the Jews say they're like blown away. So Greek wisdom was so fascinating to the Jews that we adopted it wholeheartedly. And this was our first major test as a people, in my humble opinion, that since the Egyptian period, specifically because we are so taken with it that we adopt it wholesale. And the Hellenizers in Israel argue that everything Jewish is old-fashioned, that is no longer the mode, it's no longer able to take us into modernity, and they argue for a complete adaptation of Judaism to Greek values. This is where we get the Maccabean revolt of the 2nd century before the Common Era, which must be understood properly, not as the Greeks attacking the Jews, because in fact the Greeks love the Jews. It is a civil war between Hellenizing Greeks and traditionalist Jews. Sorry, Hellenizing Jews and traditionalist Jews. I'm getting a little tired because I'm talking so fast. Oh my God. The Civil War, I know that when you send your kids to day school, they talk about Antiochus, the wicked king. He did to the Jews a terrible thing. That is certainly true. We'll talk about it in a second. And they talk about the Syrian Greeks coming down and attacking the Jews. But in reality, that was epiphenomenal. That happened after the revolt was really well underway, and it was Jews fighting Jews during the entire time. It was a fight between the urban, wealthy elites who wanted to adopt Greek values and the traditionalist, rural, we would call them today Haredim, although that's not a really appropriate historical term, but they are like the old school Bible-thumping Jews who finally said enough. The kind of things that are described in the literature of the day is, in fact, something I had to look up this word, epispasm, which is a primitive surgical attempt to reconstruct circumcision. In other words, to reverse circumcision. Why? Because the Greeks loved, for example, the worship of the human form. And the best way to observe the human form is in hand-to-hand combat, of course, in the nude. And so all of these Olympic Games and so on were performed entirely in the nude. And can you imagine what it would be like for these Jewish Hellenizing youth coming into the stadium? They're surrounded by all these men watching the games, and they look at this Jew and they say to him, "Oh, look at these Jews. They take such a beautiful specimen of humanity and they pachki him up like that." So there are Jews who are actually Meir Bris Avraham Avinu. It's a reference in Pirkei Avos as well, which is during this time when Jews were undergoing this primitive, painful surgery. So the revolt was an attempt, successful, to overthrow the Hellenizing influences and to put a line in the sand at Khan. Until this point, everything past this is too much. Antiochus Epiphanes, shown here, is kind of drawn in late in the game. The reason, by the way, they're called Syrians or Syrian Greeks is because after Alexander died, they had to divide up his territories, and Antiochus came from the north, from the Syrian part of the post-Alexandrian government. Here's, by the way, a coin from his period. As you can see, it says in the top in Greek, Basileus Seleucoi, which means the king of the Seleucids, and there's a war elephant on here. The war elephant is extremely important because when the Syrian armies were eventually brought in to try and settle this civil war, they brought in these amazing vehicles of war, which must have been absolutely overwhelming, and nevertheless, through the courageous and cunning efforts of these guerrilla warfare tactics used by the Maccabeans, they were able to drive them out. Here is a medieval rendition of the death of Eleazar in the Maccabean revolt. Here it is. In the Maccabean revolt, he, of course, heroically charges one of these elephants, and he gets under it and stabs it from below, and manages to kill it, but he is crushed in the process. The reason why I particularly like this 14th century European version is because obviously the artist had never seen an elephant or even a picture of an elephant, and they were describing it to him. He said, well, it's kind of like a gray horse, so I'll make it like that. So that's essentially the Hanukkah revolt was extremely influential because it basically said, okay, we love everything Greek. Everybody knows the Greeks are really good at building things and at writing things and at describing things and at thinking about things, but we have to set a line in the sand where beyond this, Greece cannot pass. And that same challenge of determining how much of the outside world is allowed to influence our Judaism is a challenge that we still face today, to this day. It is certainly beyond ironic that Hanukkah always falls in the month of December, which for those of us who live in Christian countries, it's the same kind of fight going on even today. Okay, more to say about that in another class. Let's just skip over this here. But, well, yeah, okay. So that takes us basically up until the 2nd century before the Common Era, and then we get to the Roman-Jewish Wars. So the Hashmonaim, the Greek kings, the Maccabean kings are able to reestablish a Jewish dynasty that lasts for a couple hundred years, but pretty soon after the death of the original Maccabees, it begins to enter a period of decline, and they cannot hold back the onrushing tides of Greek and later Roman influence over the next few decades. By the time Pompey of Rome enters in the year 63 before the Common Era, the Maccabean state is just a shadow of itself, and they capitulate to the Romans, and they essentially maintain their monarchy, but they are client kings. They're puppet kings. They pay their tribute to the Romans, who use their traditional techniques of divide et impera, divide and rule, to give privileges to the Jewish aristocracy to run the land, but basically they want to collect taxes and maintain the Pax Romana, the Roman peace. So it was during this period of time that there is even further decline in the Jewish status, particularly because of Jewish infighting. If you look at Jewish society around the year 0, in the 1st century, we see a tremendous amount of internal debate, vigorous debate, sometimes violent debate between the various sects. Just looking at 4 of those sects for now, and by the way, we have excellent historical data on this because we have many overlapping sources by the time we get to the 1st century. First and foremost is a tremendous historian Josephus, who recorded a phenomenal amount of data for us to work with. The problem with Josephus is that we don't know exactly who he was writing for. He was a rebel. Well, there's a lot to say about his life history, but the basic fact is he was originally a rebel against the Romans, fighting against them in the First Roman-Jewish War, and to Titus, his son, who destroyed the temple, and he became a war correspondent for the Romans. He became their official historian of the Roman-Jewish War. He apparently wrote a version of his history in Aramaic, fawning and tends to be very approving of the Roman overlords. And for example, he describes how Titus himself expressed where the temple was destroyed, and it was really the Jews themselves in their fighting with one another who actually set the first fires in the temple itself. So Josephus is sometimes a problematic historian. We don't know really where the level have rejected what would later become the Oral Torah, known as the Oral Torah. I'll speak more about that, God willing, next week. They are essentially of the opinion that the Roman Empire is here to stay, and the best thing for Jews to do is to go along, to get along, to seek their own personal advantage in association with the Romans, and they tend to be in charge of the temple. They are in charge of the urban elite groups in large part, and they're hated by the other groups. The second group, the Pharisees, that's a Christian term. We would call them in Hebrew the Perushim. These are essentially what we would call the good guys. These are the rabbis. These are the people of whom the later Jewish movements all stem. Hillel, Shammai, Yosef ben Yohezer, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Meir, all of the greats of this time are Pharisees. And their political point of view is they highly regret, as their name implies, Perusha means to separate. They step politics, and they focus on developing charismatic disciple circles of followers, kind of like, if you will, going to the 18th, 19th century, kind of like Hasidic rabbis that the rest of the rabbinic world derives from. Then there are the zealots, the kanoim, of whom the most notorious were the so-called sikarii, their curved daggers, and they practiced, believed that they should in fact fight against the Romans. The Romans had to be getting rid of. We have to, take the monkey off our back, get rid of the empire, and it was a quixotic attempt, but in their efforts, they even assassinated fellow Jews who were political opponents. Outside the Dead Sea, practicing very, ascetic kind of religious activities, waiting for any moment that the Messiah would be there. And in this context, we should also mention Jewish Christianity, which is basically a blip. Start taking notice of it towards the end of the first century, into the second, and especially the third century. But the original Christians were all Jewish, were all followers of a Jewish leader, and a great large number of them felt that, in fact, Christianity was really Judaism plus. That everyone would keep kosher, everyone would keep Shabbos. What are you talking about? It's 613 mitzvos plus, that it's an added bonus. It was only later on, when we get to the turn of the second century in particular, that Christianity becomes much more of a Gentile religion, meaning more non-ethnic Jews are attracted to this new faith. That is, and we'll talk more about that, God willing, next week if you have the patience to put up with me then. But in the first century, it's not a very serious capture, because Judaism was celebrate a victory in order to firm up the authority of Vespasian as a new emperor that they actually coined into many of these. This is Vespasian here on the left. He's the emperor. His son destroys the temple, and here is the famous iconography, Roman soldier with the palm tree, which was the defining iconic motif of the land, and the forlorn Jewish woman here, who's kind of saying Tachman here with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of destroyed Jerusalem. Okay. There is another revolt. Again, the Jews fight actually there's 3 successive revolts, depending on whether you want to count the middle one as a war. The most significant one is the Bar Kokhba revolt, which I will talk about, God willing, more next week. But once again, these stubborn Jews just will not let it go, and they're constantly fighting against the vastly superior forces of the Roman Empire, taking advantage of local topography by digging lots of caves and tunnels that the Bar Kokhba fighters used at the time. An amazing thing. You don't see Romans doing that today. And that's kind of like Merneptah's point a little while ago. So, to bring us to a conclusion, one of the most important things that happens at the end of this period of Roman-Jewish wars, so we're talking between 70 and about 135, Patriarch Rabbi Yehuda Nasi say there is a dramatic political, social, economic, religious moment before us. We are at the cusp of a new era in Jewish history. We must take action. And so, against tremendous opposition by his peers, he says, we are going to take this massive body of oral teachings, which we have not mentioned today, but God willing next week, and we are going to codify them in writing, and we're going to transform the way Judaism is communicated from a teacher-disciple relationship to one in which a text is involved. And how do you preserve the special intimacy of a teacher and a student if you're looking at a dry, two-dimensional text? A phenomenal challenge, an intellectual and artistic challenge that was placed before Rabbi Yehuda Nasi, but ultimately he did it. And the Mishnah and its massive commentary known as the Talmud is really the foundation of Jewish study today. And it is what made Judaism ultimately portable and allowed Jews to get through the tremendous difficult challenges they're going to face in the diaspora of the 2nd century onward. I'm going to skip over what's in it for now, where the great Babylonian Talmudic academies would rise up. So these are the 2 main centers of Jewish civilization at the time. You also have smaller centers in Egypt and in Italy, the second largest, North Africa here, and in Spain, where we have archaeological data going all the way back to the 1st century, in the southern coast of France, where, God willing, I'm going to lead a tour up the Rhone River in just a couple of months. Well, I hope to bring back some really cool pictures of Jewish civilization there. And of course, here in Greece and in Asia Minor, you've got much smaller communities here, perhaps numbering in tens or maybe hundreds of families at the most. But that gives us a picture of Jewish mobility and demographic change by the time we get to the 2nd century. So what's our main takeaway? If we look at this huge scope of Jewish history that we have managed to cover in a rather phenomenal 60 minutes, I can give myself a pat on the back for that. We see that if I can, in my humble opinion, bring it down to one basic value, and for my kids who hopefully will watch this video one day, it's resilience. The Jewish people are awesomely resilient. Continued survival, in my humble opinion, is nothing less than divine in origin. So thank you very much for your attention.
Ceremoniously dragged into the bedroom over Christian's shoulder.
With the new season comes new
Christian
savings.
says
This autumn,
softly,
our mattress
I'm
prices are
wearing my
falling
great
like
pencil
leaves.
He's wearing a pink shirt and fresh and perfect, as always. Says matter-of-factly, in fact, maybe it won't be so bad. I decide on distraction as the best form of
My landlord
defense.
told me my rent would be free
I
if
wonder
I
what
gave
will
him
happen at
something
work
in
today.
exchange.
They'll have to replace this baseball.
So, tonight's topic, I've actually given a few lectures on this topic that I put on the web.
I hope they take on a woman as my new boss.
And they get a tremendous amount of traffic. There's, and most of it,
Away with her. I tease him. His lips twitch and he starts on his omelet. What's so funny? I ask. You are. Eat your granola. If that's all you're having. What's so funny? I ask. You are. Eat your granola. If that's all you're having.
Tell you a funny story about
Bossy as ever.
what happened
I
when I was
purse my
on the
lips
East
at
Coast
him.
recently.
Dig in.
First, let's get to Terry. He's been waiting for a while. Or is it a girl Terry in Dallas, Texas?
there's actually unwanted traffic. There's a lot of anti-Semites who are fascinated with Khazaria as a historical topic for a reason that we're going to discuss in greater detail, but I will tell you basically the one sentence.
Just smell that new car smell. This is even better than this missing special. The A3. I add quickly, blushing. Christian's mouth twists. So missing special, eh? You have such a way with words. He leans back with a faux look of disapproval, but he can't fool me. I know he's an engine purrs to life. Putting the gear shifter to drive, I ease my foot off the brake, and the Saab moves smoothly forward. Taylor starts up the Audi behind us, and once the garage barrier lifts, follows us out of the Scala onto the street. Can we have the radio on? I ask as we wait at the first stop sign. I want you to concentrate, he says sharply. Christian, please, I can drive with the music on. I roll my the two tones of the police suddenly
In the 19th century, and then especially in the 19th century, that modern European Jews are descended from this Turkic tribe known as the Khazars, who inhabited Eastern Europe, as you can see in Central Asia, as you can see in this map here. And the reason why this is so exciting for anti-Semites is because it undermines the historical validity of the Jewish patrimony, particularly their association with the land of Israel. If they are not racially descended, the argument goes from the Middle Eastern Jews as described in the Bible, then they have no spiritual superiority or claim to Western culture, and they have no legitimate claim to the land of Israel. So the argument goes. We'll discuss it in about 45 minutes in much greater detail. And so as a result, whenever you say Khazaria on the internet, you will attract a lot of unwanted attention. So since I've already put 2 lectures on Khazaria on the web, why am I doing it a third time? Primarily because the beginning of the 21st century, there's a lot of really interesting genetic studies coming out that once and for all address this question head on. Element in modern European Jewry, and I'm looking forward to talking about that with you. So first of all, this is the most amazing thing. This is something that really is mind-boggling. Sometime in the 8th or perhaps the 9th century of the Common Era, an entire country, a massive country or region under the rule of a single dominion known as Khazaria converted to Judaism. Mind-boggling. It is, of course, a thing that made an entire country converted to Judaism, and moreover, they were in existence as a sovereign state from the time of their conversion till their eventual dissolution in war with the princes of Kiev and Rus for almost 500 years. We're talking about a region that lasted as a Jewish country for half a millennium and then basically disappears off the scene, completely gone. We have very, very few markers of Khazarian identity living in Jewish cultures, or in fact any cultures, since their demise sometime in the middle of the 13th century. So it's one of these great fascinations of people who study Central Asia. Who were the Khazars? Why did they convert to Judaism? What was their country like as a Jewish country? And finally, what happened to them? Why did they disappear so dramatically? But there is no doubt that the basic elements of the empire, and I'd like to review those things now. You can see here I've got in the slide, you have to watch this online, or the presentation online, that will links to the two earlier versions I gave of this lecture. I wouldn't watch them if you're going to watch this one, because I'm going to say the same material and then add some more stuff, but nevertheless I have some good jokes. I'd like to think so. So the main reason why I'm updating my lecture is because I read Jews of Khazaria. There have been many works written and translated into the English language, or originally composed in the English language, on the Jews of Khazaria, but this certainly is the most current, incorporating, as I mentioned earlier, the DNA studies of the 21st century. And that's where I'm going to base a lot of my comments. So, but you probably, if you've heard of Khazaria, you probably heard of them through this book, The Sacred Khazaria. And this is a famous work written by the Spanish Jewish poet Yehuda Levi of the 12th century, several hundred years after the Khazarian Empire was founded and was converted to Judaism sometime in the 8th or 9th century. And the Sacred Khazaria is a fascinating work, but it's difficult to use as a historical source, primarily because Yehuda Levi was not trying to write a history of the Khazars. He was trying to write a polemic against the two other religions that were dominant in his country, in Spain, Christianity and Islam. And it's primarily a text of philosophy or theology that uses this trifold, or this it speaks about a righteous King Bulan, who many historians included the dream. He was a very righteous individual, like one of the followed the seven lives, who discovered this tribe of Jews living in a cave, who instructed him in the ways of Judaism, and he ultimately studied Torah enough on his own that he decided to convert it, and so on. And there's one specific element of it that is especially useful for Rabbi Yehuda Levi's Khazaria, and this is basically before he made that great leap into Judaism. He decided to evaluate the other great monotheistic faiths, to wit, Islam and Christianity, and so he invited a Christian priest, a mullah, a Muslim religious figure, and a Jew to discuss the merits of their faiths. And after listening to all three of them, and it's a fascinating philosophical debate going back and forth, ultimately King Bulan decides to convert to Judaism. He brings his entire family with him, and eventually his entire nation converts along with him. That's the story as told in the Khazaria, and it's not terribly far off from the version that we have in some other very important sources. But I will underline the fact that the Kuzari is not intended as a historical text. He's not striving for historical veracity. He's striving for an argument, because the Jews in Muslim lands were always in a kind of bilateral relationship where the Jews were the Muslim minority, and everybody else basically was lands. Jews were, once again, the only non-Christian people. You might have Catholic Protestant issues, you might have proto-Protestant issues, but basically it's Christians and Jews. Spain is totally different because Spain has all three religions quite active, and Jews, of course, in the Golden Age had actual power in Spain, leader minority through most of their period of medieval Jewish history. Okay. So anyways, that's the Sefer HaKuzari, the book of the Chazars by Yehuda Halevi. One of the source upon which the historical elements of this account are actually true correspondence that we have between Chastai ibn Shalut, a very important Spanish Jewish leader, and a King Joseph of Khazaria. Now, word had reached Chastai ibn Shalut, who was an extremely high-level Jewish minister in the Spanish court at the time. Word had reached him that there was, in fact, this Jewish kingdom way out somewhere north of the Caspian Sea, and they had been Jewish for hundreds of years, and they were practicing Judaism, and of course, Chastai ibn Shalut was fascinated by this. So therefore, he dispatched several messengers to get to Khazaria, to see it for themselves, and to bring back reports of what happened. Unfortunately, none of those missions were directly successful. The one that came closest was when he sent a messenger to Constantinople. Constantinople at that time was a Christian land, and as we know from other sources, they were actually in quite a conflict with the Chaldeans. And when the messenger got into Constantinople, the local ruler there refused him passage to Khazaria, saying it was too dangerous and there were brigands on the way and things like that. In reality, there probably was some concern that if you were to get to Khazaria, there might be some linkage between the powerful Spanish court on one end of the Mediterranean and Khazaria just on the other side of the Byzantine Empire that could be, not necessarily so productive for Byzantium. And so therefore, this safe passage to Khazaria was denied by the leader of Constantinople at the time. So he went back to Spain, but one of the positive things that happened was he was able to meet with another envoy who had been to Khazaria, and he was able to get a message from King Joseph through the intermediary back to Chastai ibn Shalut. And this message is absolutely fascinating, because King Joseph relates in the so-called Khazar letters. Here's one of the early versions of the letters that's in the Virkovich archive. So we have these already for hundreds of years in many different historical versions. And we have a lot of validity to the accuracy of these documents, at least not necessarily their contents, but their provenance is excellent. And this King Joseph describes the conversion of his ancestor Bulan to the Jewish religion, not necessarily with all of the flourishing Jewish warrior who was then elevated to the role of Bek, which is the name for one of the leaders of Khazaria at the time, and then he decided to bring everyone else into Judaism with him. But at any rate, we definitely have this correspondence between King Joseph and Chastai ibn Shalut that testifies to the Jewish nature of Khazaria. We also have some fascinating documents talking about Khazaria from the Cairo Geniza. So, what is the Cairo Geniza? It's a fascinating story. In Halakha, in Jewish law, there is a prohibition against disparaging the name of God, which of course can be expressed in terms of, one is not allowed to take the name of Lord in vain orally or false oaths, things like that. But also it's interpreted that there are 7 specific names of God, that if they are written down with a religious purpose, then the document upon which one of those 7 names of God is written acquires a level of sanctity and may not simply be thrown in the garbage. Some communities, including the community of Fostan near Cairo, took a more expansive view and said that since the Hebrew script itself has sanctity, any document written in Hebrew characters, even if it's Arabic written with Hebrew characters, has sanctity and therefore it may not be discarded. And so what they did, if they were no longer useful, they did not simply throw them away in a trash heap. They placed them in a geniza, which means a storage house, in a synagogue not too far from Cairo. You can see here there's kind of like a little, it's an artistic representation of the geniza. You have to climb a ladder to go up to the top of the synagogue where they had this ladder, which was absolutely stuffed with hundreds of thousands of documents that look something like this. This is a typical geniza document. On the way home from the shuk kind of thing. And then written in Hebrew characters was preserved in the geniza. And this, by the way, the geniza hoard, you can see here in this picture, this is Solomon Schechter, one of the major scholars of geniza research, working in Cambridge with a whole pile of documents we have about the entire Mediterranean basin from about the year 800 to about the year 1200. It's an incomparable hoard of documents, particularly when you consider the kind of documents that they are. They describe family relations, they describe business transactions, petty transactions, things that we have nothing like them in any other archive in the world. So it's an extremely important trove of information, not just about Jewish history, but about the entire Mediterranean basin. So anyways, in the Geniza, there's a few key documents referring to Hazaria. This one is the so-called Kiev letter, probably the most famous of them, and it purports to originate from Kiev, which according to the Harvard Ukrainianologist, the capital of Ukraine, and may have been originally a Khazar trading outpost. And this document, found once again in the suburb of Cairo, is a rather unusual document. It essentially describes the tale of woe of the holder of the document and implores Jews to open their hearts and their pockets to alleviate his family distress. And it is signed at the bottom with distinctly Turkish, including this mysterious group here, this group that says in Turkic, I have read it. Jewish collectors come to your front door and they bring you a laminated piece of paper, describing the problems this person has, and it's signed by members of the VAD. This is exactly what they found. Argues very well. Actually, before we get to the other questions, first of all, what other evidence do we have? Let's just run through some of the facts. Before we get to the other questions, first of all, what other evidence do we have? Let's just run through some of the fascinating sources we have on them. We have Jewish travelers' accounts, the famous Rabbis, who were Jewish spice merchants who basically dominated the trade for several hundred years, anywhere between Germany and China. Jews were extremely involved in the spice trade. Kataki of Regensburg, another one of these Jewish travelers, the medieval age, who traveled through much of the Mediterranean region. It's not exactly clear if he visited Caesarea or if he described it based on what other people told him about Caesarea, but he definitely traveled not too far from that region. Avraham Ibn Dowd, writing in his Sefer HaKabbalah, which is not a mystical book, it is actually a history book. Kabbalah in the sense of what is received, the tradition handed down from generation. Modern civilizations of Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia, all three of those modern countries claim their origins in Canaan Rus, and in fact claim ownership of that history as it were. And in this, the Hypatian redaction, which is a little bit older than the other versions we have, or sorry, a little bit younger than the other versions we have, they describe a fascinating story which should sound rather familiar to you.
At 5:30, I clean up my desk. I can't believe how quickly the day is gone. I clean up my desk. I can't believe how quickly the day is gone.
Specifically, there is this king named Vladimir, ROTHSCHILD, living in Kiev, who has a lot of doubts about religion. And so he
I shrug off the thought as I dash out of the office, waving a quick goodbye to Claire. I've also got Christian's birthday to think about. I know what I'm going to give him.
Decides to convene an assembly of 3 religious figures. Turns out it's actually 4. A Jew from Khazaria, a Muslim, a Western Christian, like a Catholic, and an Eastern Christian, meaning an Orthodox Christian. And he has this sort of 4-way debate with all of these religious figures. And he comes, it should sound familiar, right? It sounds a lot like the story that Yuval Levi used. So you wonder if maybe that story somehow, it's very geographically proximate. It's not hard to imagine that the Khazar story later influenced the Volodymyr story. But anyway, what happens is he comes very close to adopting Judaism. This is, if you will, the founder of the Russian Empire in the 9th century, perhaps 10th century. He comes very close to adopting Judaism as his religion. Can you imagine what would happen to world history if Russia were a Jewish country? And he decides at the last minute to back out because he asks about the hope is no longer in our control. We've been exiled for our sins. And he says, what? You want me to accept a religion for my people and then we'll be exiled from our homeland? Forget about it. So he drops it totally, and that's it for Judaism. He also considers Islam, but not nearly as seriously, because he says, okay, listen, why don't we sit down and we'll have a few shots of vodka to talk about our issues. And the Muslim mullah says, I'm sorry, in Islam we are forbidden to drink alcohol. And then Volodymyr says, okay, next, we're not going to consider this, and that goes out the window. And then between the Eastern Christian and the Western Christian, he ultimately, of course, accepts the Eastern Christian version of Christianity, and as a result, Belarus and later Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia become Orthodox countries. That's the version in the Chronicle of bygone years. But there's without a doubt, Khazarian Jews are all over the place in there. It's a prominent speaker, and it's accepted as a davar yadua, a well-known thing, that the Jews are in fact the Khazarians are in fact Jewish. And finally, we have some great archaeological evidence of the Jewish nature of Khazaria. There's a lot of pre-Jewish or ambiguously Jewish archaeological evidence in Khazaria. Like, for example, we know that there's no question that Jews lived throughout the area, especially if you think about the great scope of Khazaria's military campaigns. If you find, let's say, for example, in the Crimean Peninsula, you find gravestones, does that mean they belong to Khazarian Jews, or does that mean they belong to Jewish communities that were pre-Khazarian? It's very difficult to tease that out. We also have some rather unusual funereal pottery I'll show you in a second. It's hard to tell whether those are referring to Khazarian Jews or just Jews that have to be passing through that region and had a village there for some time. But some things we can see as being very distinctly Khazarian and Jewish. For example, if they have tengris, which are these Turkic rune-like symbols that they would commonly use to decorate their various archaeological sites, and they have Hebrew or they have Jewish content to them. So, for example, we have 81 coins that were found in the Spillings hoard. I really like the term Spillings hoard. Apparently, when the Khazars minted a whole bunch of coins, and we know that they were involved in minting coins, the Kiev and the Rus people, particularly the Varangians, which were Swedes came down and bought up all of that coinage almost immediately and took it back to Sweden. And there a whole bunch of it was hoarded by one guy and buried and was found, the Khazars. And 5 are marked, Moses is the messenger. It's apparently, I have to trust the translator here, it says Moses is the messenger of God. Does that sound familiar to you at all? It should sound like Muhammad is the messenger of God, right? That is part of the Shahada, part of the 5 pillars of faith in Islam, that there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet. And to change that and say Moses is the prophet of God indicates very clearly Jewish interference, as you will, in the minting process, with a clear influence of Islamic and Arabic tonalities as well. So that's kind of an interesting coin emerging from Khazaria with a clearly Jewish motif. Now we have a look at this funereal documents. Now these are found in a burial site in a place called TRILLIONAIRE, which is not in Siberia. Who wrote that thing? It's in Serbia, so please ignore that. It's actually Serbia, not Siberia, which is not really in Khazaria. It's much too far west. But there's other elements like those Tengri symbols that indicate that they look like Khazarian things. And so Brooks, in his book, wants to argue that this is perhaps a Khazar Jewish community living in Serbia. A little bit stretches credulity, but maybe. And it was mixed in with a whole bunch of other graves that definitely don't look Jewish. Like, for example, there are probably some Avar peoples there, and the Avars practiced horse burial. They were very big into putting horses in with their dead, which, you can always mark an Avar grave that involved and in a pine box. And it's not at all traditional to bury Jews with headpieces, things like that. And you have these strange pieces on the tombstones, which look distinctly Jewish. You can see here the 7-branched menorah, candelabra, which is a very, very old Jewish symbol. And also the Tengris as well. You can see up here some unusual symbols, which are not Jewish in origin. So these lead some historians, Brooks, to argue that this is an example of a kind of a syncretic Khazarian Jewish society. They also found, and this is tantalizing, in the same grave, there's a tremendous number of these artifacts. We're trying to figure out what exactly they mean. Do they actually refer to Jewish settlement? I'm not sure. We're trying to work out these ruins, but they're very difficult to make. For that slide, let us go on. Okay, so now the question, so what do we know for sure? We know for sure that Khazaria was a massive early state. You can't really use the word state in a modern sense, but it was like a cohesive socio-political governmental unit that lasted for about 500 years after some level of conversion to Judaism. But many questions remain. For example, isn't it amazing that rabbinic literature is flourishing among Jews during the Khazar period of literacy, tremendous number of intellectual figures who are dealing with these kinds of questions? Why is it that the rabbinic writings are totally silent when it comes to Khazaria? Several theories are advanced, perhaps the most tempting of which is the notion that the Khazars were not actually rabbinic Jews, meaning that their conversion was not to the approved version of Judaism that has survived to the present day. That is the rabbinic Judaism that we recognize in Rashi, Maimonides, Tosafot, and others, but was Karaite Judaism. The Karaites were a 9th century offshoot of Judaism that occurred in the 9th century, in Babylon, contemporary Iran, and Iraq, which denied the validity of the oral Torah. The Karaites were actually quite a phenomenal population. They were quite large and influential throughout Europe, and they lasted right up until the 20th century. There are even tiny pockets of Karaite Jews living today in scattered locations in Syria, well, not Syria anymore, but in the Middle East. The Karaites were originally Jewish ethnically, but since they differ on many key elements of Jewish identity, specifically anything written in the Talmud, it became difficult for rabbinic Jews to marry them. So, for example, if a woman is married and then divorced improperly, she may not marry another man until her divorce is completely settled. This is unfortunately a problem we have today with men who are recalcitrant, and therefore that meant the rabbi said, how do we ever know that any Karaite woman has not been descended from one of these improper remarriages? And they declared the Karaites off limits for marriage, which meant that the Karaite and rabbinic communities were really quite separate. That's, by the way, the traditional thesis. One of the most fascinating things that are coming out of Marina Rusto's research and others is that the Karaites and the Rabbinites, even though they had all kinds of really profound differences, they still got along very well together. In Egypt, for example, having a lot of business dealings with each other and all kinds of things like that. So perhaps the Karaites were the conversionary factors for the Khazars. Perhaps they joined, the Khazars joined Karaite Judaism, hence the overwhelming silence by rabbinic writers. We also have evidence from medieval travelers that's somewhat ambiguous, like that document I showed you from the Cairo Geniza that talked about the Jews of Kiev and this guy's hard luck story. That sounds really traditionally Jewish, but on the other hand, we have travelers who's completely ignored it. Still, the silence is unusual. The rabbis had plenty to say about Karaites. From Sadiq onward, there's a tremendous amount of argument about Karaites. How come they're not arguing about the Khazars? So we really, secondly, we're not sure how deep that conversion meant. Was it merely the upper classes, the nobility, King Bulan and his associates, the royal family perhaps, or did it extend into Khazarian society as a whole? These are questions which the documents so far do not tell us. They're tantalizing, but we simply cannot approach the ultimate answer. And we have strange things like this. For example, this is a seal that's found in many Khazar burial sites, and it looks really Jewish, right? Oh my gosh, you've got a Magen David. That's a six-pointed star, very traditionally Jewish. The only problem is that, contrary to popular belief, the Magen David was not a really Jewish symbol before the late 19th century. We didn't associate this with Judaism until much later. There are other symbols which are much more reliable, like the seven-branch menorah, the Kohen's hands raised like this, candlesticks, things like that. But the lulav, various symbols, the shofar. But this is not a Jewish symbol. It's just a six-pointed star, entirely coincidental. So we're still left wondering about the Khazars in all kinds of ways. How about why did they convert? I mean, once we set aside the literary quality of the treatments by Yehuda Halevi and others, it still begs the question, why did they become Jewish? So there's no question that Judaism is a very powerful and convincing ideology, and Jews do have a strong history of conversionary activity in the ancient world. There is a traditional ban on proselytizing in Judaism that emerges out of the disastrous conversion of the Edomians in ancient Israel, but that doesn't prevent Judaism from accepting converts, which they did with some alacrity and enthusiasm at various points in their history. In ancient Rome, for example, some historians have actually opined that 10% of the city of Rome was made up of Jewish converts, which is an amazing statistic. We're talking now about citizens, not talking about slaves and so on, but that's an amazing figure if it's possibly true. So some arguments, Karen Brooks, for example, argues that the presence of Jews in the Khazarian region might mean that the Khazar kings felt that, this is actually a very viable ideology that we should adopt. And so perhaps it's completely, altruistic in that regard. However, I think we can look at some brass tacks. This map shows the rapid advance of Islam from the 7th century to the 10th century. You can see that Islam starts here, at least the coast of North Africa, going up adapted to Spain, stopping finally in the Pyrenees, and making its way all the way up into Constantinople, and they would eventually take Constantinople some centuries later. This purple here, this map is referring to the Christian Empire, but nevertheless, it's a remarkable spread of Islam within a ridiculously short period of time. Historians have opined that the reason for this rapid expansion is because of the sword. And it's true that when Islam expanded, they offered subject peoples either conversion or death. But that's not a satisfying answer. And later historians, especially those less biased by European sensitivities, have felt that it was the fact that Islam was a very convincing ideology, a very colorblind ideology that made tremendous adaptations for the peoples they conquered. It was the kind of a religion that if you joined it, you could immediately be elevated to the elite, but also, perhaps even more so, through the equality of the faith. And so, looking at it geopolitically, here you have the Khazars, sort of crudely marked out by this yellow highlighter, and they've got Islam coming up rapidly from the south and sweeping around. Basically, have to make a choice. Should they continue to practice their shamanistic religion, or should they things like the thunder and trees and monotheistic faiths that are in fact likely to swallow them up, ideologically, if not militarily? One of the arguments, one of the sources that we have for the Khazar conversion presents the Khazar debate in a sense that the king asks the Christian, well, which religion do you find more offensive, Judaism or Islam? And the Christian says, oh, for sure Islam. And they ask the Muslim, which religion do you find more offensive, Judaism or Christianity? He says, oh my gosh, Christianity for sure. And so the Khazar felt, hey, maybe Judaism is a great middle choice. Perhaps if I become Jewish, then both religions will have some measure of tolerance for me and for my geopolitical integrity, and I will be able to maintain my status as an independent country. The Kaaba, that's what happens. That's according to this argument. The socio-political considerations in Judaism made it the most tempting choice of the major monotheistic faiths that were competing for the Jews. On to some of the controversial stuff. So there was a theory in the 19th century that, as I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, that the Khazars did not actually disappear. More persuasively, perhaps, descendants of the Khazars. And, on the surface, it's very easy to look at people externally, look at their so-called racial features, and you see, all right, they're Caucasian, they're, dark hair, dark-eyed, whatever, compare them to the Khazar peoples, or compare them, if you will, to Middle Eastern people, say, look, they're totally different people. And this is especially when you think about 19th century concepts of race, which scientifically have very little validity, but on a common level, we categorize people by race all the time. So Kessler's argument caused a great stir, especially among those who wanted to use that argument to invalidate the spiritual patrimony that Ashkenazi Jews claimed, and especially to invalidate
maybe about 1989, 1990. When they tracked down, the ship was decommissioned and the slot book disappeared from the original ship name, but it was located and it was sold to somebody, and it was used, and it even showed the pictures of this article. It might have been in Fate magazine, but the pictures in the article showed what was not used on the ship.
The descendants of the biblical forefathers caused quite a bit of stir, and as I mentioned, that stir has not quieted down at all. Many anti-Semites, see, this is an English translation.
Right now, and if you want to,
when you look
he
at
says
that,
you can stay in his
I
place.
find it
Christian
difficult
presses his mouth in a hard line.
draw the kind of conclusion that you're drawing, or at least that they started with.
Jose is
I
silent
will
for a minute,
add, however, and this is where,
I
in
cringe.
some ways,
I
regrettably,
haven't had a
you
chance to
go
talk to
back
him
to
about
the beginning of
Christian.
the show.
In 1977, of the Protocols of Learner's Elders of Zion, which is one of the most notorious anti-Semitic books that argues that, in fact, Jews are involved in this worldwide conspiracy to dominate the world. So The Khazar theory of the origins of Ashkenazi Jews.
All I can say is, I saw them, and they were very unusual, and they did things that nobody would be able to explain. Now that the government is finally released the Foo Fighter videos, and we start seeing how many of those types of experiences have already been captured, I feel a little vindicated. So I will allow for the fact that someday some of that evidence could come out on the Philadelphia Express, and I will look forward to saying, you've been vindicated, and I don't. Like I said.
What? You go to church and you read about the Abraham story, because the Jews you're talking about are completely different from the Jews of the Bible. Those were the Hebrews. Those are the Israelites. They're the good guys. The Jews I'm talking about are completely different from the Jews of the Bible. Those were the Hebrews. Those are the Israelites. They're the good guys. The Jews that live on your street or live in your state and things like that, they're totally different. They're Khazars. They're not people. How do we evaluate this thesis? So, the Jews of Eastern Europe, for the most part, as we can tell from the historical literature, come from the region of the Rhineland, from Germany, and particularly northern Germany, a region which Jews historically call by the biblical name Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are distinct from, for example, Spanish Jews known as Sephardim, Middle Eastern Jews coming from Iraq and Iran and places like that. And what we know from multiple historical data is the idea that the Jews migrated to Eastern Europe in large numbers beginning in about the 12th century onward. That's for two main reasons. One reason is that there was increasing pressure on Jews in Western Europe. A tremendous degree of anti-Semitism is building up in France and Germany. A lot of hostility to Jews economically because of the burden of the law of Gratian, a church law that forbade money lending to Christians. And there's a lot more to say about it, but I don't want to take too much time. Just imagine there's a lot more anti-Semitism developing in Western Europe, and at the same time, Poland is just developing this economy. And as far as we can tell, these are over from Eastern Europe. They are so-called Ashkenazic because their medieval origins are from Ashkenaz or Germany, but they lived in Poland and in Ukraine and in Belarus for 1,000-odd years before coming to America. So where would the Khazar Eastern European Jews are coming mainly from Germany? So somehow there is a borderland, a liminal region where they are contacting with each other. There's no question there are Khazarian Jews who have survived the Mongol hordes of the 13th century, but how Khazarian is Ashkenazi Jewry? So let's look at some of the evidence here. If we look at the evidence, this was actually supposed to come in one piece at a time. Sorry, too many words all at once, but I forgot to say. So first of all, let's look at the literary evidence. The literary evidence overwhelmingly discounts Khazar origins. We just don't have references to Khazarian Jews intermarrying with Eastern European Jews inhabiting these regions. There's like little scraps of information that I think I've cataloged fairly well over the short amount of time we've had. Little scraps of information, and then they disappear. So we don't have any literary evidence linking Khazarian Jews to Eastern European Jews. Linguistically, you would think if the Khazars are speaking a Turkic language, and by the way, it's a very unusual Turkic language. It is related because it sounded so cool when I could say those words, but I don't remember what they are. You would think that there would be some Khazarian Turkic words, syntax that penetrate the Jewish language. But there are, the mark is actually a Greek argument for the word malka, fear of the king. And you wear the yarmulke as a sign of humility before God. This is a very simple Aramaic derivation. One word, though, that the great Yiddishist Max Weinreich argued is of Khazarian origin, and this is a fascinating word, daven. The word daven, which it means to pray, does not have any Hebrew origin. It has no Germanic origin. Oh, by the way, I should mention, it's probably clear to the live audience here, but the Ashkenazi Jews overwhelmingly, like 97% in the census at the end of the 19th century, overwhelmingly speak Yiddish as their mother tongue. And Yiddish is basically Middle High German, as Billy Crystal puts it, mixed with Flemish. Thank you for laughing. So, but this is a Germanic language. It's total words in Yiddish. Yiddish is a very syncretic language. We'll borrow words all the time. I have a dictionary upstairs that's published in America in 1907. It has the Yiddish word son of fakon. Right? We'll always borrow these words very easily without compunction. But it's overwhelmingly, to say blessings comes from Benedictus, Slavic in origin, some Slavic words like pastune, which I won't translate because it's a nasty word, and there's just no Turkic words in Yiddish. They just aren't there. The word daven is really unusual because, the fact is, it doesn't sound like any kind of Slavic word, it doesn't sound like any kind of Hebrew or Germanic word. If it is a Khazar word, it's unusual and interesting that the word to pray is the one word we borrow from Khazarian. But nevertheless, it's highly tenuous. It's one word. The other ones I don't find very convincing at all. Cultural evidence, this is again very difficult to tease out because Jews tend to imitate the cultures that they live in. They tend to adopt the diets, adopt the dress, and things like that. People try to fit in, and we don't have any strong indicators of Khazar culture in Ashkenazi Judaism, at least that we can tease out. So let's turn now to the genetic evidence, which is really cool stuff that should put an end to some of these arguments. Let's see, what exactly do we know? There are two ways to measure DNA, specific on the Y and on the mitochondrial measurements. The Y DNA, of course, is only measured on the men, because women do not carry, normal women do not carry any Y chromosome. So therefore, did I say that right, Dr. Brett? So Y chromosome, thank you. Women comes from their male ancestors going all the way back. That is a marker that shows that the majority are more closely related on a genetic level to each other than they are to the peoples among whom they live. A Jew living in Beijing is more likely to be genetically related to a Jew living in London than he would be to a Chinese non-Jew living in Beijing. Even if that Jew looks Asian, his DNA is more closely related to other Jews, supporting the idea that Jews are in fact related to one another. That's what the Y DNA studies. Ironically, though, we're also very closely related to Palestinians, meaning that our origins go back to the Middle East, and Palestinians also have their origins go back to the Middle East. I guess that's just one of the ironies of modern history. When you look at women, although there is definitely DNA correspondence with other Jews, women are more likely to be like the peoples among whom they live than they are. In other words, it's quite common for men to marry female societies today. I think there are some studies that indicate that on a sociological level. So in other words, the Jewish genetic patterns adapt to intermarriage between Jewish males and non-Jewish females over the centuries as they live in different regions. So with those two basic concepts, and of course, this also says that Jewish women are more likely to be related to other Jewish women than the people they live among, but they have a closer relationship to the people they live among than the men, some of Y DNA. So how many Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, are of Khazarian genetic origin? So the best studies indicate that 5.2% of Ashkenazi Jewish men have a particular haplogroup, the P36 haplogroup. This is Y DNA study that is common to Central Asians, like Khazars, Uzbeks, and also Native Americans. So putting that in perhaps much more simple terms, perhaps older and simplistic terms, 5.2% of Ashkenazi men may have a distant Khazar, Uzbek, or Native American male ancestor. That's a significant number. 5.2% may have. There's still a lot of maybes here. I wonder what would happen if you compare that to other peoples as well. But according to the DNA studies that we have, it's not impossible that there are Khazarian origins for 5.2% of Ashkenazi men. When you look at women, you see that about 2% of Ashkenazi women carry Asian. It's sort of a proverbial argument that Jewish women got raped by Cossacks kind of thing. So this you kind of imagine this sort of thing. The male markers are stronger than the female markers. At any rate, we don't escape the single digits. And even in those single digits, we're not even sure if they're Khazars, but that should put to rest the argument that Ashkenazi Jews are overwhelmingly Khazar in origin. There's just nothing like it in the scientific evidence. But what we do have in the Khazar legacy is this amazing story that still continues to fascinate historians. That this empire, which you can see is quite massive, and it's quite all the way up to Kiev. Constantinople was involved, went all the way up to the Aral Sea and so on. Fascinating. This could be a Jewish kingdom. We still need to know a lot more about what kind of Jewish kingdom this was, how they practiced their Judaism, and why ultimately did they disappear. Perhaps those two questions are related. But with that, I've come to the end of my time, so I want to thank you very much for your endurance. Thank you.
Stand clear of the closing doors, please.
Suddenly, I imagined myself lying in the grass, gazing up at a clear blue summer sky.
Something we haven't
God
figured
was
out yet.
tantalizing.
And one of those things, which we get often on Friday nights when I'm on especially, is
The rain curves around and
how
opens
did
into a
these
secret
come
driveway in
to
front of an
be
impressive
what we
Mediterranean-style
know
house,
them
solid
for?
pink sandstone.
And then
It's glacial.
even to take it a step
All the
further, how
lights
did
are
they
on.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Window
history.
brightly illuminated.
I'm sure that
As
you're
the person
fine
pulls up outside
to see the impact.
as he switches off the car.
the councils just, they have that sound down.
He
And
asks,
it's a joy to have them on the air.
Christian,
It's sad
I
to
needed
consider
an open
the
mind since
nepotism
the day I met you.
For the health and safety of their remarkable president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context that Jews around the world raise their voices and protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has lured the attention of the world. But it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. Thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage revolt and pointless attack. So first of all, who is Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really his inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the #1 target of Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived in the Atlantic recently. And she wrote, what is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long sweep of history, is that his Jewishness not stood in the way of his being embraced in Ukraine. It has, after all, happened several times before that Jews have been within the very tight leadership of this country, particularly really over their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics, his mother taught engineering, and note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured, very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied at university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to attend a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological or political and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient. He was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in minorities. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky, studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent, so he was an adolescent at the time that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went to comedy. He said he got involved with a comedy troupe that a very long bit that Ukrainians, they tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them. And you have a very long history. So this comedy troupe recorded a TV sitcom that proved to be extremely popular. It was called Sluga Narodu, or Servant of the People, and it ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school teacher in his 30s, still living at home with his parents, who was caught on a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral, and in the series Servant of the People, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in Servant of the People to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in as an actor who ended up becoming to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But now you see though that so take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz, in which they write about the time when his own prime minister, called the traditional Jewish thought Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially if he were to leave the government at this time, it would be very destabilizing, would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character, that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation, who truly was a servant to the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could, specifically Ukrainian, even in the most intimate of terms, like for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Arabic term, even though Yiddish is essentially German, we call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. And we can go on and on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small mini rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. What does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens? Only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%. Lithuania of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and Ukraine as a nation, is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. It's always been very more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European models of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, what are we? What do we believe? What are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917, as Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization. They found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were not more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, the skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian rural population of Ukrainians. And so a smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, this is to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians, a civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire, that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelenskian in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs. They had money printed in Yiddish. They had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, has values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form during the 1920s. This is the era known as allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, Ukrainian. You see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev, Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda. One, the Nazis were up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which is certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis, really the entire area of the bloodlines, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Steadblock that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babin Yar, in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babin Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people at this point, including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population of our Hills Civilica, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles. We're also cognizant of the local ties that they had as the leader of relations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew and during the war was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. And people said, how is that possible that he would convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Shamtinsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, "Why are you silent? Why?" Saying, "We need more support for the Jews. We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence." But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is a period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identity. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged, specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestiansky, the 60s generation was extremely important by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev had called glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling. And in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent, along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which we consider as some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a seven-branched candelabra. Remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. I'm comfortable speaking about contemporary events because I studied in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who was determined to remain with his people in Kiev. He is really like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that you'll hear the expression right now. People say, Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is, Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. This itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, but it was used during the revolutionary period of the 20th groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase. Hard for me to really say it with full detail. A Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently this T-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv, in Western Ukraine, that Russian advance is halted and that a ceasefire is declared, and that the people of Ukraine should be safe along with their remarkable leader.
My time in the Navy and got out of there, and just being in the Navy took my mind off of not being number one in the world anymore. Boy, they break it down and break you down. You don't realize much when you're in the service. And so when I got out, I was struggling to find a job, and all the old friends who used to book us in the Midwest, and he hooked me up with a guy named Stan Miller, who was Channel Sound out of Kearney, Nebraska, and he was like the third largest sound company. We did Neil Diamond, John Denver, we did everybody. And during that time, I ran into Jeff Wall and Helen Reddy, and I did their sound days. We were out on a tour with Matt Davis, and all of a sudden, Helen wanted me to be their road manager. And so I became their road manager. And, I was the guy who did all the sound and all the lights, so I also got the laundry. Yeah. Cleaners down in Hollywood, and one night, Jeff looked at me and, he goes, hey, you know why I hired you? So, I go, no, Jeff, I don't know why I hired you. He goes, because I want to see somebody who was at the top, and now is all the way down at the bottom.
on to.
And I looked at Jeff and I said, hey, he's fine. Don't worry about him.
Seemingly unaffected, as yet two more people come aboard.
So
The elevator is
let me
getting
go back to the
crowded.
Navy thing, Paul.
Christian
So
moves
did
his boat
you
farther
I mean,
back
at
so
some
that we're
point,
now
because
pressed into the
it's the
corner,
Navy,
holding
and
me in
unlike
place
maybe
and
what
torturing
Bob
me
or
further.
Susan was going
He
through,
nuzzles
you
my
had to
hair.
wear clothing
I'm
that
sure
said
we look like a
Calcil
young
on it.
couple in love,
Yes, right?
noodling in the corner.
And I gotta
If
tell you,
anyone
I was
would
marching
bother to turn
around in
around and
San
see what we're
Diego,
doing.
and people were
And
screaming
he
at
uses
me
his
and
second
yelling at
finger
me.
inside me.
And so what I did was I went to
I
my
groan.
company commander
And
and
I'm
I
thankful
said,
that the
It
gathering
is such a
of us
rare
is still
privilege
chatting
to be
away.
able to speak to you about
Oblivious.
things that I find so fascinating, and it is amazing to me that so many other people enjoy these things too. So I can't talk about it at all because my wife has just no more history of these. But it's really great that we have a learning community here, and it's going to an absolutely fantastic semester this year. As you can see from all the men who are coming in tonight's event tonight, thank God the college is
I
really.
like the individual because that's unlike the
Finally, the elevator reaches the first floor. With a loud
But by
ping,
having your
the
name
doors
We
open.
were having
And
a
almost
tremendous
instantly,
semester. Our
passengers start
enrollment is really
exiting.
growing in a very significant way, and I hope that we can grow this program as well. It's great to see so many people here on the first night, and I'm sure we're going to see
And nods again at Mr. Babbitt.
So the topic that we're going to look at this semester is one that I've avoided for a long time, primarily because I don't have a strong sort of like personal, cultural, historical affinity, as you can tell from my superior sense of fashion and my sense of humor. I'm a Litvak, I'm an Ashkenaz, so I don't know a lot about the Sephardi, but I have so many requests for people to speak about Sephardic history that I usually can't put it off any longer. I'm also a little bit intimidated because I have not studied the languages involved in great depth. My Spanish is pretty weak, and my Arabic is almost non-existent, but I'm going to challenge myself and push myself to be able to say something with some intelligence, I hope, this semester. Luckily, today is not so bad because we're going to be in the enrollment period, so Greek and Latin are languages that I had the merit to study in my undergraduate a bit easier. But that said, so it's a little bit easier. But that said, let's go. Sfarad is a term we'll explore its etymology shortly, but basically it refers to the Jews of Sfarad have a very distinct identity that is perhaps stronger than any other Jewish subgroup in our entire history. Maybe perhaps the Baghdadi Jews have a stronger sense of identity, but really the Sephardim have maintained their identity despite 500 years of exile from their homeland. So an exile within an exile, a Sephardic exile within a Jewish exile, it's really kind of an amazing thing. And so what we're going to do is over the first half of this academic year, the fall, we'll look at the history of the Jews in this region up until the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the Portuguese events of 1497. And then in the spring, we'll continue with the Sephardic diaspora, which then gets more confusing because they intermingle with many of the populations of the East, Mizrahi communities, and we'll tease that apart. Semesters. We are very grateful to our sponsors, the Jewish Pro-Life Foundation, and we're approaching on 10,000 subscribers. That really sounds good. So complete their degrees and achieve enough disposable income to get away for a Monday night. So our scholarship has raised so far $7,096. I have a goal of $100,000. It's a little bit away, but don't worry, we have a few weeks to hit that goal. You can certainly donate online. Sponsorship of a lecture is $250. Your presence here is sufficient sponsorship for me. I'm very grateful to have a live audience. But if you'd like to help out our students, that's really very worthwhile for all of us. Okay, so as I mentioned, the fall lecture series is going to be associated with the Jews that are Iberian Peninsula, the Jews of Sfarad, from the earliest times, which is going to be our topic today, until the expulsion of 1492. Just to give you a sense of this period, we're going to concentrate especially on the Jews of the Muslim era. And by the way, I should also take note that tonight, of course, is the anniversary of the terrible attacks on this country of 9/11. We live in very high sight of the larger historical picture. Ironically, as we'll discuss, in a period of remarkable friendship and amity between Jews and Muslims. We're going to be studying a period of remarkable friendship and amity between Jews and Muslims, a period of time perhaps in modern America. So we'll explore that. We'll also explore the roots of the discord that will develop and eventually rise in great violence in the 19th century in particular, but that's going to be for the second semester. But we're going to concentrate on the Jews of Muslim Spain, Al-Andalus, which are goes from the conquest of 711 to the field of this culture. This is the gate of the Lions. It's a plaza inside the Alhambra Mosque, which is associated with one of the greatest Jewish figures of the period, Shmuel Hanakid, also known as Samuel ibn Nagrela. Was one of these remarkable figures that's unique in Spain in many ways, who achieved excellence both as a secular individual, active in politics, active in the military. He was the commander of the armed forces, and at the same time a Talmud Chacham, a person who was regarded as a great Talmudic scholar as well. And he was associated with this particular plaza of the Lions that shows some really beautiful Arabic style architecture. The plans for the spring, of course, are going to be quite different because they go throughout the Mediterranean basin into Central Asia in some cases, and also out of the New World. Look at the Jews, look at the Jews of Mexico, and all kinds of fascinating consequences of this 500 years ago event. So that's basically what we're planning to do for the entire academic year. Any questions or arguments at this point? I'm really excited, so let's get straight into the theory. So, why is there an exception for the Spartan? Why is there an Iberian exception? I don't know. Hopefully by the end of this trip we'll be able to determine some thoughts for ourselves. But let's understand, what is unique about Spartan Jewry? I would like to, in this initial moment, point out two very distinct things about Iberian Jewry that make them stand out and share distinction from Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Shown here, of course, is a statue of the great eagle, Anesher Hakato, the Maimonides, who's one of these uniquely sublime figures who is elevated to fame for his philosophical thought. Also at the time, of course, he was a very famous physician serving to royalty in Cairo at that time, but his roots were in Spain. He referred to himself as a Sephardi, a Sephardic one, because like many Jews figure, a number of figures that are associated with this unique confluence, a number of figures that are associated with this unique confluence of secular and religious authority and capacity to indicate that there's this unusual aspect of Sephardic Jewry that they're able to excel in both of these areas. They're able to find a unique balance between the secular and the religious that is very hard to demonstrate anywhere else. In Ashkenazic lines, you do find Jews who excel in the secular, particularly when you get to the early modern period, the Enlightenment, then you find an explosion of Jews who are very prominent in the sciences, in all the humanities, the arts, and so on. But you don't find those people, those Einsteins, as it were, also being Rosh Yeshiva. You don't see them leading major congregations, writing works of religious significance, and so on. But you do find that in Spain. That's a very special thing. And we look at many of these figures, such as Rambam, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, Yehuda Halevi, and go on and on, looking at these figures who excel in both. It's also interesting and not so well known that sometimes their exploration of secular culture was quite surprising by religious standards. For example, the aforementioned Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the things by the graduates say I have a striking resemblance to, but there's a, we respect these people as creators of high culture. In Spain, imagine it, they would have poetry slams, they would have parties where they get together and they would challenge poems, where, the benefit of the masses. And Jews were deep into this poetry, Arabic language poetry, which they innovated using Hebrew meter and rhyme, and vice versa. Hebrew poetry is also, significantly advanced by Hebrew and the Arabic. And sometimes the subject of those poems, just to finish my point, extended into areas that you would be very surprised with. For example, Shmuel Ibn Agrela was writing commentaries in the Talmud, and at the same time he's writing drinking poems and writing love poems. Now this doesn't happen in Lakewood. We don't have the Rosh Yeshiva writing love poetry, right? So it's a very, very distinct kind of feature that is not at all unique in Sephardic history. It happens over and over again, where that's considered the mark of excellence, to be able to demonstrate, being a leader in both the secular and in the religious world. Secondly, and perhaps related to that, what is the contrast between Sephardim and the other major ethnic group in the Jewish world, the Ashkenazim, is the degree of insularity as a value. We could look at different points in Jewish history to try to find the origins of this distinction. But for sure, there's a vector for Ashkenazic Jews that looks inward, whereas for Sephardic Jews it looks outward. And perhaps the key date would be 1096, the horrendous Rhineland massacres associated with the First Crusade. In those massacres, which occurred in northern Germany, at the heartland of what is Ashkenaz, Jews chose under duress quite often to commit suicide and even kill their own families, their own children, rather than submit to baptism. And this was kind of like a turning point, as many scholars have identified, Robert Chazen, first among them, as, this is a cultural marker for Ashkenazi Jewry, that when stressed, we will go to the maximum, even to the point of giving up our lives. Horrible chronicle. Continue to be remembered in synagogues. Today, we read the Harachamim prayer every Saturday, which memorializes those martyrs of the 1096 massacres. So Ashkenazi Jewry, certainly from 1096, but one could arguably say earlier, begin to look at the outside world as fundamentally toxic, as dangerous, and that all things of value must be inward focused. And then Ashkenazi culture begins to fold within itself, writing commentaries upon commentaries, so that we sort of like as an inward turning helix. So we know that's a bad metaphor, but maybe I'll edit it out of the internet version. Sephardim don't do that. Sephardim, on the other hand, when pressured, hiding. And of course, the greatest example of this is the Inquisition, which ultimately found its endpoint in the expulsion. This is a picture of a Jew in Inquisition camp, which was a to humiliate people who were accused of Judaizing, but obviously have more time to commit with the threat of becoming crypto Jews by hiding what we need to, by maintaining persistence for generations upon generations. A tremendous level of spiritual heroism in its own right, but that's a strategy of coping with the outside threat. And that's a way of mimicking the outside world, of disguising one's true identity in order to adapt to the threat, whereas for the Ashkenazi Jews, it would mark them nothing. It's a very different kind of direction that Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews took. So there's just a couple of ideas behind the Iberian exception. What I'd like to do of this class. I forgot one more detail. Sorry. Another difference that is extremely important to remember when we're talking about Sephardic Jewry is the fact that for most of its history, Sephardic Jewry was on the periphery of the Jewish world. And there are a lot of things that you can do to live on the periphery that you can't do if you live in the center. So what is the center? Obviously, in the ancient period, the center would be the capital of Israel. But shortly after after the exile of the first century, the main center shifts over here to the region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers here in that's where the Talmud accounts are. Surahs, of course, will be in Alexandria, in Cairo, a developing center in Greece, and you're very far away from the center. And nevertheless, it's very far away from the center. And as a result, the method of adaptation to threats, to opportunities, can be quite different from what happens in the center. One of the telling stories of the 12th century in particular is Spain's intellectual self-emancipation from the rest of world Jewry, as Spain finds its own voice and its own way to identify its Jewish heritage.